Chapter 001, The System of Many Children and Many Blessings. The court was solemn and dignified. The defendant, Bai Qianqian, has committed the crimes of false accusation and extortion. The amount involved is extremely large and the circumstances are particularly serious. She is now sentenced to 5 years in prison. The gavel fell with a dull sound. No, that's not it. Bai Qianqian's face was as pale as paper and her body was shaking. 5 years. Is her life over just like that? In the gallery, a man stood up with a sneer on his face. Su ran. Without looking at the woman who had almost become his wife, he turned around and walked out of the courtroom with steady steps. The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. He and Bai Qianqian were once the golden boy and girl that everyone envied in college. After graduation, the two naturally reached the stage of discussing marriage. Bai Qianqian is the school belle. She is very ambitious and wants a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Su Ran's family background is very ordinary, and his parents are both working class. But for the happiness of their son, the old couple gritted their teeth, took out all their retirement savings, and asked relatives and friends to scrape together the money. They finally gathered the money and transferred it to Bai Qianqian's card. I thought everything would be settled and the wedding date was set. But at this moment, Bai Qianqian's snobbish stepmother jumped out. Qianqian, a woman shouldn't marry cheaply. 300,000? You're just sending away beggars. Who would marry someone without 600,000? Listen to me, it has to be 600,000, not a penny less. Su Ran still can't understand why Bai Qianqian was so bewitched as to listen to her stepmother's words. She really came to Su Ran and asked for another 300,000 yuan with confidence. Su Ran, my mom said that the 600,000 yuan is for good luck and also to show your feelings for me. You can't even come up with this little money, right? At that time, Su Ran felt a surge of anger rising to the top of his head. Bai Qianqian, what do you think I am? An ATM? Don't you know what my family's situation is? My parents emptied their savings just for that 300,000 yuan. And now you want 600,000 yuan? Why don't you just rob them? This marriage is over. Give me back the 300,000. Who knows, once the money is in your pocket, it will be difficult to take it out again. Bai Qianqian was reluctant to part with the money, and actually believed the bad advice of her best friends. Sue him for rape. That way you don't have to pay him back, and you can even extort more from him. I have a sister who did that, and the man paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation, and he didn't even dare to say a word. So, a piece of complaint directly sent Su Ran to the defendant's seat. During that time, Su Ran's life hit rock bottom. Relatives become distant, neighbors point fingers at you, and parents shed tears. Everyone thought he was finished. But they didn't know that Su Ran had an inconspicuous habit. He liked to secretly record some short videos with his mobile phone. For example, where is my husband? On the day of the trial, when Bai Qianqian tearfully accused her crimes in court, Su Ran just watched her performance coldly. Until finally, he came up with that decisive video. In the video, Bai Qianqian's eyes were as charming as silk, and she took the initiative to undress him, muttering, "Dear, as long as you promise to give me 600,000 yuan as a gift, I will." The evidence is irrefutable. The plaintiff instantly became the defendant. The extortion amount of 600,000 yuan is enough for her to spend the rest of her life in jail. Call. Su Ran exhaled the last puff of smoke, threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, turned around and walked back to his rental house. The room was in a mess, with beer cans scattered all over the floor. He won the lawsuit, but he was left with nothing. The feelings I poured into for several years turned into a joke. The 300,000 yuan that her parents raised was squandered by Bai Qianqian, and she couldn't get a single cent back. He unscrewed a bottle of beer and took a big gulp. The love is gone, the money is gone. In this day and age, the most wasteful thing is to have a bad relationship. Su Ran leaned on the sofa, surrounded by tilted beer cans, and the air was filled with a decadent smell of alcohol. His life, like this rental house, is a mess. Just as he was about to open another bottle of wine with self-mockery, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Bite. The system of multiple children and multiple blessings has been successfully bound. Hosts can earn generous rewards by having offspring. The more offspring you have, the stronger your bloodline, and the more incredible the rewards. Su Ran's hand holding the beer can stopped in mid-air. A system of having many children and many blessings? Good job. I was like, wow. Just come to the system. Now even the system has begun to respond to the country's call, urging people to branch out? But he is in such a terrible state now that he doesn't even want to touch a woman's hand, let alone have a baby. He was really hurt by Qianqian. Just as Su Ran was stunned, a light click sound came from the door. It's the sound of the key opening the door. Su Ran shuddered and sat up straight in an instant, looking towards the door vigilantly. Besides himself, the only one who has the key to this rental house is Bai Qianqian. Who could this be? The door was slowly pushed open. However, the person who walked in was a strange and beautiful woman with great charm. The woman was about 37 or 38 years old, with long, wavy chestnut hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a close-fitting off-white sweater, which perfectly outlined her breathtakingly plump curves. She wore a black hip skirt that wrapped around her curvy figure, revealing a pair of long, straight legs wrapped in thin black stockings. That well-maintained face was painted with delicate light makeup, and there was a lingering sadness between her eyebrows, which made her even more charming. As soon as she entered the room and saw the mess on the floor, her pretty brows furrowed slightly. When her eyes fell on the sofa and she saw Su Ran, a trace of embarrassment and guilt flashed across her face. Hello? Hello, Su Ran. The woman's voice was very pleasant, with the unique charm of a mature woman. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and just looked at her coldly. He had never seen this woman before. But why does she have the key to her own house? The beautiful woman felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her. She subconsciously clenched the brand name bag in her hand and mustered up the courage to say, "My name is Zhao Qingji, and I am Bai Qianqian's biological mother. I came here today to apologize to you on behalf of that unfilial daughter." Bai Qianqian's biological mother? This is interesting. Apologize? Su Ran stood up and approached Zhao Qingji step by step. His tall figure carried an invisible sense of oppression. Oh? Bai Qianqian's biological mother? Why, you just remembered now that you have a daughter? When the trial started and the whole world was calling me a rapist, where were you? Now that the verdict has been announced, why are you coming here to laugh at me? Zhao Qingji's face turned pale in an instant. No. Su Ran, you misunderstood. She explained eagerly. Her father and I divorced a long time ago, and Qianqian has been living with her stepmother. I've been abroad for the past few years, and I only returned home 2 days ago. I only then learned that she actually did such a stupid thing. It's all that woman's fault. She's the one who corrupted Qianqian. Qianqian was very well behaved when she was little, not like this. Listening to this weak and feeble excuse, Su Ran just found it ridiculous. When you were a child. Who wasn't a baby when they were little? What's the point of saying this now? His $300,000 was wasted, he was slandered, and his parents almost had a heart attack. Can all this hurt be erased with just a sentence like she was not like this when she was a child? But Su Ran's gaze once again fell on the beautiful woman in front of him with tears in her eyes. It seems reasonable for a mother to apologize when her daughter makes a mistake. It's just the sincerity of this apology. Just then, an idea came to his mind. System. Many children, many blessings. An extremely tempting idea began to grow in his mind. Doesn't Bai Qianqian like money? Doesn't she think his family is poor? Then he would let her see with her own eyes what she had missed. And the woman in front of me. It is only right for a mother to pay off her daughter's debt. Su Ran's mind moved, and he silently said, "System, identify." The next second, a virtual panel that only he could see appeared above Zhao Qingji's head. Name, Zhao Qingji. Age, 38. Appearance score, 91, still charming, the best among mature women. Lay Z, G+. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 58 kilograms. Note, Big G, target of eugenics and good parenting. Hiss. Su Ran secretly took a deep breath. This data is a bit explosive. With a beauty score of 91, she is at the goddess level. The most outrageous one is that one. This sweater doesn't look fancy at all, but I didn't expect it to be so well endowed. The system's comment of a target for eugenics and good parenting made Su Ran's heart beat faster. Zhao Qingji felt creepy when he looked at her. She subconsciously wanted to step back, trying to avoid the gaze that made her panic. But when she thought of her daughter who was still in the detention center, crying and begging her to save her, she stopped abruptly. For my daughter. Zhao Qingji bit her lower lip, forced herself to meet Su Ran's gaze, and even subconsciously straightened her chest to make herself appear more confident. Chapter 002 The High and Mighty Lady. Su Ran took out a cigarette, but did not light it. He just looked at the woman in front of him quietly. Zhao Qingji's heart beat faster. She quickly took out an exquisite lighter from her expensive Hermes bag, stepped forward and wanted to light it for Su Ran. Mr. Su. Pop. Su Ran turned his wrist and easily dodged her flames. He was angry. Naturally, I want to punish Bai Qianqian's biological mother. Zhao Qingji's movements froze in midair, and the smile on her face was a little faltering, but she didn't dare to show any anger. For the sake of her daughter's letter of forgiveness and to save Qianqian a few years of suffering, she had already made complete mental preparations when she came today. Not to mention having to look at his expression, even if he really beat her up, she would have to endure it. This is motherly love. She owed her daughter, and now it was her turn to repay her. Su Ran handed the cheap 5-leaf divine cigarette to her and raised his chin slightly. Light it up for me in a way that you think will satisfy me. The implication in these words is so blatant that it makes people blush and their heart beat faster. Zhao Qingji naturally understood. As a young woman, there is nothing I don't understand. Although the number of charging times is not much. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. As a woman who has experienced the ups and downs of the business world, what kind of scenes has she not seen? What hidden meanings can she not hear? She understood. Zhao Qingji bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, and 2 blushes appeared on her cheeks. But she didn't hesitate. She took the cigarette, her slender fingers trembling slightly. Ignite. Seeing a comfortable expression on Su Ran's face and the tense corners of his mouth seemed to soften, Zhao Qingji felt that the time had come. She mustered up the courage and spoke in an almost pleading tone. Mr. Su Ran, I know Qianqian did something wrong. She has wronged you. I apologize to you on her behalf. Can you please give her a letter of apology, considering she's still young? With a letter of apology, she can spend 2 years less in prison. Su Ran blew out a smoke ring, and the air was filled with smoke. Did I ask you to stand and talk to me? His voice was not loud, but it carried a tremendous weight, hitting Zhao Qingji's heart hard. Kneel down. This is the attitude one should have when asking for an apology. Zhao Qingji's body trembled violently, and the blood drained from his face. As the only daughter in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, she has been the center of attention since she was a child. How could she have ever suffered such humiliation? However, when she thought of her daughter's crying face in the detention center, all her dignity and pride collapsed in an instant. Thump! Zhao Qingji's knees softened and he knelt on the cold floor in front of Su Ran without hesitation. Tears of humiliation, unable to be held back any longer, welled up in my eyes. Don't cry. Crying also counts as time. Zhao Qingji sniffed hard and forced back the tears. Su Ran looked at her submissive and pitiful appearance, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger. He snapped his fingers. A speck of scarlet ash drew an arc in the air with great precision and landed squarely on her. Hiss. It's not impossible to issue a letter of understanding. Su Ran finally relented, giving her a glimmer of hope. It depends on how far you can go. A glimmer of light ignited in Zhao Qingji's eyes, and he asked anxiously, What do you mean? Su Ran's gaze roamed over her unscrupulously, finally settling on her pretty face that was filled with humiliation and uneasiness. Your daughter made me lose my wife. You have to compensate me. Boom. Zhao Qingji's mind buzzed and he understood everything. What he wants is her as a person. No. She refused without thinking, this was her bottom line. Mr. Su, how about I give you money? 1 million. As long as you're willing to write a letter of apology, I'll transfer the 1 million to your account right away. 1 million? Wow, you are really rich. If it were in the past, Su Ran, who was so worried about the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, might really be tempted. But now, with the more children, more blessings system, his perspective has changed. He can earn money himself. And this object of eugenics and good parenting before us is the best certified by the system. I don't want your money. Su Ran put out the cigarette, stood up, and looked down at her condescendingly. I only want you. I don't. Zhao Qingji shook her head stubbornly, and tears finally rolled down her cheeks. Really? Su Ran chuckled. Your daughter is truly pitiful. I heard that there are a lot of bad women in prison. They are all spirited girls with tattoos on their arms and smoking cigarettes. They love to bully newcomers. Bai Qianqian is so delicate and tender, and she has to stay in that kind of place for 5 years. TSK, I really don't know what she will look like when she comes out. Every word Su Ran said was like a knife, stabbing Zhao Qingji's heart. She closed her eyes, and the scene of her daughter being bullied in prison appeared in her mind, and she was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. It's her fault. It was because she left her daughter when she was young and failed to fulfill her responsibilities as a mother that Qianqian went astray. Now, her daughter is in trouble, and as a mother, she must stand up. After a long silence, Zhao Qingji slowly opened his eyes, and the struggle and pain in his eyes eventually turned into despair. Bring it on. She closed her eyes, like a prisoner awaiting trial. However, the expected thing happened. Su Ran kicked it away. Just like that? Don't you look down on me too much? Go inside and change your clothes. Zhao Qingji looked at him in shock and anger. You are shameless. Yes, I am shameless. Su Ran shrugged indifferently, turned around and sat back on the sofa, then spoke slowly. I've already given you the chance. It's your choice whether you want it or not. The door is over there. You can get out now. But I have to remind you, after today, even if you kneel down and hug my legs to beg me, it will be useless. As he said this, he pointed to the bedroom door. Go in, there are clothes I prepared for you in the closet. Those clothes were all bought by him specially for Bai Qianqian, and they are full of various special features. Unexpectedly, Bai Qianqian didn't have the chance to wear it, and now her biological mother has to do it for her. Zhao Qingji stood there, his body shaking violently. Shame, anger, despair, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. Finally, she took heavy steps, one step at a time, towards the bedroom. A few minutes later, the bedroom door was opened again. When Zhao Qingji came out again, Su Ran's breathing stopped for a moment. I saw that she was wearing a black suspender dress with a very short skirt. Chapter 003 All for my daughter. Su Ran looked him up and down. Zhao Qingji closed her eyes in humiliation, tears still hanging on her long eyelashes, and she was trembling slightly. How could she, who is so proud, have ever been treated like this? But in front of a young man in his early 20s, she took off all her dignity and let him do whatever he wanted. Mothers are all great. She can give everything for her daughter. An hour later. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully impregnated the target Zhao Qingji. The system of having many children and many blessings has officially started. Su Ran was stunned. Are you pregnant? So fast? In one try? This hit rate is too outrageous. Before he could react, the system's voice sounded again. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Villa Number 1 in the heart of Jiangqing City. 800 square meters, valued at 80 million. Note, provide the best possible environment for your offspring to grow up in. Congratulations to the host for winning a top-of-the-line Ferrari SF90 sports car. Worth 5 million. Note, this will make it easier for you to pick up and drop off your baby, and find more playmates for your baby. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 million in cash. It has been deposited into the host's bank account, please check it. A series of prompt sounds made Su Ran dizzy. Villa Number 1? That is the richest area in Jiangcheng. It is rumored that the property fee is tens of thousands of yuan a month, and those who live there are either rich or noble. How could a poor boy living in a shabby rental house suddenly become the owner of a mansion worth 80 million? And the Ferrari SF90? That's a top-of-the-line supercar, and the landing price is almost 7 million. Su Ran subconsciously took out his domestic mobile phone with a broken screen and opened the bank app with trembling hands. When he saw the extra 7-digit balance and the text message reminder, his breathing stopped. 1 million.00. 1 million. It's true. This is all true. Su Ran's heart began to beat wildly, and a huge feeling of ecstasy rushed to his head. He tried hard not to laugh out loud and continued to check the system panel in his mind. Unlocked function, double penetration ability. Unlocking condition, have 5 bloodline descendants. Function introduction, after unlocking, you can open a dimensional channel to the ancient world of Dakian Kingdom, and the host can freely shuttle between the two worlds. Double penetration? Ancient world? Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly. This system is too amazing. Not only will he be given money, houses, and cars, but he can also become an emperor in ancient times in the future? But he couldn't help but complain in his heart. System, are you sure this Ferrari is used to pick up the baby? This is clearly for me to find brothers and sisters for the baby, right? Your note is quite honest. The system didn't respond, but Su Ran was already overjoyed. With this villa number 1, why worry about women? In a first-tier metropolis like Zhangcheng, a top-notch luxury home in the city center is the strongest attraction. When the time comes, I will keep a few beautiful women in the villa. Play mahjong and swim together during the day. Play games together in the evening and explore the great harmony of life. Just thinking about those days makes my scalp tingle with joy. Call. Su Ran let out a long sigh and felt that the whole world had changed. The haze that weighed on my heart was swept away, and I was filled with energy. He couldn't stay in this shabby rental house for even a day. I'll go to villa number 1 to see my new home later. His gaze fell on Zhao Qingji lying on the ground again. At this moment, she is the mother of her future child. Chapter 004 Cousin by Miley. After settling Zhao Qingji down, Su Ran left the dilapidated rental house. There seemed to be a faint scent of her perfume still lingering in the air. Su Ran didn't look back. From now on, his life will be completely separated from this place. Downstairs, the old community is filled with all kinds of electric vehicles and small cars. A red beast with smooth lines and full of aggressiveness was quietly crawling among them, looking out of place. Ferrari SF90. Su Ran took out the heavy car key from his pocket, and the cool touch of the metal cheered him up. He pressed the unlock button. Ding ding. The Ferrari's headlights suddenly lit up, and 2 sharp white lights cut through the dim corridor. Several neighbors passing by were instantly attracted by the car. They stopped and pointed at the car, their faces full of shock and envy. Su Ran opened the car door and got in. The wrapping feeling of the high-grade leather seats is completely different from the hard seat cushion of his second-hand electric scooter. He gripped the steering wheel, his fingertips touching the cold shift paddles, and a tingling sensation like an electric current shot up from his spine to the top of his head. Boom! The moment the engine started, a low and violent sound exploded, and the ground of the entire old community seemed to tremble slightly. This sound is more addictive than any poison. Su Ran put the car in gear and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The sports car shot out like an arrow, leaving those astonished gazes far behind. Driving this Ferrari SF90 on the road feels completely different. When he rode an electric scooter in the past, he always had to be careful to avoid the cars that were rushing around. Now, it was other cars that were avoiding him. Whenever he turns on his turn signal, a large space in the lane next to him will immediately be left empty, for fear of any collision with him. This baby shuttle bus cost nearly 7 million yuan and has an incredibly impressive design. It is the absolute focus wherever it goes. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. Soon, the navigation led into the most luxurious area in Zhangcheng Villa number 1. The huge gilded carved iron gate is very magnificent. The security guards standing guard at the door are all dressed in suits, with straight postures and sharp eyes. Su Ran drove slowly closer. He was a little nervous and a little expectant. This was his first time entering such a high-end villa area. Will the legendary slap in the face happen? If the security guard saw him dressed like this, he would definitely stop him and question him, and then he would take out his keys and pretend to slap him in the face, causing shock. This is a classic plot in online novels. However, but the reality disappointed him a little. As soon as his Ferrari appeared at the door, the security captain in the booth immediately ran out, stood at attention in front of him, and then saluted him with a very standard military salute. Another security guard quickly pressed the remote control and the door slowly opened. Throughout the entire process, there was no questioning, not even a hint of unnecessary expression. Su Ran rolled down the car window, a little confused. This script is wrong. I wore this tattered vest today specifically to experience the thrill of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Why was he allowed to go directly? Don't they think it's weird for a guy driving a Ferrari to wear a torn vest? After Su Ran drove in, the security captain breathed a sigh of relief and turned to his colleagues around him, praising them softly. See? This is a real big shot. He drives a car worth over 7 million yuan, yet he dresses so simply, low-key, and unassuming. Look at those nouveau riches who drive BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes and want their noses to fly to the sky. Layout, this is the layout. No wonder they can live in Villa number 1. The colleague nodded in agreement and looked at Ferrari's receding back with eyes full of admiration. Su-ran naturally couldn't hear the discussions behind her. He followed the signs and drove into the exclusive underground garage belonging to his villa. The garage door automatically rises by sensing. When he parked the car and turned off the engine, he was stunned. This underground garage actually has a starry sky ceiling design. On the dark blue dome, countless tiny points of light twinkled, like a brilliant galaxy, so dreamy. This is not a garage, it's a small planetarium. What surprised him even more was that there was a slim woman standing at the elevator entrance of the garage. She was wearing a well-cut light pink women's suit uniform, outlining her breathtaking curves. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. Her long hair is tied up behind her head, making her look both professional and sexy. Is it the Villa's exclusive butler? Su-ran opened the car door and got out. When the woman heard the noise, she immediately came forward with a professional and gentle smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Su, I am your personal butler, She was halfway through her words when she suddenly got stuck. When she saw Su-ran's face clearly, the smile on her face froze instantly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with incredible shock. Su-ran? Why is it you?" Su-ran was also stunned. He knew the woman in front of him. No, it should be said that in Jiangcheng University, there are few boys who don't know her. Bai Qianqian's cousin, Bai Miley. Back in school, she was a school beauty as famous as Bai Qianqian. Because of her better temperament, she was even called Senior Sister Miley by gossipers. As her name suggests, her smile is so sweet that you can squeeze out honey from it, and she always has a faint fragrance about her. She is the dream lover of countless college boys who toss and turn at night. Su-ran himself had once been a little attracted to her, but because of Bai Qianqian, he never revealed it. Unexpectedly, the exclusive housekeeper of Villa number 1 is actually her brother-in-law? What a coincidence, you are. Bai Miley's mind was a little confused, and she subconsciously called out the familiar name. How could a college graduate who is said to come from an ordinary family and is still worried about finding a job appear in the garage of the owner of Villa number 1 driving a Ferrari SF90? This is magical. Brother-in-law? Still calling yourself brother-in-law? Su-ran did not answer Bai Miley's question, but instead asked, "Don't you know about Bai Qianqian and me?" Bai Miley was stunned for a moment and adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. With Qianqian? What happened? Did you have a fight? It seems that she really doesn't know. That's right, how could Bai Qianqian's family spread the scandal of blackmailing him for 600,000 yuan? They must have kept it a secret from all relatives. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 005 My exclusive senior housekeeper. Su-ran looked at Bai Miley. I have to say, Bai Miley is indeed better than Bai Qianqian. That light pink uniform, especially those long legs wrapped in stockings. Su-ran? Su-ran? Seeing him staring at her without saying anything, Bai Miley's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but wave her hand in front of his eyes. Su-ran finally came back to his senses and spoke slowly. Bai Qianqian and I broke up. A trace of surprise flashed across Bai Miley's eyes. Ah? How could it be? What a pity. I remember you two had a very good relationship when you were in college, didn't you? Su-ran's tone carried a bit of the vicissitudes of life of a person who had experienced it. The feelings in college are really pure. Unfortunately, people always change, especially after entering society. Hearing this, Bai Miley's eyes dimmed a little, as if something was bothering her. Yeah, it's only after I started working that I realized that love in college is indeed too dreamy. It seems that you feel the same way? Su-ran smiled. It's okay. Bai Miley turned her head away somewhat unnaturally, but her eyes inadvertently fell on the red Ferrari. As the housekeeper of Villa number 1, Bai Miley has naturally received the highest level of professional training. Luxury goods appreciation is a compulsory course for her. So, it only took her a glance to recognize the true identity of the red phantom in front of her. Ferrari SF90 Straydale. The world's top hybrid super sports car, with a landing price of over 5 million. But this is just the basics. The car in front of you, whether it is the unique paint or the exaggerated carbon fiber kit, all show that it has undergone deep personalized customization. The actual value of this car is probably approaching 10 million. An astronomical figure that is enough for most people to struggle for their entire lives, or even several lifetimes to reach. But could the owner of this car be Su Ran? Bai Meili's mind was a little confused. A college graduate, an ordinary person who was said to be still worried about finding a job. How is that possible? This is unscientific. Could it be? An idea suddenly popped up from her confused thoughts, allowing her to instantly find the most reasonable explanation. Su Ran is also a worker. He is the driver who drives the real owner of this villa. Yes, that must be it. She is a housekeeper in a luxury house and Su Ran is a luxury car driver. They both serve the top wealthy people. Thinking of this, Aimee subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge sense of shock and absurdity in her heart finally subsided a lot. Even, there was a little bit of joy. In this strange and depressing working environment, it is a good thing to meet an acquaintance who knows you well. Maybe I can still have someone to look after me in future work. Just when Bai Meili was undergoing intense psychological preparation and had already planned the identity of driver colleague for Su Ran finally broke the silence. He withdrew his gaze from her and looked around the high-tech private garage. What are you still standing there for? Take me on a tour of my home. Su Ran's voice was not loud, but it made Bai Meili's heart skip a beat. My home? Brother-in-law, stop joking. Bai Meili was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She felt that something was wrong with Su Ran. Feeling traumatized after a breakup? Or are all men like this, who like to show off in front of beautiful women? This is Villa Number 1, the most luxurious residence in all of Jiangcheng. Do you know how much one of these units costs? Tens of millions. It's literally tens of millions. She couldn't help but emphasize her tone. Workers like us, who work our entire lives without food or drink, can't even afford a toilet, and you tell me this is your home? Bai Meili looked at Su Ran, and in her eyes there was more disappointment than shock. She admitted that when she saw Su Ran appear in a Ferrari, she did feel a moment of excitement in her heart. But now, she felt that Su Ran was too good at pretending. This is no longer just about saving face, it is pure bragging. In her opinion, this mansion would be very expensive for even ordinary bosses with a net worth of over 100 million yuan to buy, let alone Su Ran. A company boss with an annual profit of 5 million would have to work for more than 10 years without eating, drinking, or paying taxes to get the full amount. This is no longer just ordinary wealth, but an asset that only the truly top-tier wealthy people can possess. Su Ran, does he deserve it? Looking at Bai Meili's complicated expression of I understand you, but stop pretending, Su Ran was not angry at all, but found it a little funny. He didn't waste any words, but just pointed his chin at the tablet in Bai Meili's hand. Don't believe it? Look for yourself, whose name is registered as the owner of this house. His tone was calm, but carried an unquestionable certainty. Bai Meili was stunned. She looked at Su Ran's overly calm face, and her heart suddenly began to beat fast. Could it be true? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. She took a deep breath and decided to expose Su Ran's lies herself. Okay, I want to see which big boss named Su hired a boastful driver like you. As she spoke, she lowered her head and opened the butler's tablet in her hand. This tablet is uniformly equipped by number 1 villa property. The internal system connects the owner information and security system of the entire villa area, making it convenient for the housekeeper to provide the most efficient service to the owners. Bai Meili had just checked the owner's information yesterday. The name on the door was garbled. She thought it was a system error and didn't take it seriously. She skillfully opened the owner information management interface and entered the property number of Villa Number 1. The owner information page popped up on the screen. Bai Meili's eyes immediately fell on the most critical column. Person who made an appointment to view the house, Mr. Su. Property owner, Su Ran. This. When the two extremely familiar words Su Ran came into her eyes, Bai Meili felt her brain go blank in an instant. This. How is this possible? When was it changed? Her hands holding the tablet began to shake violently and uncontrollably. The beautiful eyes behind the pair of gold-rimmed glasses were now wide open. She looked at the name on the screen over and over again, and even stretched out her finger and rubbed the screen hard, thinking that she was dazzled. You. Bai Meili suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Ran. Her cherry lips, slightly opened in shock, looked particularly attractive at this moment. Su Ran admired her appearance, which had completely overturned her worldview, and felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. He took a step forward and moved a little closer to her. A faint fragrance entered his nose. It was the sweet but not greasy scent of Senior Miley in his memory. "Now, do you believe it? My exclusive butler. Now, can you show me my house?" Chapter 006, Senior Sister Miley is sweeter than flowers. "Okay, I'll show you around now." Miley tried hard to adjust her emotions and forced herself to become a professional housekeeper. But her heart was still in turmoil. Su Ran, her cousin's ex-boyfriend, is actually the owner of Villa Number 1? This is too outrageous. Is that little girl by Tian Tian blind? How could she dump such a high-quality man? She took Su Ran to the side door of the villa and swiped the housekeeper's special magnetic card on the access control. Bite. The door lock opened. Su Ran thought she had to walk down to the ground to enter the house, but she didn't expect Miley to directly push open a side door hidden behind the green plants. Miley maintained a professional tone. "You can go directly into your home right here. This is a private passage designed exclusively for homeowners, with direct access from the underground garage to your basement." She secretly glanced at Su Ran beside her, and her heart beat inexplicably faster. This man is completely different from the young and naive schoolmate in my memory. The faint smell of male hormones on his body made her feel a little uneasy. Su Ran followed in with some surprise. "Wow, it's so convenient for rich people to go home? You don't have to squeeze into the elevator, you'll be home as soon as you get off the bus. The moment you step through the door, the intelligent sensing system automatically starts up, soft lights gradually light up, and pleasant background music plays." The two came to the basement of the villa. But this is not a basement at all, it's a luxurious underground club. The ceiling is 4 meters high, the floor is made of marble imported from Italy, and there are several expensive-looking oil paintings hanging on the walls. On one side is the wine cellar, which displays various vintage red wines, with a bottle of 1982 Lafite placed in the most conspicuous position. On the other side is the gym, equipped with a full set of imported fitness equipment, as well as a small audio-visual room with a huge projection screen occupying the entire wall. What is most shocking is that there is a constant temperature swimming pool in the basement. The water is crystal clear and there are several Italian imported lounge chairs placed by the pool. Fuck. This is more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. Su Ran couldn't help but curse in his heart. Miley watched all this from the side, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. It looks really good. No matter how many times I come in, I always feel that it's great to have money. She secretly glanced at Su Ran beside her, feeling a little complicated. This person is his sister's ex-boyfriend. Now we're broken up, right? And he's so rich and so attractive. No. She quickly shook her head to get rid of this dangerous thought. She has a boyfriend. Moreover, her boyfriend Su Jingchen was planning to propose to her today. She accidentally saw the proposal plan on his mobile phone. But why did she not feel excited but an indescribable irritation when she thought about Su Jingchen proposing to her? Miley tried her best to maintain a professional tone, but her voice was still a little unsteady. "Su Ran, let's go upstairs and take a look." The staircase is beautifully decorated with a spiral design. Each step is inlaid with warm yellow light strips, and the handrails are made of pure hand-carved rosewood. The two walked down the stairs to the first floor. Su Ran walked behind, looking at Miley's back as she walked in front. The high heels made a crisp click-click sound on the marble steps. She was wearing a light pink housekeeper uniform, a bit like HoloLens's work clothes, but obviously much more advanced. The waist is very tight, outlining her curvy figure. Su Ran couldn't help but use the identification technique. Name, Miley. Age, 23. Appearance rating, 93. Lazy, D+. Height and weight, 168 centimeters, 48 kilograms. Charge times, 0. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. Another candidate for eugenics and good parenting. I have to say that the Bai family is really a family of 3 saints, and the women are all so beautiful. And the body proportions are simply the golden ratio. Walking up to the first floor, Miley pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the garden. This is your private garden, the free area is about 200 square meters. Su Ran walked out and was instantly shocked. This is really huge. The shabby little rental house I used to live in wasn't even half the size of this garden. In the garden, flowers of various colors are competing for beauty, and a few bees are buzzing among the flowers. What is even more eye-catching is that several butterflies with a faint blue glow all over their bodies are dancing among the flowers. Their beauty is beyond words. This is the morpho butterfly, imported from South America. It's very precious. By Miley I introduced diligently in a gentle voice. And that tulip patch over there is a top-quality variety flown in from the Netherlands. This patch alone cost almost 100,000. Su Ran looked in the direction she pointed and saw a field of colorful tulips in full bloom, sparkling in the sun. When Bai Miley I talked about these flowers, there was a special light in her eyes. She likes these flowers very much. Su Ran raised the corners of his mouth slightly, walked straight over, and in front of Bai Miley I's surprised gaze, he casually picked the most colorful pink tulip. Su Ran, this is very expensive. Bai Miley I became a little anxious, and her voice changed tone. However, Su Ran took the flowers and slowly walked up to her. His movements were very light and slow, as if he was performing some sacred ritual. As he handed the flowers to her, he leaned over slightly and whispered close to her ear, and the familiar masculine scent instantly surrounded her. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he whispered, "In my eyes, senior sister Miley I is 10,000 times sweeter than this $100,000 flower." A warm breath brushed past her ears, and Bai Miley I felt her face suddenly burning. Her heart was beating so fast it seemed like it was going to burst out of her chest. She was teased? By her own sister's ex-boyfriend. And she does it so professionally, so touching. She subconsciously took the tulip. The petals were still covered with morning dew, which was cool, but it could not cool down her burning cheeks. I. She stammered, completely unsure of what to say. At this moment, a rapid cell phone ring broke the ambiguous atmosphere. Bai Miley I hurriedly took out her cell phone from her pocket, and the three words Su Jingchen were constantly jumping on the screen. It's her boyfriend. For some reason, at this moment, when she looked at the name, what surged in her heart was not sweetness, but an inexplicable irritation. Why are you calling now? Why interrupt her? And Su ran. Wait, what was she thinking? She didn't want to answer. For some unknown reason, she pressed the hang-up button. The moment she hung up, she felt a sense of relief. The main entrance of Villa Number 1. Su Jingchen held up the phone and listened to the prompt tone, "The user you dialed is busy," and was completely stunned. Beside him stood several of his good brothers, holding 99 roses in their hands and holding a banner that read, "Miley I, marry me." There is also a huge heart-shaped candle array on the ground, which looks like it took a lot of thought. "Brother Chen, what's wrong? My sister-in-law doesn't answer the phone," a friend came over and asked. "That's impossible. I just asked the property management, and they said Butler Bai was still here, showing a house to a client." Su Jingchen's face looked a little ugly. He specially called friends from both sides and prepared to give Bai Miley I a grand proposal ceremony at her workplace. Now the heroine doesn't answer the phone. What's going on? How about another one, a friend suggested. Yes, try again. Su Jingchen gritted his teeth and dialed again. Inside the villa. The phone rang again. It's still Su Jingchen. Bai Miley I looked at the screen and felt even more complicated. She secretly glanced at Su Ran beside her, who was looking at her with interest, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Don't you want to answer it? Su Ran asked softly, "It's your boyfriend's call?" I'm at work, it's not convenient. Bai Miley I said with a blushing face. Su Ran nodded and said nothing more. Bai Miley I pressed the hang-up button again and simply turned her phone to silent mode. Let's continue the tour," she said, her voice still trembling from being teased just now. Su Ran continued his tour and went up to the second floor. The second floor is the bedroom area. Su Ran pushed open the door of the master bedroom. The decoration style inside was the simple and luxurious style he liked. But what surprised him was that there was a separate area in the spacious master bedroom. Inside are cribs, changing tables, and various small and cute toys. And they are not ordinary baby products, they are all top brands. The crib was imported from Italy, and this crib alone costs tens of thousands of dollars. This is a baby space. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then pushed open the door of a secondary bedroom next door. Similarly, in a corner of the room, there is a fully equipped baby space. The third room, the fourth room. All bedrooms in the villa, without exception, are equipped with independent baby space. Moreover, the baby products in each room are different, some are for baby boys and some are for baby girls, and the color combinations are different. This time, not only Sue ran, but even Bai Miley, who was following behind, was shocked. What's going on? Bai Miley couldn't help but speak up. I've taken clients to see other villas before, and they only had 1 or 2 baby rooms at most. How come every bedroom in yours has one? It was also her first time entering this king of buildings, and she was completely confused by the bizarre decoration. Sue Ran was actually a little confused, but soon he thought of something. System. My own system is to have many children and be blessed. So this villa is prepared for children. Sue Ran turned around and looked at Bai Miley's delicate little face, and suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Senior Miley, what do you think the country encourages us to do most now? Bai Miley didn't follow his train of thought, her big eyes full of confusion. Giving birth to a child. Sue Ran said as a matter of course, now there are propaganda everywhere, encouraging more and better births, and also providing various birth subsidies. As a good young person of the new era, I naturally have to respond to the country's call. Bai Miley's cherry lips opened slightly, still a little confused. But, there are too many rooms, right? A guess that made her shudder came to her mind. Sue Ran looked at her, nodded slowly, and laid his cards on the table. That's right. This villa will not have only one mistress in the future. He took a step closer, and the mature masculine aura on his body once again surrounded her. I have money, so I have to contribute to the country's population plan, right? He paused and dropped a bombshell. Besides, I never treat my women unfairly. For every child born to the mistress of this villa, I will directly reward her with 1 million in cash. Another 200,000 yuan per month for living expenses. We also have various insurances, medical care, and education, all top tier. The money for the baby's milk powder and diapers is just a small expense. Bai Miley opened her mouth in shock and was completely stunned. So much? Even she was a little moved. No, very moved. It has been 2 years since she graduated. The overall environment is not good now and the work is really tiring and difficult. Although a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan is considered good among peers, it is not easy to be a housekeeper in a luxury house. Rich people are so hard to please. Take last month for example, a nouveau riche business owner complained that her tea pouring posture was not elegant enough, so he asked her to re-pouring the tea more than 10 times in front of the guests, and even said something like a salary of 20,000 yuan requires the professionalism of 20,000 yuan. There was also a female owner who was forced to take off her shoes and work barefoot because her high heels were too noisy, saying that a real housekeeper should be silent. The most outrageous thing was that the real estate boss tried to touch his wife while she was not at home, and threatened that if she did not comply, he would make her unable to continue in this circle. If she hadn't run fast, the consequences would have been disastrous. These rich people look glamorous on the surface, but they have all kinds of problems in private. They treat these service staff as completely non-human beings. Besides, the economic situation is bad now, and she may lose her job at any time. A few days ago, she heard that several housekeepers in the neighboring community were fired due to the economic downturn. 1,200,000 a month. That's 5 times more than her current salary. Besides, Sue Ran looks so young and handsome, so he should be a good person. At least it's much better than those old perverts. Bai Miley's heart was pounding and her face was getting redder and redder. What is she thinking? She has a boyfriend. But what can Su Jingchen give her? The two had been dating for 2 years, but Su Jingchen was still worried about the down payment for buying a house. Even after getting married, she still has to continue working to support the family and deal with the bad tempers of those rich men. And Sue Ran. Chapter 007, Proposal Downstairs, Upstairs. Sue Ran could see that Bai Miley was very moved. It turns out that women can't stand flowers and luxury houses. Just then, a cell phone ring broke the ambiguous silence. Buzz buzz buzz. Bai Miley was awakened and frantically took out her cell phone from her pocket. The words Su Jingchen were flashing wildly on the screen. She subconsciously wanted to hang up, but for some unknown reason, she pressed the answer button. Honey. Where the hell are you? I have a big surprise for you. Come out quickly, the candles are almost burned out. My friends are watching. How embarrassing. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingchen's voice was full of anxiety. Bai Miley's heart sank suddenly. Awkward? He only felt embarrassed, but never thought about what kind of life choice she was facing now. How could someone propose to me suddenly? Is the wedding room ready? Have you bought the car? After they get married, they may not even be able to have children. It would be fine if I hadn't met Sue Ran. She wouldn't be so comparative. But now, an unprecedented feeling of fatigue came over me. Without any hesitation, she pressed the mute button and placed the phone face down on the table. The whole world became quiet in an instant. Sue Ran raised his eyebrows and watched her series of actions with interest. By Miley took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, and forced out a professional smile again. Sue Ran, I'm sorry, I'm very professional during work hours and won't let personal matters affect my work. In this way, she tried to distance herself from the two of them and return to the safe role of employer and housekeeper. Sue Ran nodded, and the smile on his lips deepened. I just like your major. These ambiguous words made by Miley's cheeks hot again. Shall we go upstairs and take a look? She quickly changed the subject, not daring to look Sue Ran in the eye again. Good. Sue Ran is quick to follow advice. The villa is equipped with a private elevator. The interior walls of the cabin are made of expensive walnut wood, the floor is covered with softwool carpets, the lighting is soft, and no noise can be heard when it is running. By Miley I stood beside Sue Ran, less than 10 centimeters away. The elevator stopped smoothly on the 4th floor. Bite. The moment the elevator door opened, by Miley's breathing stopped. The entire 4th floor is actually a master bedroom. The decoration is really nice. This is simply a private palace of extreme luxury. There is a warm and soft solid wood floor under your feet and a dazzling crystal chandelier above your head. The big bed in the middle is at least 2 meters wide and looks so soft that one can sink into it. On the other side was a cloakroom that was larger than the entire apartment she was currently renting. It contained rows of empty hangers, as if waiting for the hostess to fill them. By Miley I could almost imagine what a heavenly enjoyment it would be to live here, wake up from this big bed every day, open the curtains, and let the sunlight fill the entire room. She couldn't help but walk to the huge French window. From here, you can see the entire garden landscape of the community. Further away is the city's most prosperous downtown pedestrian street and the sparkling riverside. This is a place where you can truly find peace and quiet in a bustling city, and every inch of land is worth a lot of money. The balcony of the master bedroom is also surprisingly large, and there is a white double rocking chair on it. Sue Ran walked over naturally, sat down, and then patted the empty seat next to him. Come and sit down. His tone brooked no argument. By Miley I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down obediently. The rocking chair sways gently, with a relaxing rhythm. Sue Ran looked out the window and suddenly chuckled. Look downstairs, who's that? So stupid. What era is this? Proposing in public? Isn't that unfashionable? In the square outside the community, a man was holding flowers and standing in the middle of a heart-shaped candle. He was surrounded by several people who seemed to be his friends and were cheering. However, the heroine he was waiting for never showed up. From Sue Ran's perspective, the scene was indeed a bit funny. By Miley's body stiffened in an instant. That's my boyfriend. The air froze instantly. This is a bit embarrassing. The smile on Sue Ran's face remained unchanged, but there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. Oh? Then why don't you go down? By Miley bit her lower lip tightly. Go down? Go down and then what? Should I accept his proposal, and then the two of us continue to work hard for a small house of dozens of square meters, for food and clothing, and to deal with those difficult owners? She spoke with difficulty, her voice was very low. I haven't thought about it yet. It's too sudden. Getting married so soon, I feel a little uneasy. Sue Ran pointed out her disguise. Not at ease? I guess you're just not feeling at ease in this big city. After getting married, let alone a dowry, you can't even afford a decent house. Do you want to rent a house for the rest of your life, or just go back to your hometown in disgrace? These words left by Miley speechless. She gave up resistance and admitted it dejectedly. You're right. Looking at her like this, Sue Ran knew that the time had come. He stopped beating around the bush and went straight for the goal. Come with me. Follow me, you will be the mistress of this villa. You will no longer have to look at anyone's face, and you will no longer have to worry about money. All you have to do every day is dress yourself up nicely and give birth to a lovely baby for me. Bai Miley raised her head suddenly and resisted instinctively. I won't. She knew that Su Ran was interested in her. But Su Ran is his ex-brother-in-law. How could I be with my ex-brother-in-law? If this gets out at home, she will be shameless. Su Ran was not angry, but just pointed out the window. Look outside. This is the best location in the city, with the most beautiful river view and the most prosperous commercial center. Standing here, the whole city is at your feet. Don't you want to have it? Hearing this, Bai Miley was struggling violently inside. Her gaze involuntarily fell back on the heart-shaped candle circle downstairs. Just then, several community property managers in uniform walked over and pointed at Su Jingchen, as if trying to drive him away. He is not the owner of this place. If you hold a proposal here that takes up too much space on the road, the place will naturally be cleared away. Looking at Su Jingchen's embarrassed look in front of the property management, Bai Miley was in a state of confusion. On one side, there is cloud life at your fingertips. On the other side is the humble reality of being driven away at will. The strong contrast made her breathless for a moment. But if you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. Just follow your instinct. Bai Miley whispered, I want to. Su Ran, speak louder, I can't hear you. Bai Miley closed her eyes, as if she had used up all her strength. She suddenly opened her eyes and shouted outside. Think. The sound echoed in the empty balcony. Su Ran smiled with satisfaction. He stood up, walked behind her, put his hands gently on her shoulders, and spoke in a gentle tone. Very good. Then lie down on the railing now, look at your boyfriend carefully, and say goodbye to him and your past. Chapter 008 Say you love him. Outside Villa Number 1. Su Jingchen and his friends were rudely invited out by several burly security guards. He squatted on the side of the road in a daze, holding the bouquet of wilted roses. Several friends gathered around him, but they didn't know how to comfort him. Jingchen, don't be sad. Maybe Miley just doesn't want to get married so early. Yes, she must have her reasons. Su Jingchen grabbed his hair in pain, his eyes red. Why didn't she come down to see me? Even if she wanted to reject me, she should have told me clearly in person. Does she know how hard I worked to prepare for this proposal? Just when he was completely desperate, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Su Jingchen took out his cell phone numbly. When he saw the 3 messages popping up on the screen in succession, he froze. I love you. Next second, a grown man burst into tears in front of all his friends. The friends were all shocked. Jingchen, are you okay? Su Jingchen suddenly stood up, shoved his phone screen into his friends' faces, and spoke incoherently with excitement. See it? Did you see it? She loves me. She says she loves me. She didn't stay out on purpose. She must have been held up by something. She has me on her mind. Seeing his ecstatic expression, his friends looked at each other, and finally could only agree with what he said. Yes, it must be because I'm too busy at work. Isn't that working time? I told you, Miley is not that kind of person. Jingchen, you have to treat her well. Su Jingchen nodded vigorously, tears and snot mixed on his face, but his smile was brighter than the sun. He carefully wiped the screen and read the 3 messages over and over again dozens of times. Villa, master bedroom. Bite. A crisp prompt sound rang in Su Ran's mind. Congratulations to the host, Bai Miley's heart knot has been resolved and she has successfully conceived. The fertility and prosperity system rewards are being calculated. Reward 120 million RMB deposited into your bank card. Reward 2, Zhangcheng Women's Prison, Warden Background Card. Reward 3, progress towards opening the Dakian Kingdom's plane channel has been made, currently at 2.5. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Su Ran's lips. The 20 million yuan has arrived, which is enough money to raise a child. After all, he now has 2 children and 2 mothers, and the expenses are indeed not small. This money comes at the right time. As for that plane channel, I can't see what use it has for now. Only. What does this background card of the warden of Zhangcheng Women's Prison mean? Does the system also have mandatory work arrangements? He doesn't go to work there. Could it be? The hateful face of his ex-girlfriend Bai Chanxian appeared in Su Ran's mind. Let him visit her in prison? He's not that kind. He doesn't even want to see that woman now. Just then. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Ran's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Connect at your convenience. Hello? A familiar and shrill woman's laughter came from the other end of the phone. He, Su Ran, you didn't expect that. Su Ran raised his brows. This voice is by Chanchan. Isn't she in jail? How could she call out? You escaped from prison? Su Ran's voice turned cold. Escape from prison? Ha 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 ha. Bai Chanshan's laughter became even more arrogant, full of showing off and pride. I forgot to tell you, my dear stepmother is the deputy warden of Jiangchang Women's Prison. Not only has my sentence been reduced to 2 years, but I'm also living in a single room. I can eat whatever I want, just like I'm on vacation. Oh, and thank you for signing the letter of apology, idiot. Letter of understanding? Su Ran's eyes suddenly became dangerous. It turned out that Zhao Qingji had already used the letter of understanding. But from Bai Chanshan's tone, she seemed unaware of the deal behind the letter of understanding. Very good. Su Ran didn't expose her and let her continue to show off. What? Can't you speak? Bai Chanshan's tone was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Just wait, when I finish my vacation here and go out, I'll kill you first. Bang! She hung up the phone arrogantly. Su Ran held the phone, his face calm, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. This guy really won't die unless he seeks death. He really didn't know that Bai Chanshan was living such a comfortable life in prison. Still on vacation? Still want to come out and kill yourself? Su Ran's gaze fell on the golden, warden background card on the system panel. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. I originally thought this reward was useless. Now it seems that when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. Just wait, Bai Chanshan. Your vacation is over. Chapter 009 The Blonde Beauty supports the new leader, and the prison is about to change. Jiangchang Women's Prison. Located on the outskirts of the city, the gray high-walled electric fence completely isolates this place from the outside world. The atmosphere is solemn and depressing. Anyone who enters here will unconsciously restrain all their restlessness. However, today, this silence was completely shattered by the shrill roar of an engine. Boom! A fiery red Ferrari, like a burning flame, broke through the gray oppression and stopped steadily in front of the prison gate. The prison guards in the guard room were all stunned. What is going on? Visiting a prisoner in a Ferrari? Which rich kid is so desperate? Just then, an order came from the intercom. Let him go. It's the new warden. The guard was startled and quickly pressed the button to open the door. The new warden? Driving a Ferrari to work? Is this fucking person here to experience life? The heavy iron gate slowly opened, and the Ferrari drove directly into the internal parking lot without stopping. In the parking lot, a woman in black uniform with a charming figure had been waiting for a long time. Her name is Ji Mantong, the deputy warden of Jiangchang Women's Prison and Bai Chanshan's stepmother. Looking at the red sports car with smooth lines and violent aesthetics, Ji Mantong's eyes flashed with greed and shrewdness. Ferrari. This car must cost several million, right? The new warden has such a grand ceremony, his background must be extraordinary. It seems that I have to serve this gentleman well. As long as I can hold on to this thigh, won't I be able to walk around freely in prison in the future? Maybe, the word deputy can be removed. Thinking of this, Ji Mantong immediately put on a professional and flattering smile on her face, straightened her uniform, and stepped forward to greet him. The car door opened. A slender leg stepped out, and then a tall figure appeared in front of Ji Mantong. When she saw the face clearly, the smile on Ji Mantong's face froze instantly. Is it him? Su Ran? How could it be him? Su Ran closed the car door, his eyes fell calmly on Ji Mantong, with a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth. Long time no see, ex-mother-in-law. Boom! The word ex-mother-in-law exploded in Ji Mantong's mind like a thunder. She was completely stunned, her mind was blank, and she stared at Su Ran. Warden? The new warden is Su Ran? How is this possible? How could a poor fellow who couldn't even afford a 600,000 yuan betrothal gift, a loser who was manipulated by her mother and daughter, suddenly become her immediate superior? Ji Mantong's mind was working rapidly. Could it be? Was he pretending before? What about selling the house and having no money? It's all fake. He is actually a young man from a wealthy family. Just to experience life, he pretends to be poor and gets close to Chanchan? Yes. That must be it. This bastard. He played with the relationship between mother and daughter, and finally sent Chanchan to jail. Ji Mantong instantly found a perfect excuse for herself and pushed all the blame onto Su Ran, completely forgetting who was greedy and who set the trap viciously. She became even more angry with Su Ran. It turns out that this bastard is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Su Ran's gaze swept over Ji Mantong. I have to say that although this woman is not young, she is very well maintained. A well-cut black uniform perfectly outlines her plump figure. There is also a thin black leather whip hanging around the waist, adding a bit of wild temptation. It's a pity that Su Ran has no interest in her at all. When I saw this face, he would think of Bai Chanchan's false accusation and the predicament in which he almost lost his reputation. And the culprit of all this is the greedy woman in front of him. If she hadn't asked for the 600,000 yuan betrothal gift, nothing that happened afterwards would have happened. Su, Warden Su, welcome to your new post. Ji Mantong suppressed the hatred in her heart, forced a smile, and extended her hand towards Su Ran, wanting to shake hands in a flattering manner. Su Ran didn't even look at the hand she extended. His eyes were cold, and he opened his thin lips and uttered two words. Get lost. Ji Mantong's movements froze, and the smile on her face completely froze. Next second, Su Ran raised his foot and kicked her in the stomach without any mercy. Bang! Ji Mantong screamed in pain, and her whole body flew backwards like a broken sack, falling heavily to the ground. The female prison guards who rushed over after hearing the news were all stunned. Everyone covered their mouths, their eyes widened, their faces full of disbelief. Oh shit! What's going on? The new warden kicked the deputy warden out on his first day at work? What kind of hatred and grudge is this? Everyone understood it. The clash between the new and old forces came too fast and too fiercely. When gods fight, mortals suffer. For a moment, all the female prison guards subconsciously took a half step back, not daring to breathe, for fear of being caught up in the storm. Su Ran didn't even bother to look at Ji Mantong lying on the ground. His eyes swept over the female prison guards present. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with unquestionable majesty. I have just received a report that Deputy Warden Ji Mantong has engaged in serious misconduct while on the job, which has had an extremely negative impact. Someone put her in the detention room for a day and let her reflect on her mistakes. He didn't have time to waste with this woman right now. The most urgent thing is to meet his ex-girlfriend who is on vacation. Let her know what a fucking surprise is. As soon as Su Ran gave the order, the female prison guards present looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Are you kidding me? Ji Mantong has been working in the women's prison for many years and has a solid foundation, and she has a large number of loyal subordinates under her. Although the new warden is aggressive, he is a newcomer after all. Who knows how long he can stay? If you choose the wrong side now, do you still want to stay in the future? For a moment, the scene fell into a strange stalemate. Ji Mantong covered her stomach and struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing that no one listened to Su Ran's orders, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. You little bastard, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a prison warden? This is my, Ji Mantong's, territory. Just then. What are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear the warden's order? A crisp and somewhat lazy voice sounded. A tall woman with dazzling blonde hair walked out of the crowd. She also wore a black uniform, but two buttons on her collar were undone. You Nana. A new intern in the prison. As she stood up, 7 or 8 equally young female prison guards immediately followed her. Obviously, they all follow Yunana's lead. In an instant, the originally united prison guard team split into two factions. When Ji Mantong saw Yunana, her face suddenly became extremely ugly. Yunana! Do you want to rebel? Yunana scratched her ears and rolled her eyes, not taking her threats seriously at all. Rebellion? Deputy Warden Ji, what you said is too serious. She walked step by step to Ji Mantong. I'm just an intern following orders from my superiors. But you make us newcomers work overtime all day long, and you don't even pay us overtime. I've been annoyed with you for a long time. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunana suddenly made a move. With quick and decisive movements, she directly clamped Ji Mantong's hands behind her back, pulled out a restraint belt from her waist, and tied her up tightly. Yunana! You little bitch! You're so bold. Let me go. Ji Mantong struggled frantically and cursed. Shut up. Yunana shouted impatiently and waved to the sisters behind her. Sisters, follow the warden's orders and take her to the solitary confinement cell. Yes. Several young female prison guards immediately stepped forward, lifted Ji Mantong up and dragged her towards the solitary confinement room. Su ran. Just wait. Don't think this prison is a good place. Ji Mantong, who was dragged away, turned around and stared at Su Ran, her eyes filled with crazy hatred. The people locked up here are all serious criminals who kill people without blinking an eye. Killing a person is as easy as stepping on an ant. Just wait. I'll be out soon. When I do, I'll make sure you die without even knowing how. Listening to her threat, Su Ran's face remained calm. Just impotent rage. Chapter 010 Blonde Beauty Yunana. Su Ran looked at the sensible blonde beauty in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile of approval. Very good. He nodded. Congratulations, Yunana, from today on, you are a regular employee. Yunana's eyes lit up instantly, she straightened her body, and her face was filled with unconcealable joy. The internship is finally over. However, Su Ran's next words made her heart skip a beat. Also, starting this month, you will receive an additional subsidy of 10,000 yuan per month, directly deposited into your card. 10,000 yuan. Yunana was so excited that she almost jumped up, but she tried hard to control her emotions. She bowed deeply to Su Ran, her voice trembling a little. Thank you, Warden Su. I will definitely do my best. I will never let you down. She knew in her heart that this was not just a matter of money, but also the highest affirmation of her just chosen behavior by the man in front of her. She made the right bet. Su Ran waved her hand, indicating that she didn't need to be polite. Now, take me to find Ji Mantong's precious daughter. Do you know who it is? I know. Of course I know. Yunana nodded immediately. Isn't it by Qianqian? The well-known young lady in our women's prison. She curled her lips, the sarcasm in her tone not concealed at all. Warden Su, you don't understand. They're not in jail there, they're on vacation. They live in a private standard room with air conditioning, a TV, and a king-size Simmons bed. It's even better decorated than the staff quarters for us prison guards. We work our asses off for just a few $1,000 a month, and they're enjoying themselves in prison while her mom is out there bullying everyone. It's fucked up. Yunana complained indignantly, obviously having a long-standing grudge. As Su Ran listened, his expression grew even colder. Okay. This bitch was actually allowed to take a vacation in prison. His ruthless ex-girlfriend was living a more comfortable life here than anyone else. If I hadn't come today, I'm afraid Bai Qianqian would have held a party in prison in a while. Lead the way. Yes. Warden Su, please come this way. Yunana immediately led the way, her high heels making crisp tapping sounds on the concrete floor. The road leading to Bai Qianqian's luxury standard room requires passing through the prison area for serious criminals. As soon as he stepped into this area, Su Ran frowned subconsciously. The corridors were lined with cold iron bars, and various women were imprisoned in the cells. Most of them had haggard faces and numb eyes, but when Su Ran, a tall and handsome young man, appeared, the stagnant prison area instantly came alive. Countless eyes were fixed on Su Ran. These gazes are filled with undisguised, primitive desire. Su Ran noticed that many of the female prisoners here had very good foundations. It can be imagined that when they are outside, they may be the high-ranking school beauties, the goddesses that everyone pays attention to, and the beauties that drive countless men crazy. But now, they are just wild animals trapped in a cage. I don't know how many days, or even years, it has been since I last saw a man as masculine as Su Ran. Look! It's a man. Fuck. Alive. And a handsome guy. This figure, this face, TSK, it's exquisite. Brother, look here. Look here. For a moment, the entire prison area for serious criminals was like a bustling vegetable market, with all kinds of dirty words and bold teasing sounds coming one after another, which was unbearable to hear. The female prisoners leaned on the iron bars, reaching out to him frantically, their eyes filled with hunger, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Young warden, are you new here? What's your name? Ignore them, little brother, come to me and I'll teach you what happiness is. Are your abs real? Let me feel them. Su Ran was a little confused by this sudden situation, but then, a strange feeling of pleasure came over him. The offense and defense have changed. I remember that when I was out there, I was also one of the army of bootlickers. I cared about those cold goddesses, but in return I was treated with disdain. Now things are different. The version outside is T0, but when it comes to this, it directly becomes a bootlicker. This feeling is really fucking good. Just when he was feeling secretly happy, he accidentally walked too close to the railing. We got him. A cold hand suddenly stretched out from the gap in the railing and grabbed his arm tightly. The next second, it was as if a chain reaction was triggered. Countless arms stretched out from all directions, some grabbing his clothes, some grabbing his arms, and some even tried to grab his face. Let go. What are you doing? Yunana was horrified when she saw this, and she rushed forward and slapped those arms hard. You all want to increase the sentence, don't you? Su Ran raised her hand to stop her. Looking at these female prisoners whose skin was fair and tender due to not seeing the sun for many years, she felt a complicated emotion in her heart. No problem. He spoke lightly. They are just poor women. However, his tolerance was regarded as indulgence by some people. Su Ran's face instantly turned dark and he struggled hard. He broke free from the entangled hands, took a few quick steps back, turned his head away, and didn't dare to look again. He still seriously underestimated how hungry these women would be after being locked up for so long. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Seeing Su Ran's embarrassed look, the prison area erupted in even more unbridled laughter. Su Ran calmed himself, turned around, cleared his throat, and announced coldly to this group of lawless female prisoners. I'm warning you. From today on, anyone who dares to touch me again will have their sentence extended by 1 day. He thought this threat would work. Who knew? The female prisoners laughed even more happily. Su Ran was completely speechless. He quickly left this place of trouble, with the women's crazy laughter and vicious words still echoing behind him. These women are crazy. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with lingering fear. Su Ran had no doubt that he would be dragged into one of the cells. I'm afraid the system for having many children and great fortune will be overwhelmed. But this is a bit of a violation. Yunana, who was following beside her, looked at her new boss's frustrated look, trying hard to suppress her smile, her shoulders shaking. But actually, Warden Su, it's not their fault. It's mainly because you're so handsome, and the impact on them is too strong. Su Ran glanced at her. You flatter me quite well. He felt a little better. I'll give you another 1,000 this month's salary. Yunana's eyes suddenly lit up again and she laughed so hard that her whole body shook. Thank you, Warden Su. Mr. Su, you are so handsome, kind, and generous. Chapter 011 Battle for the Prison Queen. By Chanxian vs. Chen Shooting. Su Ran followed Yunana to the cafeteria and heard bursts of noise coming from inside from a distance. Is this a fight? Before I even reached the door, I saw 2 groups of people standing in the cafeteria, looking tense. Su Ran narrowed his eyes, scanned the scene, and secretly calculated the direction of this conflict. Standing on the left was Bai Chanxian. She'd only been there a few days, but she was already quite imposing. 17 or 18 female prisoners followed her, all acting like her younger brothers. It seemed she'd been quite busy these past few days, quite adept at forming cliques. Standing on the right is a hot lady. This woman was wearing an ordinary female prisoner uniform, but she managed to make it look like haute couture. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and her facial features were so delicate that they seemed to be carved. What caught Su Ran's attention the most was the powerful aura she exuded. Standing there without saying a word, he gave off a vibe that made people afraid to provoke him. This kind of aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Oh my god, this figure. Su Ran swallowed secretly. This woman's figure is simply foul level, with curves where they should be and curves where they should be. It seems to be at least an F cup. Even worse, the collar of her prison uniform was slightly open, revealing a faint trace of her back tattoo, creating a mysterious and sexy vibe. With that kind of aura, she would definitely be the kind of enchantress who could bankrupt a man. Next to this royal sister, there is a pair of twins standing. The 2 girls looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, but their temperaments were completely different. The one on the left has short hair, fierce eyes, and a rose tattoo on his arm. He looks like the kind of person who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. The one on the right has waist-length hair, but looks quiet and gentle. Both of them have tattoos on their hands and necks, and they are obviously smart girls. Su Ran lowered his voice and asked, "Yunana, what's going on?" Yunana leaned close to his ear and explained in a low voice. "Warden Su, this is a battle for territory between the new and old factions. That Bai Qianqian, relying on her stepmother's protection, has become increasingly arrogant these past few days. She even dared to offend Chen Shooting, the former prison boss." "Chen Shooting?" Su Ran looked at the queen, "The one with the hot body?" Yunana nodded, "Yes, it's her. This Chen Shooting is no pushover. It said she used to be the woman of a gang leader, and her methods were incredibly ruthless. Before she was arrested, she was the gang strategist, with both intelligence and tactics at the highest level." "What about the two twins?" Su Ran was very interested in the pair of spirited girls. "Xia Shasha, Xia Yufei." Yunana took a look and lowered her voice. "They were both in their teens and were sent here to attack people. They were using wuxuan on the street and seriously injured a group of spirited young men. Xia Shasha is the older sister and has a hot temper, but Xia Yufei, the younger sister, appears quiet but is the most ruthless. It said that when the police arrived at the scene, the men had been hacked to pieces." Su Ran raised his eyebrows. "Interesting, prison life is really colorful. It seems that as the warden, the people he manages are not easy to deal with." Just as he was thinking, he heard an arrogant voice coming from Bai Qianqian. "Chen Shooting, I'll say it again, I have the final say in this prison now." Bai Qianqian put her hands on her hips, looking like she was second only to the heavens. "If you're not convinced, I can ask my mom to talk to you." Su Ran almost laughed out loud. This woman is really inflated. Come to think of it, when Bai Qianqian first entered prison, she was still a timid little white rabbit. As a result, the next day, he found that he had the protection of his stepmother. Not only did he live well, but even the most ferocious female prisoners did not dare to mess with her. Now the tail is up in the sky. Probably because she watched too many Hong Kong movies, she wanted to be the big sister of the prison, so she started forming gangs on the third day. When Chen Shooting heard this, her eyes instantly turned cold. "Little sister, do you know what you are saying? It's not your turn to give orders in this prison." Bai Qianqian was shocked by this momentum, but thinking of her backer, she said with a stiff upper lip, "How could I not know? I'm telling you, now. You're looking for death." Xia Shasha couldn't bear it anymore and cursed. This hot-tempered sister was about to rush forward. Xia Yufei held her back, but the coldness in her eyes became even stronger. "Sister, don't be anxious. Some people won't cry until they see the coffin." The atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly became extremely tense. The other female prisoners retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. The experienced prisoners had already begun to seek cover, knowing that the real battle was about to begin. Su Ran looked at the scene, but he felt calm. These female prisoners aren't good people. They've been suffocating in prison. Instead of letting them do things behind the scenes, it's better to let them fight openly. Otherwise, someone might die. Moreover, he also wanted to see the true strength of these women. Yunana was a little nervous. "Warden Su, do you want me to stop this?" Su Ran waved his hand, a playful glint in his eyes. "Need not. Let them make a fuss." He wanted to see how this good show would go on. Bai Qianqian saw Xia Shasha about to rush over, and she felt a little nervous, but she still refused to admit defeat. "What do you want to do? This is a prison, there are surveillance cameras." Chen Shooting sneered. "Monitor? Little sister, you are too naive." She slowly walked towards Bai Qianqian, and with every step she took, her aura grew stronger. "Here, fists are the only way." Bai Qianqian looked at Chen Shooting walking towards her and her heart began to beat fast. The murderous aura from this woman is not fake. But the more this happened, the more excited Bai Qianqian felt. Here, with her stepmother protecting her, what can these female prisoners do to her? What can I do? I have to say, Bai Qianqian is a person who has a sense of shamelessness in her bones. Go! Beat them up! Bai Qianqian waved her hand and quietly took a step back, giving up the space in front of her. The group of new girls behind her rushed forward. Some of them were big and strong. "She looks like Sister Yu, and you can tell at first glance that she's a tough character." They swung their fists as big as bowls and smashed them towards Chen Shooting's face with the sound of wind. There was a sound of gasps in the cafeteria. However, Chen Shooting just gave a stern look and raised her seemingly slender arm as fast as lightning, actually blocking the powerful punch. There was a muffled bang sound. The woman's tall figure swayed, her face full of disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the two figures behind Chen Shooting moved. Xia Shesha and Xia Yufei, this pair of spirited sisters, rushed out in an instant like two female leopards locking onto their prey. Their target was not those burly thugs, but Bai Qianqian who was hiding behind them. The two of them moved incredibly fast. With tacit cooperation and intertwined figures. Xia Shasha delivered a fierce side kick, directly hitting the abdomen of a female prisoner who was rushing towards her. The other party groaned and knelt down on the spot, holding his stomach. Xia Yufei is even more vicious, and her target is always the most vulnerable part of the human body. She ducked to avoid the incoming fist, stepped forward and kicked the other female prisoner in the crotch with incredible precision. Ouch! A scream rang out. When a woman is kicked in the crotch, the pain is equally heart-wrenching. Another female prisoner covered her lower body and curled up like a shrimp in pain. In the blink of an eye, two opponents fell down. Chapter 012 They all have babies. Xia Shesha and Xia Yufei's goal remained unchanged, and they rushed towards Bai Qianqian with unstoppable force. Bai Qianqian was really panicked now. She didn't expect these three people to be so good at fighting. Stop them. Come on. Whoever backs off will have a miserable life. She screamed fiercely, urging the rest of the people. The dozen or so female prisoners looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and rushed forward again, surrounding Chen Shooting and the other two. This is? I want to fight 10? Su Ran in the stands watched with great interest. He likes to watch women fight. Of course, Su Ran was not there just to watch the fun, he had his own plans. The feud between Bai Qianqian and Chen Shooting must become deeper, preferably to the point of no return. That way, it would be interesting. However, Chen Shooting and the others would probably be at a disadvantage if they were to fight against a dozen people. Really? Although Chen Shooting and the other two are extremely powerful and their boxing and kicking skills are far superior to those of this mob. Chen Shooting's fighting skills are neat and clean, and every blow hits the vital joints. Xia Shasha has a hot temper and plays with a bold and aggressive style. Her red hair swings in the crowd like a burning flame. Xia Yufei is like a ghost, always able to attack from the most tricky angles, specializing in the lower three routes. However, two fists cannot beat four hands. No matter how powerful a person is, his peak fighting condition only lasts for 2 or 3 minutes. Once the adrenaline wears off, your physical strength decreases and your reactions become slower. Even a boxing champion would be exhausted to death. 2 minutes later, Chen Shooting's movements slowed down noticeably. Due to a moment of negligence, she was hugged tightly from behind by two burly female prisoners. Hold her down! Someone shouted excitedly. The other two immediately rushed over and pressed Chen Shooting down on the greasy table. Sister Shooting! Xia Shesha and Xia Yufei were about to break through the defense line and catch Bai Qianqian, but when they saw the scene, their eyes suddenly turned red. They immediately gave up their target and turned back to rescue her. The moment Xia Yufei turned around, her eyes were cold and she made a move towards Bai Qianqian who was blocking her way. She elbowed Bai Qianqian hard in the stomach. Vomit! Bai Qianqian's stomach was churning due to this, and she vomited out sour water mixed with undigested lunch, looking miserable. But it was because of this delay that Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei were also knocked down by the remaining people and were quickly subdued. Like Chen Shooting, they were pressed on the dining table. When the other female prisoners in the cafeteria saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. The former female prison boss was ultimately no match for those with connections and influence. Ha 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 ugh. Bai Qianqian laughed wildly but couldn't help retching. She wiped her mouth and staggered over with a look of morbid excitement on her face. Still a female boss? Isn't she still in my hands now? Bai Qianqian walked up to Chen Shooting and gave her a loud slap in the face. Bang! The crisp sound echoed throughout the cafeteria. Chen Shooting's head was hit to one side, her black hair was disheveled, covering half of her face, but the half that was exposed was still beautiful. Her chest heaved violently due to her rapid breathing. Bai Qianqian was so jealous that she went crazy. Little bitch, who are you showing off your beauty to? I tell you, in this prison, this is a crime. As she spoke, she stretched out her hands and pinched Chen Shooting hard. Chen Shooting cried out in pain and struggled violently, but she was held down tightly and could not move. Su Ran, who was far away, grinned. Good man, he really didn't know Bai Qianqian had this unique skill. Sure enough, this woman looks pure and innocent, but she is actually a villain. At the time, she cried and said that her best friend instigated her to accuse her of rape. Now it seems that it was her own idea from the beginning to the end. Chen Shooting raised her head. Under her messy black hair, her eyes were fixed on Bai Qianqian. She squeezed out words from between her teeth. Don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will definitely push your head into the toilet and make you eat shit to your heart's content. Pooh. Bai Qianqian wanted to spit out some phlegm, but as soon as she finished, her mouth became dry. The thick phlegm was not spit out and it was still sticky. It was so disgusting. She simply swallowed it back and said viciously, I'm going to make you eat shit now. She turned to her sisters and shouted, Who? Who can poop right now? The entire cafeteria fell silent. This request is too abnormal. At this moment, a lazy male voice suddenly sounded at the entrance of the cafeteria. How about I give you a poop? This sound. Everyone in the women's prison cafeteria was stunned. How could there be a man's voice? Everyone looked towards the door. Su Ran walked in slowly with his hands in his trouser pockets. Behind him followed Yunana with a livid face and several bewildered female prison guards. Is it you? Bai Qianqian was completely confused. Her brain shut down instantly. Didn't I just provoke him by calling him yesterday? How could Su Ran find this place? This is a heavily guarded women's prison. Her mind raced, and then an expression of ecstasy appeared on her face. Su Ran! You idiot! How dare you sneak into the women's prison? You really don't take the road to heaven, but you break into hell. My revenge will be avenged so soon. She excitedly shouted to the prison guard next to her, Prison guard! Prison guard! Hurry up and catch him. He is trespassing. He is committing a crime. However, none of the prison guards moved. Yunana stepped forward and announced solemnly to the several prison guards who were on duty in the cafeteria, Don't panic, this is the new warden, Su Ran. What? Prison warden? The ecstasy on Bai Qianqian's face froze in an instant, turning into extreme shock and disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of powerful background does Su Ran have that allows him to become the warden here? Su Ran walked up to her with a warm smile on his face. My dear ex-fiancée, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you say it again? Bai Qianqian's lips trembled, but the arrogance in her bones still made her stubborn. It's none of your business. The smile on Su Ran's face grew wider. He turned to look at Yunana and asked lightly, Captain Yu, what is the punishment for fighting in the cafeteria according to the rules? Yunana immediately stood at attention and replied, Report to the warden. 10 lashes and 3 days of solitary confinement. Smoke. Su Ran only said one word. Yes. Yunana had been unhappy with Bai Qianqian for a long time. When she received the order, she took off the black whip from her waist without saying a word. That's a specially made punishment whip. How dare you? My mother is. Before Bai Qianqian could finish her threat, Yunana had already raised her whip. Bang! The first whip hit Bai Qianqian's back hard, and her clothes were instantly torn, leaving a blood mark. Ah! Bai Qianqian screamed. Bang! Bang! My mother is Ji Mantong. Ah! Stop hitting me. I was wrong. After 3 whips, Bai Qianqian started calling for her mother. Snap! 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 After 6 whips, she was completely obedient and rolled on the ground begging for mercy. After 10 lashes, Bai Qianqian collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud, her whole body twitching, only breathing out but not in. Su Ran squatted down and patted her pale face. How's this deluxe solo vacation package? Tears welled up in Bai Qianqian's eyes. I was wrong, Su Ran. I was really wrong. Actually, I've always liked you. Don't treat me like this. She started to play her pitiful role of Bai Yueguang again. Unfortunately, Su Ran had already completely given up on her. He stood up and looked down at the 3 groups of people on the ground. Lock her up with all 3 of them. Su Ran pointed at Bai Qianqian, then at Chen Shooting and the other 2 who were helped up. We are all roommates, so we should get along well with each other in the future. Chen Shooting, who was released, rubbed her aching wrist. Upon hearing this, a charming smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. Locked up together? There are so many means that can be used. Eating shit in the toilet is the most gentle thing. When Bai Chanchan heard this, she was terrified. She struggled to raise her head and used all her strength to look at Su Ran hatefully. Su Ran! Don't be so proud. Do you think being a warden is so great? I'm telling you, just wait. You won't be able to be warden for many more days. Besides, my sentence has been reduced now. You idiot even signed a letter of apology for me. I'll be out in 2 years at most. Then I'll see how you die. Oh? Really? Su Ran smiled. He squatted down again, leaned close to Bai Chanshan's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Do you know where you got that letter of understanding? Just a friendly reminder. Your biological mother, Zhao Qingji, and your dearest cousin, Bai Meiliai. Su Ran's voice was gentle. They all have babies in their bellies. What? Bai Chanshan couldn't believe it. She suddenly grabbed Su Ran's trouser leg. Speak clearly. Explain it to me clearly. Su Ran stood up, brushed off the trouser legs that were wrinkled by her, and opened his lips slightly. I've made it clear, is there a draft? Chapter 013 Wine Glass Legs, Massage at the Club. In the monitoring room, Su Ran crossed his legs and leisurely sipped a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea. On the screen, Chen Shooting and the other two were pushing Bai Chanshan's head into the toilet again and again. At first, there was cursing. Chen Shooting! You bitch! How dare you do this to me? My mother is Ji Mantong. I won't let you go. After a while, the sound turned into violent struggling and bubbling. Su Ran picked up the teacup, blew away the hot steam gently, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's right. This is what being in jail feels like. Do you really think this is a 5-star hotel and you are here for vacation? Innocent. If you want to be a lady here, you have to ask the warden if he agrees. The phone vibrated. It was a message from Bai Meiliai, with a hint of coquettishness. Brother Su Ran, I miss you. When will you be back? Su Ran smiled and replied with 2 words, right away. I originally wanted to get rid of Ji Mantong as well, but after checking around, I found that the woman was very careful in her actions and there was really nothing to hold against her. Don't rush, take your time. Just as I was about to get up, I saw Yunana coming over. She took off her usual smart uniform and put on a tight sportswear that perfectly outlined her hot figure. Warden, I'm off duty. Yunana's voice was a little tired. She had been working for 10 consecutive days. Su Ran's eyes flickered over her. She had long golden hair and a figure that looked like she had walked out of a comic book. Such a blonde beauty cannot be missed. That's great. I'm leaving too, so I'll give you a ride. Su Ran stood up and picked up the car keys naturally. Is it too much trouble for you? Yunana was a little flattered. What's the trouble? It's on my way. Yunana reluctantly followed Su Ran out of the prison gate. When she saw the sleek and aggressive red Ferrari SF90 in the parking lot, her mouth opened slightly and did not close for a long time. Sitting in the passenger seat, Yunana felt like she had entered another world. Exquisite leather interior, high-tech center console, every detail reveals the word expensive. She carefully took out her cell phone and took frantic selfies inside the car, her face revealing an unconcealable excitement and novelty. Click, click. Su Ran started the car, and the engine made a low roar. He glanced at the girl who was happily taking selfies next to him and jokingly said, "These photos are so beautiful, are you going to send them to your boyfriend?" Yunana stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. No, I just posted it on WeChat Moments. I don't have a boyfriend yet. No boyfriend? Su Ran pretended to be surprised, then smiled wickedly and said, That's boring. I thought I could steal someone's girl. Yunana was amused by him and laughed so hard that her body shook. How can you be so good at finding someone who already has a boyfriend? Of course, Su Ran said nonsense seriously. I like married women who are charming and sensible, not like little girls who need to be coaxed. This fallacy made Yunana feel that he was humorous and frank. She sighed and said with some complaint, It's really hard for people like us in this industry to find boyfriends. Once I start working, I can't go home for 10 days or half a month. I face a group of prisoners every day, and the environment is depressing. I feel like I'm turning into an old woman with a twisted personality. Su Ran turned the steering wheel and the car turned to another road. Then don't go home. I'll take you to a nice place to relax. It's a special benefit for outstanding employees. Ah? Where are you going? Yunana was surprised and happy. This new boss is really to my liking. Half an hour later, the two were lying on the massage bed of a top private club. The room was filled with a light scent of sandalwood. The beautiful technician, wearing a modified hanfu, had professional techniques and moderate strength. Yunana hummed with pleasure. She turned her head and looked at Su Ran beside her, whispering, "Brother Su Ran, you really know how to find a place. It's great here, with food and drinks, a bath, and a spa treatment. It's like a paradise. It's just a bit expensive. What the hell is this $2,000 green massage for? Vegetarian dishes are priced like meat." When the beautiful technician who was giving Yunana a massage heard this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Ran was also amused, thinking that this girl was straightforward and interesting. Don't be so dirty-minded. Society now advocates green travel, so we should also maintain a green health. Yunana blushed at what he said and changed the subject. By the way, brother Su Ran, what's going on with Bai Qianshan? I think you seem to be targeting her in particular. Su Ran sighed and lightly recounted how Bai Qianshan had accepted a huge betrothal gift, regretted it before the marriage, and even falsely accused him of rape in order to avoid returning the money. So, I'm a little wary of women now, he concluded. After hearing these words, Yunana was filled with indignation and felt full of sympathy for Su Ran. How can there be such a vicious woman in the world? She's simply a scum. She said indignantly, Brother Su Ran, don't think like that. Not all women are like her. Women are all the same. Su Ran's voice was emotionless. Yunana couldn't help but sit up and wanted to refute him. With this action, the towel loosened, revealing the scenery of the northern hemisphere. Su Ran caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye and his heart beat faster. No. Yunana looked at him seriously. I'm not that kind of woman. There are still many good women in this world. You can't let a single bad apple spoil the whole pot of soup. She didn't want the seemingly perfect man to lose faith in all women because of a bad woman. Seeing that Su Ran still looked uninterested and even hunched his waist, Yunana asked with concern, Brother Su Ran, is the massage from the technician uncomfortable? Without waiting for Su Ran to answer, she got off the massage bed and volunteered, let me help you. My technique is very good too. As she spoke, she stood in front of Su Ran and began to press on his back with her soft, boneless hands. After this contact, the relationship between the two became obviously closer. When they walked out of the room, their shoulders were almost touching. Chapter 014. These legs look familiar. Su Ran's gaze lingered on her, and he silently thought in his heart. Identification. Name, Yunana. Age, 23. Appearance rating, 91. Lazy, F+. Height and weight, 166 centimeters, 49 kilograms. Charge times, 0. Note, this is an excellent candidate for eugenics and good parenting. It is recommended to secure her as soon as possible. It has a 91-point appearance, an F+ scale, and is an original product. This is simply the best. The two of them sat down in the cafeteria. This buffet, which costs over 1,000 yuan per person and does not include massage fees, uses top-notch ingredients. Yunana took a large plate of king crab legs and sweet shrimps, and while peeling the shrimp shells, she sighed, this is the first time I have eaten such big shrimps. I have only seen them on TV before. Come often if you like it. Su Ran handed her a wet wipe. Yunana shook her head with a bitter face, this place is too expensive, I can't afford it. I only earned 5,000 yuan a month before. Even if I became the team leader and my salary doubled, I wouldn't dare to come here for a meal. She just made a casual remark. Su Ran waved and called a waiter. Hello, please add 500,000 yuan to this lady's membership card. Yes, sir. The waiter withdrew respectfully. The king crab legs in Yunana's hand fell back onto the plate with a click. She widened her eyes and looked at Su Ran in shock. I was just complaining about the high prices. He actually directly topped up 500,000 yuan into the card? How rich is that? Yunana's heart beat faster. 500,000? In her entire life, she had never seen 500,000 yuan in cash, and even the balance in her bank card had never exceeded 5 digits. 500,000 is enough for the down payment of a house in her hometown. But now, this man, without even blinking an eye, topped up this membership card that could only be used for massages and meals? This is not a waste, it's burning money. Yunana came to her senses and hurriedly pushed the membership card back in her hand, her cheeks flushed red with excitement and panic. Brother Su ran, no, this is too expensive. I can't take it. Her voice was trembling. This is such a waste. 500,000 is enough to buy an apartment. She felt pain in her heart, flesh, and whole body. It's like flushing an apartment into the water, without even a sound. Su Ran slowly tore open a sweet shrimp, put the crystal clear shrimp meat into his mouth, and chewed it leisurely. He raised his eyelids and looked at Yunana's cute face as she felt sorry for his money. Fine. I like down-to-earth girls like you who know how to live. Just one sentence made Yunana's heart beat faster. She was stunned. He said he likes me like this? No wonder he's so special to me. A hot current suddenly rushed to her cheeks, and Yunana's face turned red, and even her fair neck and ears were dyed with a beautiful layer of pink. Su Ran didn't look at her again and continued to concentrate on dealing with the king crab legs in front of him. Delicious. The crab legs are thick and long, the meat is plump and sweet, and it has the salty and fresh taste of the sea. It is indeed top quality stuff. To be honest, although he got the system and now has more than 20 million in his card, he is still an ordinary person at heart. He never had the chance to enjoy himself in such a place before. It seems that I have to change my lifestyle in the future. If you have money, you have to build it. Otherwise, what is the point of making money? A meal was eaten in two completely different moods. Su Ran was satisfied, but Yunana was confused. After eating and drinking, the two came to the public lounge of the club. The hall was dimly lit and soothing music was playing. Many guests were lying on the sofa beds to rest, watch movies, or chat in groups of 3 or 4. Su Ran found an empty seat and lay down, covered herself with a blanket, and prepared to take a nap. But there were always hushed conversations around him, as well as the footsteps of waiters walking back and forth, which made him a little annoyed. He frowned and sat up from the sofa. It's noisy. Yunana also felt a little uncomfortable, but she still whispered, it's not bad to spend one night in a place like this. Su-han, however, called a waiter and said directly, open 2 rooms. The waiter replied respectfully, yes, sir. Our room is 2,000 per night. Do you want me to arrange one for you? Open. Su Ran didn't even raise his eyelids. It's this kind of understated heroism again. Yunana was already a little numb. She just followed him silently, watching him swipe his card and then get 2 room cards. The corridor was covered with thick carpet, which made no sound when walked on. The two walked to the door of a room. Su Ran stopped and handed one of the room cards to Yunana. Go to bed early. Brother Su Ran, you too, good night. Yunana took the room card, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart. He booked 2 rooms. He actually booked 2 rooms. In Nana's expectation, since a man spent so much money on a woman, shouldn't the next plot be that they go to the same room naturally? But he didn't. He didn't even give a hint, his eyes were clear and his manners were gentlemanly. Yunana held the room card, watched Su Ran walk into the room opposite, and then gently closed the door. She was the only one left in the corridor. Su Ran walked into the room and casually inserted the room card into the power slot. The lights in the room suddenly came on. He leaned against the door and let out a long breath. I have to admit that Yunana is indeed a top-notch woman. With a 91-point appearance and an impressive F+ rating, it's still an untouched, original product. Any normal man would probably find it difficult to control himself tonight. But Su Ran didn't want to. He wanted to win this girl over, but he didn't want to use such a simple and crude method. The first 2 women, the mother and daughter of the Bai family, had special circumstances, mixed with too much hatred and revenge, so it didn't matter if the means were more violent. To be honest, apart from his hatred for the Bai family, Su Ran is actually a pure love person at heart. He enjoys the feeling of slowly cultivating feelings and finally achieving success. Too fast is not good either. He took off his bathrobe, threw it on the sofa, and took his phone out of his pocket. Several WeChat messages from Bai Miley popped up on the screen. Bai Miley, what are you doing? Bai Miley, where's he? Is he dead? Bai Miley, reply to me when you see it. Su Ran raised the corners of his mouth and tapped his fingers quickly on the screen. Su Ran, I'm thinking. The reply came almost instantly. By Miley I, get out. You rascal. Although separated by a screen, Su Ran could imagine the shy and angry look on the face of that sweet senior sister at the moment. He chuckled and was about to tease her a few more times before turning off the phone and going to sleep. Just then. Click. An extremely slight sound came from the door. It was the sound of the door opening. Su Ran paused and looked towards the door sharply. The door of the room was pushed open a crack from the outside. A perfect pair of wine-glass legs. Su Ran's eyes froze. These legs look familiar. Chapter 015 Identification. Top-notch twins. Outside the door, Yunana's heart was beating like a drum. She encouraged herself. He is a gentleman, he can hold it back, but I can't. You 1T find another man as handsome, rich, and considerate as this even with a lantern. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. We are all adults, love between men and women is natural. Be proactive, there is no shame in that. Yunana took a deep breath and pushed open the door like a Valkyrie rushing to the battlefield. She slipped in, closed the door gently and locked it. Click. 3 hours later. Su Ran was half leaning against the head of the bed, a strand of golden hair entwined with her fingertips, feeling silky smooth. He himself didn't expect that his charm had become so great. Who says women are reserved? Who says they are always passive? That's because they haven't met the man who makes their heart beat. Once they meet a man who is rich, handsome, and a bit gentlemanly, they can't control themselves more than anyone else. As the saying goes, as long as the villain is handsome, people's values will be influenced by his appearance. Bite. A crisp reminder sound rang in my mind. Detection of Yunana's successful pregnancy, activation of the fertility and blessing system. Reward 1, a limited edition Ducati V4 Lamborghini motorcycle, with a rare license plate number Jianghe 000001. Note, can be used to pick up your child from kindergarten, valued at 1.8 million yuan. Reward 2, a balanced doubling card with tripled withdrawals. Your bank card deposit has doubled to 60 million. Reward 3, progress towards opening the Dakian Kingdom's plane channel has been made, currently at 3.5. Su Ran looked at the system panel and the corners of his mouth twitched. Use a Ducati V4 to take your baby to kindergarten? This system understands the joke of hell. What mother would let her child's father ride this thing to school? I'm afraid the child would be thrown out halfway through the ride. Although the reward is a bit outrageous, the result is good. The deposit soared to 60 million, which is a big step closer to the small goal of 100 million. As for that plane channel, I can't see any use for it for now, so let's put it aside for now. Su Ran withdrew his thoughts and looked down at Yunana beside him. The next morning, Su Ran settled Yunana down and asked her to quit her job. He also told her to move to Villa Number 1 in a few days to rest and take care of her pregnancy. Yunana was naturally very willing to do it, and the admiration and love in her eyes when she looked at Su Ran were almost overflowing. When Su Ran came out of the hotel, he saw the exaggerated motorcycle parked at the door at a glance. The fiery red body and sharp lines are full of power and futuristic technology. The Lamborghini Bull logo is printed on the body, which is extremely arrogant. What is even more eye-catching is the license plate Jianghe 000001. Su Ran got into the car and stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The engine let out a low roar, like a beast awakened. He put on his helmet and sped away. I have to say, this thing attracts much more attention than his Ferrari. Zhangcheng is a city famous for its motorcycle restrictions. It is rare to see a motorcycle on the main road, let alone this top-level limited edition supercar with the city's #1 license plate. Along the way, almost everyone's attention was attracted by him, and the sounds of mobile phones taking pictures could be heard one after another. Su Ran's destination is Villa Number 1. By Miley I sent a WeChat message this morning saying that she felt a little uncomfortable in her stomach. Su Ran knew that it was the pain of pregnancy. Although he didn't have a good impression of the Bai family, the child was innocent. Since she was the mother of his child, he still had to provide her with the most basic care. The motorcycle ride was exhilarating, the wind whistling in my ears and the world seemed to be speeding backwards. But Su Ran didn't dare to ride fast. He is no fool, he knows the dangers of motorcycles better than anyone else. Meat wrapped in iron, no joke. Among the motorcycle influencers he followed on Douyin, at least 8 out of 10 have died, and the remaining 2 are either in the ICU or on their way to the ICU. Life is more important than anything else. just as he was leisurely moving forward at a speed of 60 yards. Yo-ho! A sharp whistle came from the side. Su Ran turned his head subconsciously. A number 9 electric scooter that had been modified into various colors rushed past him like a ghost. There were 2 energetic young girls in the car, wearing smoky makeup and dressed in fancy clothes. The long-haired guy in the back seat reached out and slapped him hard on the butt the moment he passed him. Crisp feel. Uncle, you drive a motorcycle like a woman, so slow. Let's PK. Let's PK. The loser calls daddy. The arrogant shouting drifted into Su Ran's helmet with the wind. Su Ran was completely speechless. What the hell is this electric car? Is the modification so awesome? The speedometer is almost reaching 100, which is faster than his Ducati. He was too lazy to pay attention to the 2 little girls. He just felt that their figures looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where they were for a moment. As they were about to reach Villa District Number 1, Su Ran slowed down the car and prepared to turn. Unexpectedly, the lingering Number 9 tram caught up again. This time, it didn't pass directly over him, but circled around him, making a buzzing sound of the motor, like an annoying fly. Hot boy, don't go, let's play together. That's right, I feel kind of cool even wearing a helmet. Can you take it off and show it to the sisters? Su Ran raised his eyebrows. These 2 spirited little sisters are really haunting us. Su Ran recognized them. The 2 spirited girls were the fiercest fighting twins in the prison. The one with short hair was called Xia Shasha, and the one with long hair was called Xia Yufei. I guess he's feeling suffocated after just being released from prison. Su Ran muttered to himself. It's time to let go of yourself. Identification. 2 blue light screens that only he could see were projected accurately onto the twins. Name, Xia Shasha. Age, 18. Education, primary school graduate. Appearance rating, 92. Lazy, F+. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 45 kilograms. Charge times, 0. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. Name, Xia Yufei. Age, 18. Education, primary school graduate. Appearance rating, 92. Lazy, G+. Height and weight, 168 centimeters, 45 kilograms. Charge times, 0. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. The data is clear at a glance. Wow, I can tell. The quiet-looking sister with long hair, Xia Yufei, is actually even more secretive than her loud sister, Xia Shasha. Chapter 016, Play with you guys? Hey, uncle, what are you daydreaming about? If you're scared, just say it. Don't act so deep. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xia Shasha, who had short hair, rode her electric scooter around him again, the motor making a buzzing noise, which was extremely provocative. Su Ran didn't say anything, but slowly took off the full-face helmet on his head. An overly handsome face, with a half-smile on his face, was exposed in the air. At that moment, the arrogance on Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei's faces seemed to be paused and frozen in an instant. The sound of the electric vehicle's motor stopped. The air around was deathly silent. 2 pairs of big eyes with smoky makeup were wide open, and the mouth was open enough to fit an egg. Warden? Xia Shasha's voice was trembling and filled with tears. Xia Yufei in the back seat was so frightened that her face turned pale. She grabbed her sister's clothes tightly and her body began to shake like a sieve. It's over. Barbie is cute. Why tease anyone else but the former warden? He was just released from that damn place and hasn't even had time to sit down yet. Is he going to be caught and sent back to prison again? They don't want it. Su Ran looked at their frightened expressions and found it a little funny. He deliberately put on a stern face and took out his cell phone and put it to his ear. Hello? Is this the emergency center? Yes, at the entrance of Jiangcheng No. 1 Villa District, there are 2 young women driving dangerously, speeding severely, and harassing decent women and men. Yes, that's them. Send someone over here and take them away. Plop. Without thinking, the 2 sisters rolled off the electric scooter and knelt on the ground. Warden. We were wrong. Warden, please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Xia Shasha hugged Su Ran's calf, crying bitterly, her face covered with smoky makeup, and she looked like a panda that had been beaten. Xia Yufei also cried out, We've only been out for 1 day. Really, just 1 day. We promised to obey the law and never speed again. Looking at the two little girls who were lawless just now and now acted as timid as two kittens, Su Ran could no longer hold back the smile on his face. All right, get up. He put away his phone and looked at them with amusement. I'm just joking with you guys, just relax a bit. As long as you don't do anything illegal, no one will bother to arrest you. Ah? The two sisters raised their heads at the same time, their tear-stained faces filled with astonishment. Are you kidding me? Xia Shasha reacted the fastest and immediately burst into laughter. Warden! You are such a good man. Xia Yufei also wiped away her tears and looked at Su Ran with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Warden, I love you. Okay, don't call me Warden when you get out. It sounds weird. Su Ran waved his hand. Just call me Su Ran. I think you two are quite interesting. How about I play with you for the next 2 days? He really felt that these two lively little sisters were full of joy. There is a fresh vitality all over his body, just like an 18-year-old, passionate and bold. Unlike the women he met at work before, all of them were either complaining about everything or lifeless, like old doves. Ah? Really? The twins couldn't believe their ears. In prison, although Su Ran was the warden, he took good care of them and helped them solve their problems. They had long regarded him as a god-like figure. Now, not only did the gods not blame them for their offense, they even wanted to play with them? This happiness came too suddenly. Of course you're welcome. You're most welcome. Xia Shasha jumped up on the spot excitedly. They felt that Su Ran must be the best person they had ever met in the past 18 years. After the excitement, Xia Shasha's attention was attracted by Su Ran's extremely handsome motorcycle. Brother Su Ran, your car is so cool. What model is it? Where did you buy it? She circled around the motorcycle, her eyes full of stars. Ducati Demon, limited edition. Su Ran quoted the price calmly, not expensive, only 1.8 million. I will go. The two sisters gasped and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. 1,800,000? What does that mean? In their 18 years of life, the largest sum of money they had ever seen was 500 yuan. The biggest characteristic of the spirited girl is that she is poor. If you are craving for a cup of Mishua Bingcheng, you have to get together with 10 or 8 sisters, each paying $1 to buy a cup together, and then each of you takes a sip to drink it. A motorcycle worth 1.8 million was an astronomical figure that they couldn't even imagine. Sister Xia Yufei mustered up her courage and asked quietly, then, can we take this car and go for a ride? Her eyes were full of desire and expectation. Get in the car. Su Ran's answer was simple and direct. He pushed the number 9 electric scooter, which had been modified into various colors, to the security booth of Villa number 1. Brother, help me watch the car. The security guard knew Su Ran and knew that he was the owner of the largest building in the community. He was stunned when he saw the broken electric bike he pushed over. The big guys nowadays are so low-key. Have they come out to experience life? Su Ran ignored the security guard's shock and walked back to the motorcycle. You drive, he said to Xia Shasha. Then he pointed to the middle seat and said to Xia Yufei, sit here. I took a long stride and sat at the back. Xia Shasha excitedly stepped into the driver's seat, feeling like she was dreaming. Xia Yufei also sat up carefully, sitting close to her sister. Boom! Xia Shasha imitated Su Ran and stepped on the throttle. The roar of the engine was much wilder than when Su Ran was riding just now. The locomotive rushed out like a wild beast. Ah! Xia Yufei screamed. Su Ran was sitting at the back. Caught off guard, her body suddenly leaned forward, and her hands subconsciously hugged the waists of the two girls in front of her. Soft. Bum. He sighed silently in his heart. Well, now I can't go home again. For by Miley, he has not even entered his home for 3 times. Fortunately, there are restrictions on the fertility system, and pregnant women will not be attracted to others. Otherwise, with her own dissolute nature, Bai Miley might cheat. On the busy streets of Jiangcheng in the evening, the motorcycle was like a red lightning, shuttling left and right and overtaking madly. It brings a unique landscape to those tired-looking office workers stuck in traffic. Oh my god, another spirited little girl is racing, risking her life. You know shit. Look at that car. A Lamborghini branded Ducati. $2 million. I have to say, this feeling of indulgence is really happy. Xia Yufei's long hair was blown by the wind, constantly hitting Su Ran's face with the scent of shampoo, but Su Ran felt that this smell was better than any Chanel No. 5. Xia Shasha drives very wildly, sometimes accelerating suddenly and sometimes braking suddenly. Su Ran sat in the back, and in order to keep her body steady, she could only hold on to the two people in front of her. Chapter 017, Spirited Little Sister's Day Trip. After racing around the city for a few laps, all three were tired. Xia Shasha parked the car on the side of the road and patted her chest proudly. Brother Su Ran, are you tired? Come on, I'll treat you to Starbucks. Okay. Su Ran nodded with a smile. Xia Shasha walked into the Starbucks on the roadside, walked around inside, and then walked out holding a paper cup sleeve with the Starbucks logo printed on it. Then she turned into the Mishue Ice City next door. A moment later, she ran back happily with a glass of lemonade. On the outside of the cup was the Starbucks cup sleeve. She was also considerate enough to ask the clerk for 3 straws. Su Ran looked at the cup of Starbucks in her hand and was completely stunned. This operation, isn't it too amazing? Come on, brother Su Ran, you're new here, you take the first sip. Xia Shasha handed the cup with 3 straws to Su Ran with a look of anticipation. Xia Yufei also cheered on the side, yes, we are all sisters. From now on, if I have a bite to eat, you will have to wash the bowl. Su Ran was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and lowered his head to take a sip. The cool, sweet and sour liquid slid down my throat. The taste is okay. Seeing him drink it, the 2 sisters came over contentedly, each holding a straw and drinking happily. Woo, this is so delicious. That's right. After being in there for so many years, I finally discovered that there is something as delicious as Mishue Bingcheng in the world. The twins looked full of emotion and satisfaction. Su Ran looked at them and felt a little touched. It turns out that the happiness of the spirited girl is so simple. A $4 glass of lemonade can make them dance with joy. He suddenly asked. You too, don't you have any money in your pockets? As soon as Su Ran finished speaking, the air was quiet for a few seconds. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei stopped drinking lemonade with straws in their mouths. The 2 sisters looked at each other, with a hint of embarrassment and stubbornness in their eyes. That's not it either. Xia Shasha straightened her chest, took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, and put the screen in front of Su Ran. Look carefully, I still have 8. On the screen, the WeChat balance column clearly shows 8.00. Xia Yufei next to her followed suit and silently took out her mobile phone. Her movements were slower and more shy. Balance, 1.00. Su Ran looked at the 2 strings of numbers and almost laughed out loud. It seems that these 2 sisters really can't even take out $10 from their pockets. No wonder there was a Starbucks cup cover of Mishue Bingcheng show. Xia Shasha put away her phone, the stubbornness on her face collapsed, and her tone was a little depressed. We just got out not long ago. During those few years in there, the world outside has changed. The girls I used to know either studied well and got into university, or ended up working in factories, toiling more than 10 hours a day and being exhausted like dogs. Some even became gigolos, hiding from the public. Xia Yufei also added quietly, my parents also think we are embarrassing, and have long since treated us as their daughters. They spoke lightly, as if they were telling someone else's story. But Su Ran could feel the loneliness and confusion of being abandoned by the world. Just after getting out of one cage, he fell into another bigger cage called society. Have no one to rely on. Su Ran sighed inwardly, but a casual smile hung on his face. That's kind of tragic. He took out his cell phone and waved it in front of the sisters. How about this, I'll transfer you 1,000 yuan, and you take me to experience the happy life of a spiritual girl, how about that? $1,000. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei's eyes widened instantly, and their mouths opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. The look in their eyes when they looked at Su Ran changed from shock, to disbelief, and finally to fanaticism. That's 1,000 yuan. Huge sum of money. An absolutely huge sum of money. They had never seen so much money before going to jail. Ding dong. Su Ran directly scanned Xia Shasha's payment code and transferred 1,000 yuan. The notification sound of money arriving is like the sound of nature. Xia Shasha looked at the 3 extra zeros on the phone screen and was so excited that her whole body was shaking and her eyes were red. She rushed over and hugged Su Ran's arms, her voice filled with tears. You are my real father. Xia Yufei also rushed to the other side and hugged his other arm, her voice sweet and sticky. Dad. Su Ran was sandwiched between the two of them and was speechless. Isn't at just $1,000? As for being so excited? He thought that he was also a poor guy in the past, but now, even if 10,000 yuan fell on the ground, he would be too lazy to bend down to pick it up. With money, the twin sisters' spirits and energy instantly changed. Xiaoshasha wiped her face, her heroic spirit soaring to the sky. Dad! Let's go! Your daughter will take you to experience true happiness. As she spoke, she pulled Su Ran and walked towards one direction with a proud and confident look. Xia Yufei also followed closely behind, like a loyal little guard. They brought Su Ran into a typical urban village. There is only a narrow gap between the handshake buildings. There are spider-web-like tangled wires above my head, and wet bluestone roads under my feet. The air was filled with a mixture of dampness and the smell of various foods. Finally, they stopped in front of a hair salon with a faded sign called Trend Front. First stop, start from the beginning, Xia Shasha announced. Xia Yufei leaned close to Su Ran's ear and whispered, "We haven't washed our hair for several days." The corners of Su Ran's mouth twitched violently. Good job. It turns out that the little fragrance I smelled on the motorcycle just now was actually the smell of hair oil? He felt his nose was being deceived. When I walked into the hair salon, there was only a sleepy owner inside. Washing is $5, dyeing is $50, and perming is $80. The prices are clearly marked and there is no cheating. The boss didn't even raise his eyelids. Wash 3. Xia Shasha waved her hand. However, the boss just pointed to the pool inside. Wash your hair yourself, and use as much shampoo and conditioner as you like. It's actually self-service. Su Ran was once again refreshed by the worldview of the spirited little girl. Soon, 3 heads gathered in front of a pool. The 2 sisters naturally wet Su Ran's hair, squeezed shampoo into it, and rubbed his scalp with their 10 fingers. Although the movements were a bit clumsy, the strength was just right. The cheap scent of shampoo, mixed with the girl's faint body odor, penetrated Su Ran's nostrils. This feeling is not bad. After washing their hair, the sisters' ambitions began to grow. Brother Su Ran, since you're here, why not dye your own? Yeah, change your hair color, change your mood. The twins, one on the left and one on the right, began to brainwash Su Ran. I won't get involved, Su Ran said firmly. Chapter 018 Dad, please. Are you kidding? He is a multi-millionaire, it would be too uncool of him to dye his hair yellow. Dye it, Daddy. Xia Yufei started to act coquettishly. Dad, please. Xia Shasha began to shake his arm. Unable to persuade them, Su Ran had no choice but to give in. Okay, let's dye it inconspicuously. Finally, he chose the most low-key gray-blue color, which looked no different from black when viewed in the dark. But the twin sisters completely let themselves go. Xia Shasha chose a deadly Barbie pink. Xia Yufei picked the dark green color of forgiveness. When the hair dye was washed off and blown dry, Su Ran had to admit it. As long as you are good-looking enough, you can handle any hair color. Xia Shasha with her long pink hair looks like a succubus from the second dimension, sweet and spicy. Xia Yufei with her long dark green hair looks a bit cool and mysterious, and coupled with her hot body, the contrast is perfect. The 2 sisters, with their new hair colors, turned around in front of the mirror, looking bubbling with beauty. Su Ran was amazed. If you walk down the street, you'll definitely get 200% of people turning their heads to look at you. While waiting for the hair dye to take effect, Su Ran leaned back in his chair and asked casually, "Why did you attack people in the first place? Were you molested?" When talking about this, Xia Shasha became excited, with a heroic look on her face. "We're helping a good sister. My sister was scammed by a scumbag and wanted justice for her. I didn't expect that scumbag to be so arrogant. He called over 10 people and said he was going to make us sisters suffer." "Then what?" Su Ran raised his eyebrows. "Then we'll have a fight. Yufei and I will fight 10 of those men alone." Xia Yufei also got excited, clenched her fists, and her eyes were full of excitement. "Don't mention it, it was such a great time chopping that day. Blood and flesh flew everywhere." She leaned closer to Su Ran, lowered her voice, and looked proud. "I'll tell you a secret. That day, I kicked all 8 of them in the balls. The gang nicknamed me Kicking Lamp Ancestor." Su Ran. Ox. This seemingly quiet sister is more sinister and cruel. Xia Shasha sighed, and the excitement on her face turned into contempt. What a shame. Normally, after a fight like this, everyone should just go back home, find their own mothers, and heal their wounds, and that's it. Who would have thought that my good sister would turn around and call the police and sell us out? Su Ran was stunned. Why? Xia Shasha's expression was as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. Because she and that scumbag are fucking back together again. We were arrested for hacking those 10 people, but she's gone off to live with that scumbag. After listening to this, Su Ran was speechless for a long time. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray this plot like this. He could only manage a few words. I have to say, you have indeed had a rich life experience. The three of them walked out of the barbershop and instantly became the coolest guys on the street. One is gray blue, one is Barbie pink, and one is forgiveness green. This combination is like a traffic light, and they are the focus wherever they go. Su Ran, with hair that glowed a faint blue light in the sun, felt that she was already quite showy. But compared to the twins around him, he is simply a good husband. Xia Shasha's long pink hair, coupled with her pure and lustful face, makes her hair fly when she walks, making her look like a nine-tailed fox that has walked out of a comic book. Xia Yufei's long dark green hair adds a touch of cool and abstinent temperament to her hot body. Her eyes are cold and sassy, making people want to get close to her but dare not. Passers-by on the street all looked sideways, and the rate of turning heads was frighteningly high. A young man wearing black-framed glasses and a cartoon t-shirt mustered up the courage to rush up, aiming directly at Xia Shasha. Beauty, are you cosplaying as Yame? The young man's face flushed red, and his eyes were full of excitement in the second dimension. Yao's sister? Xia Shasha blinked, looking confused. She had been operating a sewing machine in there for several years and had long been out of touch with the outside world. She didn't even know what Honor of Kings was. She thought about it and answered seriously, I'm cosplaying as Tutu's mom. The young man was stunned, too. Tutu's mom? Yeah, Xia Shasha nodded, didn't you watch that anime? The young man's expression froze instantly, the corners of his mouth twitched twice, and finally he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Vulgar. After saying that, he left without looking back, leaving behind a desolate figure. Su Ran almost laughed out loud. These two sisters are really funny. Sister Spirit's second stop must be the billiard hall. Xia Shasha shook her long pink hair and announced proudly. Let's go. Xia Yufei also clenched her fists, looking excited. Su Ran had no objection to their arrangements. After all, he came here to experience life today. The three of them found a large shopping mall nearby, went up to the 5th floor, and a magnificently decorated billiard hall appeared before their eyes. Standing at the door was a row of tall beauties wearing tight cheongsams, bowing in unison. Welcome. The voice is sickeningly sweet. The twin sisters were petrified on the spot. The two of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Xia Shasha leaned close to Su Ran's ear, her voice trembling. Brother Su Ran, what on earth happened in the outside world during the years we were imprisoned? Is this a billiard hall? Why do I feel like I've walked into a KTV? Xia Yufei also widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Why do pool halls have so many women? To be caddies? Although it was Su Ran's first time to come to such a place, he understood it after thinking about it for a while. The economy is in recession now, and many entertainment venues are having a hard time doing business. Coupled with the crackdown, those teachers who used to work in shopping malls have probably switched careers and become assistant teachers in billiard halls. Ahem, Su Ran cleared his throat and explained in a low voice, this is called an assistant-style billiard hall, one-on-one sparring and guidance. Xia Shasha walked to the front desk, took a look at the price list, and immediately gasped. 150 an hour for assistant coaching? That's a steal. Xia Yufei was more direct. She looked at the teaching assistants who were dressed coolly, tilted her head and asked Su Ran, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the guy at the front desk to hear. Can it be seen? Su Ran. The marketing guy at the front desk was so upset that his face turned green. Su Ran quickly pulled her away, I guess not. Isn't that a scam? Xia Yufei said with disdain, spend 150 yuan just to touch the pole? I might as well go home and touch my sister. Xia Shasha nodded in agreement. In the end, the three of them didn't call an assistant and opened a private table charging 50 yuan an hour. Even so, the two sisters still felt the pain and said it was too expensive. Chapter 019 Men's Favorite. In front of the pool table, the two sisters rushed to teach Su Ran how to play. Brother Su Ran, you have to stand like this, with your waist bent, and your butt raised a little more. No, no, your hand should be on the pole like this, look at me. Xia Yufei was not willing to be outdone, so she pushed Xia Shasha aside, leaned over from the front, and taught him step by step. Su Ran was in a playful mood, and while Xia Yufei was teaching him, he quietly stretched out his finger and poked it lightly. Xia Yufei trembled all over and didn't have time to look back. On the other side, Xia Shasha, who was playing with the ball, suddenly cried out ouch and jumped up, covering her butt. Sister, why are you poking me? Xia Shasha looked puzzled. I didn't hit you. Xia Yufei was also confused. Su Ran was overjoyed. Holy shit, is there really telepathy? If the younger sister is poked, the older sister will also feel pain. This is an upgraded version of telepathy. Their teaching scene had already attracted the attention of the entire audience. One has pink hair, the other has green hair, both look like fairies, with figures one better than the other, much more attractive than those teaching assistants next to them who are clearly priced. Many men stared at her with their eyes wide open, feeling envious and jealous, and wishing they could replace Su Ran. Finally, a yellow-haired young man who thought he looked pretty good came over with 3 drinks. Hi, 2 beauties, and this big brother, I'll treat you to a drink. Huan Ma thought his smile was very handsome, but his eyes kept glancing at Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei. Su Ran was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, Xia Shasha didn't even raise her eyelids, and uttered a word coldly. Roll. The smile on Huang Mao's face froze instantly, as if he had been slapped in public, and his face turned blue and white. You. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Xia Yufei also raised her head. Beneath her long dark green hair, her eyes were as cold as ice. A good dog doesn't block the road. Don't disturb us while we're playing. Huang Mao was speechless after being rebuked. As the people around him watched him in amusement, he walked away dejectedly with his drink in his hand. Su Ran was a little surprised and asked casually, why not drink? It's free. Xia Shasha put down the club and rolled her eyes at him, as if she was looking at a 3-year-old child. Brother Su Ran, are you stupid? Can you drink something given by a stranger? This is common sense. Who knows what he put in it, drugs or laxatives? Xia Yufei also added, that's right, when you go out, you must be on guard against others. Especially for those of us who are good-looking, we must be more careful. After hearing this, Su Ran was completely stunned. He looked at the 2 girls in front of him. One of them dyed her hair in deathly Barbie pink, and the other wore a forgiving dark green. They spoke and acted with a reckless air, and looked wild and unruly. But their defense is stronger than anyone else's. At this moment, Su Ran suddenly understood why their charging times were 0. It's not that they don't understand, it's that they understand too well. Understand the dangers of this world and the unpredictable human heart. So they wrap themselves tightly with thorns to prevent anyone from taking advantage of them. Slashing people, going to jail, being betrayed by friends. These twins were much more interesting than he had imagined. Su Ran picked up the club, leaned forward, and made a standard batting posture, but did not hit the ball immediately. On the pool table, colorful balls are scattered quietly. Just like their lives, which seem colorful, they have actually already deviated from the track and are scattered all over the place. You. What do you want to do in the future? He asked seemingly casually, his eyes still fixed on the white ball on the table. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha looked at each other and saw a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. After? Where is their future? Just after coming out of that vast world, the outside world seemed strange and distant. Their families despised them and thought they were shameful, and their former friends had long since fled. They are like garbage abandoned by society, with nothing but each other. Silence spread among the 3 of them. After a long while, it was Xia Shasha, who had a more fiery temper, who spoke first, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I want to study. Yeah. Xia Yufei beside her also nodded and added, I want to go to college. After saying this, the 2 sisters lowered their heads awkwardly, as if they felt that their idea, coupled with their shocking attire, was particularly ridiculous. Puff. Su Ran couldn't help but laugh. He turned his head and looked at the 2 girls with the word bad engraved on their faces, his eyes full of surprise. Going to college? Hey, ladies, do you know that there are so many college students now? They're unemployed right after graduation and are so unemployed. Su Ran's words are very realistic. Xia Shasha's face instantly fell and she curled her lips. That's better than now. Xia Yufei raised her head and said softly. Going to college is a feeling. During the years I was in prison, I watched the news every day, and what I envied most were those people who could walk freely into university campuses with their backpacks on their backs. They can live in dormitories, join clubs, go to the library with their classmates, and even date on the playground. Those things that we used to have within our reach but never cared about, we only realized how precious they were after we lost our freedom. As Xia Yufei spoke, her eyes became slightly red. Xia Shasha next to her also sniffed hard and spoke in a muffled voice. Yeah, I used to think it was so cool to be out there, with so many people following us, like the whole world belonged to us. Only after I got in did I realize that those so-called brothers and sisters were all fake. My family is also annoyed with us. They think we are a burden and a stain. She lowered her head, her pink hair falling down, hiding the expression on her face. I now understand that studying is the only way out. At least I won't be looked down upon. The smile on Su Ran's face slowly faded. He looked at them quietly. One has pink hair and the other has green hair. Perhaps they were truly rebellious in the past, taking ignorance as personality and decadence as freedom. But now, they are obviously past that middle school age. The sledgehammer of reality finally woke up these two sharp-edged and energetic girls. It is better to awaken late than to remain stubborn. An idea suddenly popped up in Su Ran's mind. He put down his cue, straightened up, leaned against the edge of the table, took out a cigarette case from his pocket and lit one for himself. Bluish-white smoke rose, blurring the expression on his face. I'll support you. I'll enroll you in an undergraduate program. Sponsor the spirit little sister to go to college. This is a man's favorite. Chapter 020 Cluck. The air froze instantly. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha suddenly raised their heads, their faces full of disbelief. What did you say? Xia Shasha asked stutteringly, thinking she had misheard. I said, I will pay for you to go to college. Su Ran repeated. The two sisters were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Su Ran blankly. Fund them? Going to college? Is this man an angel sent by God? Why are you helping us? Xia Yufei's voice was trembling. They met by chance and had known each other for less than a day. Why is this man named Su Ran so nice to them? Su Ran blew out a smoke ring. No reason. Just think of it as doing a good deed every day to accumulate some virtue for yourself. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha's eyes suddenly turned red. From childhood to adulthood, everyone told them to study hard and not go astray. But no one has ever been willing to lend a hand and help them after they have fallen into the quagmire. Su Ran was the first one. Xia Shasha's tears welled up in her eyes. Brother Su Ran. We've really never met anyone as nice as you. Xia Yufei also nodded vigorously. The coldness in her eyes had long since melted away, leaving only full of emotion and helplessness. But after being moved, the reality of the problem came to the fore. Xia Yufei lowered her head in frustration. But our grades are very poor. If you haven't even finished high school, there's no way you can get into college. Xia Shasha also looked dejected. Yeah, we are just dreaming, thinking that we can get into a junior college and get a diploma. In their perception, undergraduate studies are a place reserved for top students, something that poor students like them dare not even think about. Hearing their words, Su Ran smiled. Sister, times have changed. In your case, find a reliable agency, spend some money, get a student record, and take the college entrance examination as a formality. Su Ran paused, looked at the shocked expressions of the two people, and continued to drop the bombshell. Nowadays, the admission scores for many private undergraduate programs are ridiculously low. You can get in with just 200 points. The only downside is that the tuition is a bit expensive. But that's not a big deal. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha were completely petrified. 200 points? Go to undergraduate school? They felt that their worldview had been challenged as never before. Before they were imprisoned, a bachelor's degree was a very valuable diploma. How come it has depreciated to this extent in just a few years? Xia Shasha murmured to herself. No way. It's only been a few years, and a bachelor's degree is already worthless? She felt so disconnected from society. Su Ran looked at their expressions and shook his head. The internal competition is serious now. Not only are diplomas worthless, there is no one even able to have children. This society is changing too fast. He put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can next to him, then picked up the club, bent down, aimed at the white ball, and cleared the table with one clean shot. Snap! 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 One by one, the colorful balls fell into the pockets. Finally, the black 8 fell steadily into the bottom pocket. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. Su Ran's beautiful clearing of the table left Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha stunned. With this skill, it would be a shame not to become a professional player. Brother Su Ran, you are so good at playing billiards, right? Xia Shasha's eyes were full of stars, and her admiration was beyond words. Su Ran put the club back on the shelf and said calmly, just play around. Still playing? Play. Of course. The two sisters were in high spirits and were about to start another game when they heard an unbearable laugh from the next room. Oh, beautiful teaching assistant, your posture is really standard. Come on, let me teach you step by step. Boss, you are so mean. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha looked at each other, both having some gossip in their minds. How come this billiard hall has this kind of service? Xia Shasha was very curious, so she quietly walked to the door of the box and looked inside through the small glass window on the door. This is an exciting program. Sister, come and see. She lowered her voice and called out to Xia Yufei. Xia Yufei walked over and looked inside following her gaze. Just call 666. The twins finally understood why the billiards teaching assistants here charged so much. After all this time, it turned out to be a Kakita that was selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton. But when Xia Yufei saw the female assistant's face clearly, her body suddenly froze. That face, even with heavy makeup on, still had some familiar features. It turned out to be Chang Daesan, the good sister who used to be close to them, but in the end betrayed them without hesitation for a man and sent them to prison. Xia Yufei's eyes instantly turned cold, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Xia Shasha also recognized her and was shaking with anger. It's her. It's this bitch. Xia Shasha took out her cell phone, pointed it at the crack in the door, and turned on the recording mode directly. I must film her ugly deeds today and send her away to keep us company. On the mobile phone screen, the ugly appearance of Chung Daesan and the greasy man was clearly recorded. Crack. Although the shutter sound was not loud, it was particularly clear in the relatively quiet corridor. Chang Daesan in the box paused, turned around suddenly, and met two pairs of eyes at the door. What are you doing? Can you take pictures here casually? She yelled angrily, pushed the man behind her away, and walked out angrily. When she saw that it was Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha standing at the door, the anger on her face instantly turned into astonishment. Xia Yufei? Xia Shasha? You finished your jail time? You guys, you've just been released and you're already doing something like this. Believe it or not, I'm going to call the police right away and have you arrested. Facing the sisters whom he had sent to prison with his own hands, Chung Daesan not only did not feel any guilt, but instead acted condescendingly. These words that distorted right and wrong completely ignited Xia Shasha's anger. Chang Daesan, do you still have any shame? A few years ago, you betrayed us and put us in jail. Now that we're out, you still have the nerve to act so arrogantly here? As she spoke, she was about to rush up and beat someone up. Chang Daesan was frightened by her momentum and took a step back, but he still didn't give in to her words. What's wrong with me? I make money with my own abilities, unlike you who only know how to fight and kill. Sister, don't waste your time talking to her. Xia Shasha glared at Chang Daesan. Let's just call the police and report her for illegal trading here. She has to be a prostitute when she can do something good. She's really depraved. You are the chicken. Your whole family is chickens. Chang Daesan was hit in the sore spot and yelled in frustration, what I do is none of your business. I have money now, I can buy whatever I want. Unlike you two poor bastards, I'm afraid you can't even afford to rent a private room here. You. This sentence left them speechless. They really have no money. They had just been released from prison, were penniless, and had no place to live. If they hadn't met Su Ran, they might still be wandering the streets. Chapter 021 The Lamp-Kicking Ancestor is online again. Seeing the two sisters speechless, Chung Daesan showed a smug smile on his face. Just then, a lazy voice came from the side. Who says they don't have money? Su Ran came out at some point. He leaned against the doorframe, playing with his cell phone in his hand. He looked up at the blushing twins, then turned his gaze to Chung Daesan. Bite. A crisp prompt sound rang out. Xia Shasha's phone screen lit up. Alipay account received, 500,000 yuan. The series of zeros made the three of them feel dizzy. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha were completely stunned. 500,000? Just like that, it turned around? Chang Daesan was even more shocked. Who is this man? Why would he casually transfer 500,000 to these two bitches who just got out of prison? She was going crazy with jealousy. But he still insisted, what's so great about being rich? It can't change the fact that you're a bitch who's been to jail. Bang! A crisp sound. Xia Shasha couldn't bear it anymore and slapped Chang Daesan in the face. Keep your mouth clean. Chang Daesan covered her face and screamed. You dare to hit me? Fong Weiqiang. Fong Weiqiang, where the hell have you been? Someone hit me. Her boyfriend Fong Weiqiang works as a waiter in this billiard hall. Su Ran looked at this scene and smiled. Interesting. The girlfriend works as a gigolo in the box, and the boyfriend works as a waiter outside. The guy wearing this green hat is almost turning into the Hulk, right? Cheng Daesan was so angry at Su Ran's words that she trembled all over. She pointed at Xia Yufei and said viciously. If that bitch Xia Yufei hadn't used a dirty trick and kicked my boyfriend in the groin, would he have ended up like this today? As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and thin man in a waiter's uniform came running over hurriedly with several colleagues. The man was Fong Weiqiang. When he saw Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Isn't this the old man who kicks the lamp? What luck, I still get to meet them. But when he saw the slap mark on his girlfriend's face, he still rushed forward. Shanshan, what's going on? Cheng Daesan immediately threw herself into his arms, pointing at Xia Shasha and crying, Brother Chang, they not only beat me, but also secretly filmed the guests in the box and tried to blackmail me. When Fong Weiqiang heard this, his face became even uglier. He was kicked into a eunuch by Xia Yufei back then, and he has a psychological trauma towards the pair of sisters. But now that his girlfriend was being bullied, he had no choice but to go ahead with it. He used a shrill, eunuch-like voice and shouted to his colleagues behind him, grab their phones. Delete the video. Several burly waiters immediately surrounded them. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha subconsciously took a defensive posture, but there was some hesitation in their eyes. They had just gotten out and really didn't want to go back in for fighting. I have your back, what are you afraid of? Su Ran's voice sounded again, carrying a reassuring power. The two sisters looked back at him. Yes. With the warden here, they have nothing to be afraid of. At worst, I can go back in. Anyway, the warden is there to protect me, so going in will be like a vacation. After realizing this, the two sisters' eyes instantly became fierce. The spirited little sister returns to the arena. Superior. Xia Shasha shouted, rushed forward first, and kicked the waiter in the stomach. Xia Yufei was not to be outdone. With a neat over-the-shoulder throw, she threw the other waiter to the ground. Then used combo to kick the lamp. The waiter let out the most painful scream a man could ever hear. The name of kicking the lamp patriarch is well deserved. The two sisters joined forces and could even defeat the female prisoners like Sister Yu in the prison. Not to mention these waiters. For a moment, people were falling to the ground in the corridor and screaming. Su Ran looked at this scene and felt itchy. He flexed his wrist and joined the battle. He hit me with a few bangs. Feels solid. You know what, the feeling of fighting is really great. Not long after, the manager of the billiard hall called the police, and the shrill sound of sirens came from far away. Several policemen rushed in and saw the messy scene. They immediately shouted, "Don't move! Police!" When Fong Weiqiang and Chang Daesan saw the police, they felt like they had seen their saviors. Fong Weiqiang pointed at Su Ran and the twins and complained, "Comrade police, it's them. They're causing trouble and beating people up here." The leading police officer frowned and glanced sharply at Su Ran and the other two. "Come back to the police station with us." Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha felt a pang of fear in their hearts and subconsciously looked at Su Ran. Su Ran looked calm. He took out an ID from his pocket and handed it over. "Comrade police officer, please don't misunderstand me. My name is Su Ran, and I'm the warden of Jiangcheng Women's Prison. I'm reporting this billiard hall for illegal sex trafficking, and these individuals are suspected of attempted intentional injury." The policeman took the ID, took a look at it, and his hand shook violently. On the ID, there was a photo of Su Ran wearing a uniform, looking very handsome. Below it was a line of large gold-plated characters that clearly read, Jiangcheng Women's Prison, Warden. The policeman's attitude changed 180 degrees and he immediately stood at attention and saluted. Warden Su. Hello? Cheng Daesan and Fong Weiqiang were completely dumbfounded. Prison, warden? This man is actually the warden? The policeman put away his ID, his face darkening. He pointed at Cheng Daesan, Fong Weiqiang, and the waiters lying on the ground groaning, and shouted, "Take them all away!" Watching Cheng Daesan and his group being taken away by the police, Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha felt like they were dreaming. Is this revenge? It's all thanks to the man next to me. Finished the work. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha clapped their hands and felt relaxed all over. The sweat from the fight just now blew away in the evening breeze, which was actually quite comfortable. Su Ran looked at Fong Weiqiang and his group being taken away by the police and suggested, "Let's go and celebrate." Su Ran, I'll treat you. Xia Shasha puffed out her chest with a proud look on her face. Of course, we must drink some 8+1 today. Xia Yufei also joined in the fun. Su Ran smiled and didn't refuse. As night falls, the lights come on. The most vibrant atmosphere in the city is found in the roadside food stalls. The sizzling oven exudes a strong aroma of cumin and chili peppers, which makes people's mouths water. The three of them found an open-air seat and sat down. Before Xia Shasha even sat down, she rushed to negotiate with the boss. After a while, she came over with 2 bottles of beer and placed them on the ground next to the table with a clang. Boss, first grill 100 skewers of lamb, 100 skewers of beef, and some kidneys, tendons, and crispy bones. Xia Shasha ordered a lot of dishes as if they were named. Su Ran looked at the 2 green bottles of beer and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Good job. This is not drinking, this is blowing the bottle. It turns out that the spirited girl's alcohol tolerance cannot be judged by common sense. Chapter 022 We Want Your People. Soon, the first batch of grilled lamb kebabs were served. There was still hot oil on the skewers, and a small piece of fatty mutton fat was sandwiched between the golden lean meat. It was roasted by charcoal fire and exuded a charred aroma, and sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. Come, Su Ran's father, try it. Xia Shasha picked up a string and handed it to Su Ran, then picked up one for herself and took a big bite impatiently. Delicious. She murmured incoherently, her eyes narrowed. Su Ran also took a bite. The lamb is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with rich gravy and the stimulating mixture of spices, instantly exploding on the taste buds. One word. Cool. Drink. Xia Yufei had already deftly opened 3 bottles of beer with her teeth and placed one in front of each person. 3 people raised the bottle. Bang! There was a crisp sound of glass colliding. The 3 of them tilted their heads back and gulped down half a bottle of ice-cold beer. The cool liquid slid down his throat, instantly extinguishing the heat brought by the fight in the summer heat. Ha! Xia Shasha burped contentedly, and her fair face flushed with a charming blush due to alcohol and excitement. Happy. Xia Yufei also wiped the beer foam from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Take revenge when you have a grudge, eat meat with big mouthfuls, drink wine with big mouthfuls. This is life. Su Ran felt happy looking at their heroic appearance. This kind of unrestrained chivalrous spirit does have a unique charm. His eyes inadvertently fell on the hands of the 2 sisters. Both of them have a tattoo of a beautiful rose on the back of their hands, with black lines outlining the petals, which has a wild beauty. Su Ran asked curiously, "What's the story behind your tattoos?" Before, in prison, they were all wearing prison uniforms, and he had never noticed it. Xia Yufei glanced at the back of her hand and subconsciously touched her ankle. There, a phoenix loomed. And on Xia Shasha's ankle, there is a dragon with bared fangs and claws. Xia Yufei smiled a little embarrassedly. This one? It doesn't really have any special meaning. I just thought it looked pretty and cool at the time. I felt like I was the social ex-sister who was tough and didn't talk much. What's the result? Su Ran asked with interest. In the end, it's outdated. Xia Yufei curled her lips, a hint of self-mockery in her tone. Looking at it now, it seems so tacky, pure black history. Upon hearing this, Su Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't this normal? Nowadays, game skins change every week, and your tattoo is permanent. Do you expect it to stay in style for decades? His metaphor instantly amused the two sisters. But, Warden, you're too mean. Xia Shasha laughed so hard that her body shook. But we both do plan on getting another tattoo. She changed the subject and her eyes became serious. Su Ran was a little surprised. You want another tattoo? Didn't you say it's ugly and outdated? This time it's different. Xia Yufei took over the conversation. She put down the bottle of wine in her hand and looked at Su Ran steadily with her beautiful eyes. This tattoo will never go out of style. Xia Shasha also stared at him, with an unprecedented burning look in her eyes. We want to tattoo your name on our lower abdomen. What? Su Ran was a little shocked. Put his name. Tattoo on the lower abdomen? What is this operation? He looked at the twin sisters in front of him. There was no trace of joking in their eyes. Their seriousness and persistence made his heart skip a beat. Xia Shasha's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. Su Ran. We two sisters like you. Confessed. So direct, so brave. Su Ran has lived for more than 20 years, but this is the first time that a girl has confessed to him so directly. Moreover, there were two of them at once. Or twins. His hand holding the bottle of wine stopped in mid-air, and for a moment he didn't know how to react. My heart was beating wildly. Is the love of all spirited girls so vigorous? Seeing Su Ran not saying anything, Xia Shasha became a little anxious. She thought Su Ran was going to refuse. Su Ran. She stood up suddenly, and the movement was so big that the table shook. Do you dislike us? We have been to jail before, and we were ignorant before, but we have changed now. From now on, we two sisters will listen to you. Xia Shasha became more and more excited as she spoke. She leaned forward, and the collar of her shirt opened up, revealing a breathtaking expanse of white. Her voice was trembling slightly, and it was filled with a determination to go all out. You ask us to wear black stockings, so we will wear black stockings. You ask us to wear white silk, so we will wear white silk. We'll do whatever you tell us to do. We want your people. These fierce words made the noisy background noise of the entire food stall disappear. All that remained in Su Ran's ears was Xia Shasha's bold and passionate declaration. He could even feel that the guests at the surrounding tables were attracted by the movement here and cast curious glances at him. Xia Yufei also stood up. She was calmer than her sister, but the determination in her eyes remained unchanged. She gently pulled her sister's arm, then looked at Su Ran and added in a soft but powerful voice. Cosplay costumes are also fine. We'll all listen to you. As long as you accept us. Su Ran. He felt his throat was a little dry. This is no longer a confession. This is naked temptation. These two beauties were swearing allegiance to him with everything they had. He looked at them. One is hot and unrestrained, like a burning fire. One who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, like a rose with thorns. Their faces were exactly the same, but their figures were different. At this moment, they were looking at him with a mixture of expectation, uneasiness, and desperation. Su Ran took a deep breath, and the air was filled with the aroma of barbecue and beer. He put the bottle down and leaned back in his chair. Do you know I have many women? I know, we guessed it a long time ago. Xia Yufei replied immediately. Su Ran's eyes swept across their faces. Then you should also know that following me may not be a good thing. I'm not a good man or a believer. I might abandon you one day. We're not afraid. Xia Shasha rushed to say, with you here, we're not afraid of anything. Su Ran was also impressed by this train of thought. He was silent for a moment, as if weighing something. Time passes by every second. Xia Yufei and Xia Shasha's hearts were in their throats. Chapter 23 Twins. Su Ran finished her reserve and said, now that you've come to this point. If I refuse again, wouldn't that be a bit ungrateful? The two sisters' eyes lit up instantly. This is consent? So, what do you mean? Xia Yufei's voice was cautious and uncertain. Su Ran picked up a skewer of roasted kidneys on the table, took a bite, and chewed them carefully. Then he spoke slowly. What I mean is, from today on, you are mine. He paused, looked at the ecstatic expressions of the two sisters, changed the subject, and added. But my people must abide by my rules. The first rule is, sir, 5 babies, how about that? Xia Shasha was the first to react. She burst out laughing and slammed the table in a heroic manner. Hey! I thought it was something. Isn't it just giving birth to a child? 5 is not enough? Who are you looking down on? I said 10, so 10. 1 a year, and in 10 years I'll have a football team for you. Xia Yufei next to her also came back to her senses. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she added, well, our cuckoo will give birth to you. Su Ran immediately felt happy. Have a look. Look at this enlightenment. This spirited girl is great, open-minded and has strong execution ability. The child will be born when he is told to, no ambiguity. It was already midnight when we came out of the park. The two sisters leaned on Su Ran and fell asleep, then got on the car to go home. The car was very quiet, with only the sound of steady breathing. Su Ran looked at the night scene rapidly receding outside the window, feeling the warm breath coming from both sides, and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Just then. Bite. A crisp reminder sound rang in his mind. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei have successfully conceived twins. The system of having many children and many blessings is activated. Triggered double critical hit bonus. Reward, a Lamborghini Revuelto Big Bull, worth 11 million. Reward, 1 advanced constitution card, increasing the user's overall constitution by 50%. Reward, 100 million funds have been deposited into the designated bank card. Reward, 100 million online virtual currency only for online purchases. The Dakian Kingdom plane has been opened. A series of system prompts exploded in Su Ran's mind. Oh shit. This reward is invincible. Pregnant already? And twins? Doubles. He immediately felt his body, and a warm current appeared out of nowhere, quickly flowing through his limbs and bones. The fatigue caused by alcohol and fierce fighting was swept away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of power, as if one punch could kill a bull. Physical fitness increased by 50%. Awesome. Looking at his bank card again, he quickly checked the balance, and the long string of zeros almost blinded him. Including the remaining amount from before, the cash in his bank card now has reached 160 million. These twin sisters are simply his lucky stars. This surprise came too suddenly. The vehicle drove smoothly into Villa Area Number 1. When the brightly lit luxurious villa appeared before their eyes, Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei, who had just been awakened by Su Ran, woke up instantly. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the palace-like building in front of them, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. This place is... Xia Yufei's voice was trembling. From now on, this will be your home. Su Ran said lightly. The car door opened and Su Ran got out first. But just as he stood firm, he saw a slim figure standing at the door of the villa. Bai Meili was wearing a silk nightgown and standing quietly on the steps. The moonlight made her figure look very lone. She saw Su Ran getting out of the car and her eyes moved. Immediately afterwards, she saw Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei getting off the car. Chapter 024 Women's Intuition. Exactly the same face, the same hot body. Although the clothes are a little messy, the youthful aura cannot be concealed. Bai Meili's face darkened instantly. A sour feeling of grievance welled up in my heart. She looked at Su Ran, her eyes slightly red, and her voice had a barely perceptible cry. No wonder you're not going home tonight. It turns out that there is someone new and he doesn't want me and the baby anymore. Baby? Bai Meili knew that she was pregnant. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei were also shocked. Although they were spirited girls, they also understood the ways of the world and knew that they had run into the official wife. The two of them immediately put away their fearless attitude and stood obediently behind Su Ran, not daring to breathe. Su Ran quickly stepped forward, hugged Bai Meili into his arms, and coaxed her softly. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I not want you? When did you know that? Feeling the warmth of Su Ran's embrace, Bai Meili's grievances dissipated a little. She buried her face in Su Ran's chest and said sullenly. I just went for a checkup today. That's good. Su Ran kissed her forehead. He turned around and introduced the two quail-like twins behind him. This is Bai Meili. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei bowed quickly and whispered in unison, hello, sister. Hearing the word sister, Bai Meili felt much more comfortable. She raised her head and looked at the twins. Although she felt a little jealous, she also knew Su Ran's character. She finally showed her magnanimity, broke free from Su Ran's arms, and gave Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei a gentle smile. Hello, come in first, I'll take you to choose a room. Look, who said women are ignorant? People are all made of flesh and blood. As long as you are good to her, she will tolerate everything for you in her heart. Of course, Su Ran also understood one thing very well. That is, women must never be left idle. Once you have some free time, it's easy to have random thoughts and you can always find something to do when you have nothing to do. Only when you have something to do in your own pursuits can your backyard be truly peaceful. The next day, Su Ran took action. He found a reliable educational institution and directly enrolled the twins Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei, aiming directly at the upcoming college entrance examination. At their age, it is no longer realistic for them to return to high school, but there is no problem in taking the exam as a self-taught candidate. Su Ran hired top-notch private instructors for them, and they took classes in the villa. 1 month of study is enough to catch up on the knowledge you have missed. It will be a good experience to take the college entrance examination and experience life in an ivory tower. The two sisters naturally agreed to this. They were not bad girls who were uneducated, but no one had given them a chance before. Now that we have such good conditions, only a fool would not cherish them. 2 days later, Yunana, the blonde beauty from the prison, also happily moved into Villa number 1 carrying a small suitcase. This girl has figured it all out. What class do you take? What exam do you take? Life is short, it has to be sexy. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to lie in the villa, play games, and watch TV series? She has completely become a pioneer fighter against involution. Every day she plays King of Glory on the sofa with her mobile phone, and she is as happy as a 100-pound child. For by Miley Eye, Su Ran's arrangements were more thoughtful. He spent a full 5 million to buy a store in a prime location on the commercial pedestrian street outside the villa area. The decoration, equipment and raw materials are all top-notch. A stylish coffee shop was born. Su Ran positioned it as Manager Coffee. To put it bluntly, the boss lady opens and closes the shop as she pleases, depending on her mood. As for the customers, they can drink it or not. The main feature is to do whatever you want. When by Miley I got the store ownership document and business license with her name on it, she was completely stunned. She leaned in Su Ran's arms, tears streaming down her face, unable to stop. This is no longer just about spending money. This is respect, recognition, and treating her as an independent person. Su Ran, you are so good to me. By Miley I cried bitterly, hugged Su Ran's neck and gave her a hot kiss. From now on, I will listen to whatever you say. You are my only one. Su Ran accepted this sweet revenge with a smile. He is very satisfied with his current life. Surrounded by beautiful women, with a successful career, the numbers in his bank account are increasing every day. With money in hand, you will not be worried. This feeling of being in control of everything made him extremely intoxicated. She was too lazy to even retaliate against Bai Qianqian. So much so that when the system prompted that the dimensional channel leading to the Dakian kingdom had been stably opened, he was too lazy to take a look. What other world are you going to? Fighting and killing is so tiring. If you have that much time, wouldn't it be nice to enjoy life in the city? However, in the comfortable days, there was always a thorn that made Su Ran feel a dull pain in his heart. Bai Qianqian's biological mother, Zhao Qingji. That mature, charming and beautiful woman, the woman who hated him to the core, was also pregnant with his child. But she refused to see him again. He doesn't answer the phone or reply to messages, as if he has disappeared from the face of the earth. Su Ran rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache. This matter is really a bit tricky. Even if he found her, Su Ran didn't know how to treat her. After all, I have a grudge against her. But on second thought, the other party didn't seem to have done anything wrong. The only mistake was giving birth to a stupid woman like Bai Qianqian. Never mind. Let us find someone first. I'll take more short videos and send them to Bai Qianqian in the future. It can be considered as revenge. In the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. The newly opened coffee shop is filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Bai Miley I was wearing an elegant dress and an apron, and was concentrating on operating the expensive coffee machine. Her every move and gesture exuded the air of a professional manager. Su Ran sat by the window and took a sip of the latte she had made herself. The mellow taste melted on her tongue. He looked at Bai Miley I's busy and satisfied profile, and decided to ask this good wife for advice. Miley I, let me ask you a question. Bai Miley I turned her head and smiled sweetly at him. It's just an academic discussion. Su Ran cleared his throat and tried to look serious. What if there's a woman who hates you but is pregnant with your child, hiding from you and refusing to see you? What do you think I should do? As soon as she finished speaking, the smile on Bai Miley's face froze instantly. She put down the latte art cup in her hand, put her hands on her hips, narrowed her beautiful eyes, walked step by step to Su Ran, and looked down at him. Su Ran. You'd better tell me the truth. Are you hooking up with some woman again? That look was so sharp that it seemed as if it could see through him from inside out. Su Ran's mouth twitched. Is it really necessary for women's intuition to be so outrageous? Chapter 025 Provocation again. No, absolutely not. He held up 3 fingers, swearing, it's purely academic. I've been reading too many novels lately, so I'm just thinking about it. Bai Miley stared at him suspiciously for a long time, and only when she saw that he didn't seem to be lying did her expression relax. Humph, I don't think you dare. She sat opposite Su Ran, holding her chin, and thought seriously. The situation you mentioned is indeed a bit tricky. She hates you, and she's pregnant with your child. This shows she loves and hates you at the same time, and she's very conflicted. As she spoke, Bai Miley took out her cell phone and skillfully opened a red app. Tomato novel. She swiped directly to the women's section and entered a few keywords in the search box. Domineering CEO, running away with the ball, chasing wife to the crematorium. The operation was as fierce as a tiger. She watched with great interest, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding, and muttering to herself. Su Ran's eyes twitched as he watched. Is it really reliable to use methods from novels to solve real-life problems? A few minutes later, Bai Miley slammed the table, her eyes flashing with excitement. I understand. She turned the screen of her mobile phone towards Su Ran, and on it was a wonderful passage from a novel. See? Forced love. Do you know what forced love is? Bai Miley transformed into an emotional mentor, watching the fun and offering advice. That's what's written in women's novels. If she ignores you, you go and block her. If she hides, you pull her out. If she runs, you chase her. Once you catch up, without saying a word, you push her against the wall and kiss her. Think about it, she's pregnant with your child, so she must have feelings for you. If you act a little more domineering and assertive, even if she says no, her body will definitely give in. Isn't that the deal? The corners of Su Ran's mouth twitched wildly. Forced love? Press the wall and kiss? What kind of vicious words are these? What's even more outrageous is that Bai Miley is Bai Qianqian's cousin, so Zhao Qingji is her aunt. She was actually teaching herself how to deal with her own aunt in the ways of a domineering president. If she knew the truth, the scene would probably be quite exciting. But Su Ran thought about it carefully. Although Bai Miley's words were rough, her logic was sound. Zhao Qingji has a cold exterior but warm heart, and is soft-hearted. But the grudge between her and me was too deep, and gentle methods simply didn't work. Since they have children, this relationship is destined to be inseparable. How about just being a little more assertive? Cut the Gordian knot. A look of determination flashed in Su Ran's eyes, and he made up his mind. That's it. He was just about to get up when a voice came from beside him. It's Xia Sha Sha. Su Ran, come here quickly, help. What's wrong? Math. High school math problems. They're bullying us. Su Ran. He turned around and saw the twin sisters lying on the carpet in the cafe, looking worriedly at a math workbook, their hair almost made into a mess by themselves. Su Ran, look at this question. What sets and functions? Is this something that humans can learn? Xia Yufei pointed at a question with a look of despair on her face. Su Ran leaned over to take a look. Given set A equals xx superscript 2 3x plus 2 less than 0, set B equals xy equals x1, find AB. Su Ran was also confused. He stared at the question for a long time, feeling like his mind was a mess. Is high school mathematics so difficult now? He was a top student back then, so how come he can't even understand a set problem now? Just when Su Ran was falling into self-doubt, Bai Miley, who had followed him back, came over. She glanced at the title, picked up a pen, and started writing on the draft paper. This is very simple. Look, first solve the quadratic inequality. Set A is the open interval 1, 2. The domain of set B is x1, so B is 1, plus. To find the intersection, just draw a number line and it will give you the result, 1, 2. She was well organized and logical, and she solved the problem that had confused the twin sisters in no time. Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei's eyes suddenly lit up, and they looked at Bai Miley with admiration. Sister, you are so awesome. Senior. Please accept my knees. Bai Miley felt a little embarrassed by the praise and her face flushed, but she still patiently explained the knowledge points to them. Su Ran stood aside, looking at the harmonious scene in front of him, feeling filled with emotion. A top student's sister takes her two poor students to study together. This picture is so beautiful. Su Ran was drinking the cappuccino made by Bai Miley when her cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned when he saw the caller ID. Bai Qianqian. Is this woman still restless in prison? Hello. Su Ran, you didn't expect that I'm still on vacation in prison. I don't know how comfortable it is to have my stepmother protecting me. Bai Qianqian's smug voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding like she was asking for a beating. Su Ran sneered, I've already let you go, are you still trying to provoke me? Bai Qianqian's voice was filled with gnashing hatred. Provocation? I hate you to the core. Su Ran. Don't think I will let you go. Childish. Su Ran was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and was about to hang up the phone. Bai Qianqian suddenly said, my biological mother is pregnant with your child. I'm going to ask her to have an abortion right now. These words made Su Ran's face instantly darken. The temperature in the air dropped by several degrees. Court death. This really touched his sore spot. Children are his bottom line, anyone who touches them will die. Waiting for you to come to me, I'll be waiting for you in prison. Bai Qianqian hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Su Ran held the phone, veins bulging. This woman really won't cry until she sees the coffin. Su Ran, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so ugly? Bai Miley asked cautiously. Su Ran took a few deep breaths and suppressed the anger in his heart. It's okay, you guys just watch over it first, I have something urgent to deal with. He turned aside and began to think. Why would Bai Qianqian suddenly provoke me? What kind of trouble can this woman cause in prison? Is there any backup plan? Bai Qianqian's stepmother does have connections in the prison system. But even so, it is impossible to bribe all the people. The prison system is very strict and no one can cover up everything. It seems that something went wrong in the prison because I hadn't been there during this period. Su Ran took out his cell phone and called you Nana. Nana, I'm going to Jiangcheng Women's Prison. What? What are you doing in jail? Nana's voice was filled with worry. There's something going on over there with Bai Qianqian. I'll go take care of it. Su Ran gave a brief explanation. If I don't come back within a day, call the police. Su Ran, don't be impulsive. In a place like prison. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Su Ran hung up the phone and walked towards the parking lot. The roar of the Lamborghini's engine echoed in the underground garage. Jiangcheng Women's Prison is located on the outskirts of the city, and requires a mountain road to reach. Su Ran stepped on the accelerator and the supercar roared out of the garage. On the way, he was driving and thinking. Bai Qianqian dares to be so arrogant, she must have something to rely on. What kind of scheme did her stepmother set up in prison? Also, Zhao Qingji. Chapter 026 I Want to Get Lucky. Thinking of this, Su Ran's face became even darker. Since Bai Qianqian dared to threaten his child, don't blame him for being rude. The mountain road is winding and rugged, and the Lamborghini is speeding through the bends. Su Ran is a very good driver and can maintain high speed even in such road conditions. As the night deepened, there were only dim street lights and dark shadows of trees on both sides of the mountain road. Su Ran opened the car window, and the evening breeze blew on his cheeks. Just as the car passed a sharp turn, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot from the front. Buzz. Accompanied by the deafening roar of the engine, a huge heavy truck, like an out-of-control steel beast, went against the flow and rushed towards them. There is no way to avoid it on this narrow winding mountain road. Su Ran's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh shit. How could there be a Dion heavy truck in this place? It's definitely coming for me. In a flash, a name flashed through his mind: Ji Mantong. That woman. It's definitely her work. I originally thought the danger came from inside the prison. I didn't expect it to be outside. Su Ran really didn't expect that in this society ruled by law, there would be people who would use such means. I was really careless. Su Ran turned the steering wheel sharply, and the tires made a friction sound on the ground. But it was too late. Bang! A loud bang. The Lamborghini Aventador, worth tens of millions, looks as fragile as a can in front of a huge heavy truck. The front of the car was instantly smashed beyond recognition, and the entire car was pushed to the edge of the mountain road by an unmatched force. Crack! The guardrail was broken and the wheels were hanging in the air. Su Ran felt dizzy and the car was falling towards the dark valley in weightlessness. It's over. This was the only thought in Su Ran's mind. He felt a little regretful because he had only driven this Lamborghini for one day, and it cost more than 10 million yuan. I still have assets of more than 100 million yuan, and I haven't had time to spend them well. Just die like that? It's so fucking frustrating. The wind whistled in his ears, and the shadow of death instantly enveloped him. At this critical moment, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Etc. Can I travel through time? This thought exploded in Su Ran's mind, like the only straw for survival in the darkness. The moment before the car body is about to hit the jagged rocks at the bottom of the valley. Su Ran used all his strength, almost tearing his throat, and roared in his heart. Start traveling through time. Dakian Kingdom. Buzz. The world before my eyes turned into a distorted light and shadow. All sounds, colors, and touch disappeared. When Su Ran regained consciousness, the pungent smell of gasoline disappeared. Instead, there was a faint scent of sandalwood in the air. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was standing perfectly still, unharmed. In front of you is an antique courtyard. The carved beams and painted buildings, the rockery and flowing water, the pavilions and towers, each one exudes a low-key luxury. System prompt, identity generation completed. A cold mechanical sound suddenly rang in Su Ran's mind, startling him. World, Dakian country. Identity, Dakian kingdom, the only male in the Su family's general's mansion, young master, Su Ran. Su Ran was stunned. General's mansion? Young master? The only male? He blinked, digesting this huge amount of information. This identity sounds pretty impressive? Directly becoming the young master of the general's mansion in one step? This time travel is worth it. However, before he could be happy, the system prompt sounded again. System prompt, the Su family general's mansion has been loyal and righteous for generations, renowned for their prestige, known as the Su family's 7 generals. However, half a month ago, due to a traitor betraying military intelligence, the Su family's 7 generals were completely annihilated in the northern border, and all the loyal and brave members of the family perished in battle. Now, in the huge general's mansion, only the women are left, and the host is the only bloodline of the Su family. The smile on Su Ran's face froze instantly. His mouth was slightly open and didn't close for a long time, and the corners of his mouth twitched wildly. Damn it! 7 generals, all wiped out? A family of loyal heroes, all died in battle? This is the beginning of a fucking catastrophe. The only man? Su Ran muttered to himself, and a ridiculous idea popped up in his mind. What I mean is, in this huge general's mansion, everyone except me is a widow? System prompt, the host can stay in this world for 1 day, and can choose whether to return to the original world after 1 day. 1 day? Su Ran's tense nerves relaxed a little. Fortunately, it's just a trial card, not a permanent package. I can go back in a day, then everything will be fine. He looked around at this strange yet magnificent mansion, and his eyes became complicated. So, on this day, I am the only hope in this general's mansion full of widows? He pushed open the door beside him and walked in. The furnishings in the room are even more luxurious. There were precious porcelains on the table, paintings and calligraphy hung on the wall, and even an inconspicuous box in the corner. When opened, it turned out to be filled with neatly stacked silver ingots. Magnificent and rich. Su Ran's mind suddenly became active. Although it's a shattering start, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. In my old world, I lost my Lamborghini, and I almost died before I could even warm up to 10 million. If I stay here for a day and take some gold, silver, and jewelry back, wouldn't I make back my money instantly? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, and a smile appeared on his face. However, just as he was about to reach out to take a silver ingot, a loud commotion suddenly came from outside the mansion. Immediately afterwards, a sharp and majestic voice exploded like thunder and spread throughout the general's mansion. By order of His Majesty. The Su family, a military family deeply favored by the emperor, were greedy for merit and reckless, causing the deaths of 50,000 soldiers from the northern border. This crime is unforgivable. The entire family should have been executed, and all 9 clans exterminated. But considering that his ancestors had once protected the country, the emperor was merciful and granted him some mercy. Immediately, strip the Su family of all their titles and all their rewards. Confiscate their property as a warning to others. Only this mansion will remain. I decree. Every word in this voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Ran's heart hard. The hand he had just stretched out froze in mid-air. The smile on his face also completely froze. House search? The money I just got is gone before I even touched it? Su Ran was completely stunned. What the hell is this? The getting rich secret that I just thought of has not even started to be implemented, and yet the financial support has been cut off? He rushed out of the room and into the courtyard. The gate of the mansion was violently pushed open, and a group of soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons rushed in like wolves and tigers. They had expressionless faces and cold eyes and started moving things right away. The precious porcelain, antique calligraphy, and paintings that we had seen before were rudely packed into boxes by them. Those neatly stacked silver ingots were carried out one by one. The original servants and maids in the mansion were now rolling up their bedding and scattering like birds and beasts, running faster than rabbits for fear of being implicated. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When people leave, the tea gets cold. The huge general's mansion became a looted empty shell in the blink of an eye. And in the midst of this chaos, at the other end of the courtyard, several figures looked particularly desolate. Su Ran's attention was instantly drawn to it. That's 7 women. Chapter 027 7 Sisters-in-Law. 7 women dressed in plain white mourning clothes. They stood together, crying bitterly, their hearts broken. The white mourning clothes not only failed to conceal their elegance, but instead highlighted a breathtaking beauty. The one in the lead looked the oldest, with an elegant and noble temperament. Even when he was crying, he had an inviolable majesty. The 6 people behind her were some as cool as the moon, some charming to the core, some heroic, and some gentle and lovely. Each of them was stunning. Su Ran's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. This is left behind by his 7 brothers who died in battle not long after they married. 7 sisters-in-law? It's fucking absolutely amazing. The atmosphere in the courtyard was sad and eerie. The crying of the 7 women in snow-white clothes gradually subsided, and their beautiful eyes filled with tears fell on Su Ran in unison. Their eyes are very complicated. There is sadness, compassion, and a subtle hint of worry. Uncle, why did he come out? Hurry, let my uncle go back. The scene outside will scare him. Poor child, his family has suffered such a disaster, he probably doesn't know anything yet. The whispering sound reached Su Ran's ears, making him frown. Uncle? Are you calling me? Also, why do these sisters-in-law look at me like a 3-year-old child? Su Ran finally realized what was happening. According to the fragmentary memories of this body, the Su Ran in this world has been mentally retarded since childhood and is a well-known fool and idiot. It was precisely because he was a fool that he was not asked to go to the battlefield and luckily escaped this catastrophic disaster. I see. Su Ran understood. No wonder they didn't welcome him. It turned out that they were afraid that the grand scene of house raiding would scare him, the silly uncle. After figuring out the situation, Su Ran didn't back down, but instead straightened his chest. Joke. Now he is nominally the only man left in this family. If he doesn't stand up, will these 7 sisters-in-law really be left to carry out this mess? No matter what, go over and say hello and calm them down. However, he had just taken a step. Stop. A cold rebuke was heard. The one who spoke was the eldest sister-in-law who was in the lead. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly raised, and her tear-stained cheeks showed an unquestionable majesty. She looked at Su Ran, her eyes full of the meaning of go back quickly and don't cause trouble. Su Ran paused, a little stunned. This sister-in-law has such a strong aura. But he still gritted his teeth, forced out a smile that he thought was very kind, and prepared to speak. But he hadn't uttered a single syllable. The sister-in-law moved. She just raised her bare hand slightly, and from a distance of several meters, she slapped Su Ran in the air. Call. An invisible gust of wind suddenly hits. Su Ran felt as if his chest was hit by a galloping bull. The whole person flew backwards uncontrollably. With a bang, he slammed heavily into the door of his room, and fell into the house along with the door. Fuck! Su Ran lay on the ground, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shift, and he could barely breathe. He ignored the pain, only one thought remained in his mind. What was that just now? Palm wind? Hurting someone from a distance? This is a martial art? There is martial arts in this world. Before he could recover from his shock, the door he had knocked open was closed again with a gentle force with a creak, and was locked at the same time. The sister-in-law's voice came from outside the door, cold but with a hint of concern. "Uncle, stay in the room and don't come out." Then, there was the sound of footsteps going away. Su Ran lay on the ground and didn't move for a long time. It's not that he didn't want to move, he was really stunned by that palm strike. This sister-in-law is too cruel, isn't she? Although he obviously showed mercy and just wanted to get him back to the room, the strength he showed was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Su Ran struggled to get up, rubbing his aching chest, his heart in turmoil. His original plan to get rich was completely bankrupt, but a new door suddenly opened in front of him. Martial arts. Internal strength. He immediately turned the room upside down, not caring about the soldiers who were still outside making a lot of noise while moving things. Finally, in the corner of a bookshelf, he found a dusty old book. Explanation of the 9 ranks of martial arts. Su Ran was overjoyed and quickly opened it. The book records that the martial arts in this world are divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the lowest, the 1st grade is the highest. Even the most basic 9th grade warrior can be as light as a swallow and have doubled strength. As for the officers and soldiers who were confiscating the property, they were all strong and sturdy, and 3 or 5 ordinary people could not get close to them. They were probably at the level of 8th grade warriors. The 8th rank was equivalent to the top strongman in his original world. Going up further, to the 7th grade, 6th grade, the strength increases exponentially. As for the legendary 1st-class strongman, he can fight against thousands of enemies alone and take the head of a general in the midst of thousands of troops as easily as taking something out of a bag. Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly. It's so bright. A crazy idea started to grow in his heart. As long as I can reach the 8th level. No. Even if it's just the lowest grade 9. If we go back to the original world, wouldn't it be easy to deal with that bitch Ji Mantong and her pretty boy? There is no martial arts in that world. Even if there are guns, who would dare to use them easily in a place like China? As long as he has martial arts skills, he can take back everything that belongs to him. System. Su Ran muttered to himself. What is the speed of time flow in this world and the original world? Ding. The time flow rate between the current world and the host's original world is 100:1. 100 days here is only 1 day in the original world. 100:1. Su Ran was so excited that she almost jumped up. God help me. This is a leveling ground tailor-made for him. He immediately began to practice according to the introductory mental methods and stance exercises recorded in explanation of the 9 ranks of martial arts. He struck an extremely strange posture, with his legs slightly bent and his hands clasped in a circle in front of his chest, trying hard to feel the so-called chi. Squeak. The door was kicked open by 2 soldiers. When they saw Su Ran's strange posture, they were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Look. This stupid son of the Su family, his house has been raided, and he's still practicing here? I'm dying of laughter. He's really an idiot. He has no idea what's going on. While laughing, the 2 men unceremoniously carried out the last few valuable ornaments in the room, as well as the box full of silver ingots that Su Ran had seen before. Chapter 028. Waist as slender as a willow. Su Ran turned a deaf ear to these ridicules and plunders. His entire mind was immersed in cultivation. However, a day passed. Apart from the pain in his back and sweat all over his body, he didn't even feel any chi. When the sun set, Su Ran finally gave up. He slumped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Hold. What kind of training is this? I'm not cut out for this. He scratched his hair irritably. The mantras in this crappy book were difficult to understand and obscure, with phrases like focus your mind on the dantian and sink your chi into the yongquan point. They made him feel overwhelmed, let alone understanding and practicing them. Are you just giving up like this? No. Su Ran suddenly raised his head. Wrong. I have a fucking system. What am I doing here, training so hard? I'm out of my mind. What is his system called? Multi-child and multi-server system. As the name suggests, as long as you have children and offspring of your own, the system will reward you. There are pure martial arts in this world. So, could the reward be internal energy? Or a pill that could help him cultivate? This possibility is very high. Thinking of this, Su Ran's heart started beating wildly. He felt that he had grasped the real key to breaking the deadlock. If cultivation is too difficult, then take a shortcut. As long as you can get the reward, not to mention the 8th grade, even the 1st grade is not impossible. But the problem arises again. Who are you going to have a baby with? It can't be those 7 high-ranking sisters-in-law, right? Not to mention that they were all arrogant and looked down on a fool like him, but the slap from his sister-in-law today was enough to make him give up this idea. That could kill people. Just when Su Ran was full of thoughts and worried about the issue of offspring. Squeak! The door that was kicked in by the soldiers was gently pushed open a crack. The tattered door was gently pushed open a crack by a slender hand. The moonlight squeezed in from the crack in the door, outlining a slender figure. The man came in cautiously, carrying a rough porcelain bowl with a chip on it, his steps as light as a cat. It's Xiao Lu. Now, he is the only servant in the Su mansion who has not packed up and left. Su Ran's eyes lit up instantly. He was just worrying about who to start a family with, and now it's right on his doorstep. He looked at the girl in front of him unscrupulously in the moonlight. Xiao Lu, as her name suggests. The waist is as slender as a willow. A thought flashed through his mind. Identification technique. Bite. A blue panel that only he could see instantly unfolded next to the girl. Name, Xiao Lu. Age, 18. Martial arts, 8th rank. Appearance rating, 95. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 45 kilograms. Su Ran's breathing suddenly stopped. 95 points for appearance. This is not just a good seedling, it is simply a god-level gift package that is delivered to your lips. Su Ran was ecstatic, and his nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed. He wanted to stand up, but forgot that he had been maintaining that strange stance for too long. Hiss. His legs went weak and he lost his balance instantly, falling straight to the ground. Bang! My head made a solid contact with the floor. Abba Baba. Su Ran was in so much pain that he saw stars and subconsciously made the sound of a fool. Master! Xiao Lu was so startled that she almost dropped the bowl of porridge in her hand. She quickly put the bowl aside, ran over in 2 steps, and hurriedly supported Su Ran. Are you okay? Why did you fall again? Her voice was filled with worry and a hint of helplessness. The young master is always so silly, which makes people worry. The girl's soft body pressed against him, and a faint scent, like a mixture of soapberry and the girl's body fragrance, entered Su Ran's nostrils. It smells so good. Su Ran was supported by her and sat back on the ground. Xiao Lu picked up the bowl of rice porridge that was so clear that you could see your reflection in it, scooped up a little with a spoon, blew on it, and then carefully brought it to Su Ran's mouth. Master, open your mouth and drink the porridge. Her movements were gentle and her eyes were full of pity. Su Ran felt so happy. Damn, this evil feudal society is so cool. Where can you find a personal maid of this level in modern times? You can't even hire one with a monthly salary of 50,000. He opened his mouth and the warm rice porridge slid into his throat. Although it was bland, it brought a touch of warmth to his body that had been tired all day. Xiao Lu fed the baby 1 spoonful at a time, gently and patiently. But as she was feeding, her eyes turned red. Without any warning, tears as big as beans rolled down from her eyes, hitting the bowl and splashing small water. Woo! She bit her lips hard, trying not to cry out loud, but she couldn't stop sobbing in grievance. What's wrong? Su Ran was stunned and subconsciously wanted to ask, but he immediately realized that he was still a fool and could only mumble ah twice. Xiao Lu's tears flowed even harder. She wiped her tears and choked, as if she wanted to pour out all her grievances. Master, there's no more rice, I used the last bit of rice in the house to make porridge for you. My sister-in-law and the others, tomorrow they're going to farm in the wasteland outside the city. Wow, my house has been raided, my family is ruined, what should I do from now on? Xiao Lu is fine, but master, what are you going to do? She was crying so hard that her eyes were filled with tears, and her thin shoulders were shaking, which was heartbreaking to see. Su Ran's hand holding the bowl stopped in mid-air. My heart felt like it was hit hard by something. Farming? Let those 7 gorgeous and pampered sisters-in-law go farming? The cold, beautiful, and proud face of his sister-in-law flashed through his mind, and he really couldn't associate her with a peasant woman. Has the Su family reached this point of desperation? He sighed. Although he didn't feel a sense of belonging to this family, after all, he was occupying someone else's son's body. This family really had nothing to say about the original Su Ran. Even though he had fallen into such a state, he still saved the last mouthful of rice porridge for a fool like himself. That's all. Since it's cause and effect, let's help them. It can be considered as repaying a favor. However, before that, he must solve his own problems first. He needs strength. I need to return to the original world immediately, verify my guess, and get rid of those bastards who betrayed me. Thinking of this, Su Ran no longer hesitated. He put down the bowl of porridge, leaned close to Xiao Lu's ear, and said in a clear and steady voice that only the two of them could hear. Xiao Lu. Stop crying. I see. Believe me, your young master will solve all problems. Chapter 029, Beautiful Curves. Master, I have a bold idea. But what shocked Xiao Lu even more was the content of that sentence. Clear. Coherent. Calm. Is this something that the silly young master who can only say Abba Baba can say? Xiao Lu's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her head suddenly, and her beautiful big eyes with tears in them stared at Su Ran, her pupils full of disbelief. You. She pointed at Su Ran, and was so excited that she couldn't even utter a complete sentence. The young master who has been stupid for 18 years. Not stupid anymore? Ah. Xiao Lu jumped up from the stool like a cat whose tail was stepped on, his face flushed with excitement. Great. Young master, you're all right. Woohoo! God has opened his eyes. The Su family is saved. She was incoherent, crying and laughing, and turned around to rush out. I'm going to tell my sister-in-law. Tell the ladies. This is such great news, they must know. Stop. Su Ran growled and quickly grabbed her wrist. Do you want to kill me and the entire Su family? His voice was low, but with unquestionable majesty. Xiao Lu's footsteps came to a sudden halt. She turned around suddenly and was startled by Su Ran's cold and serious eyes. The ecstasy on her face froze instantly. Young master? Su Ran let go of his hand, closed the door tightly and inserted the bolt. After doing all this, he turned around and stared at Xiao Lu with his black eyes, his expression more solemn than ever before. Xiao Lu, listen to this. Every word I say now must be kept secret. No one else can know it except you and me. Including my 7 sisters-in-law. Do you understand? Xiao Lu was stunned by his appearance and nodded subconsciously, not daring to breathe. Su Ran then slowly opened his mouth and put forward the words he had prepared long ago. Actually, I don't know exactly what's going on. Just now, when you were feeding me porridge, my mind suddenly became clear. The events of the past 18 years flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. I knew that my family had suffered a great disaster. My father and brothers had all died on the battlefield, and our Su family had been ransacked. When he said this, a hint of just the right amount of sadness and hatred flashed in Su Ran's eyes. Xiao Lu's heart suddenly tightened and tears began to well up in her eyes again. Young master. Su Ran raised her hand to stop her. But I can't be exposed. His voice suddenly lowered, filled with a solemn and murderous aura. Why do you think our Su family, full of loyal and brave men, ended up like this? My father spent his entire life in the military, loyal to his country. How could he possibly be a traitor? There must be a huge conspiracy behind this. In the court, there are treacherous villains who are eyeing our Su mansion with covetous eyes. They just want to see our Su family completely wiped out and never be able to rise again. If I reveal now that I have regained my sanity, what do you think will happen? Su Ran's gaze was like a sharp knife, scraping Xiao Lu's heart. They will immediately use all means to strangle me, the only male in the Su family, in the cradle. By then, our Su family will be really finished. Boom! These words, like thunder from the sky, exploded in Xiao Lu's mind. She was completely stunned. Yes. The master and the young masters are loyal, how could they possibly commit treason? There must be a conspiracy behind this. There are treacherous officials in the court who are eyeing the Su mansion. If the young master is exposed now, the treacherous officials will definitely kill him. In an instant, all the logic made sense. Xiao Lu looked at the young man in front of him, who had a thin body but eyes as sharp as an eagle, and there was only endless fear and admiration in his heart. It turns out that the young master has such far-reaching thoughts. I was so stupid. I almost harmed the young master and the entire Su family because of my momentary excitement. Master, I know. I was wrong. Xiao Lu's face turned pale, and he was terrified. She covered her mouth tightly and nodded vigorously. I swear. I won't tell anyone. Not a single word. Woo woo. Master, it's so good that you're getting better. It's so good. The huge surprise and fear mixed together and made her emotions out of control again. She cried and nodded, her chest heaving violently with her rapid breathing. She was wearing an emerald green skirt today. Her already well-developed figure was made even more curvy by the close-fitting fabric. At this moment, as she moved, the thrilling arc made Su Ran's eyes freeze for half a second. Oh shit. 8th grade. It is definitely the best of the best. Su Ran's heart was burning with excitement. He knew that his first chance to turn the tables was with this loyal and somewhat adorable little girl in front of him. He took a deep breath to make his expression look more sincere and serious. Xiao Lu, keeping it secret is not enough. I need your help. Hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately wiped away her tears, straightened her back, and her big watery eyes were filled with determination to go through fire and water. Master, you say? As long as Xiao Lu can do it, even if it means climbing mountains of swords and descending into seas of fire, Xiao Lu will never frown. Very good. That's what I want you to say. Su Ran's eyes fell on her pretty face, her face tearing up with tears. His Adam's apple rolled up and down. Then, in a sad tone that sounded like a will, he spoke word by word. I want you to. He paused deliberately to create enough suspense and heaviness. Help me give birth to a child. Ah. Xiao Lu froze in place as if struck by lightning. Her big eyes, which had just been shining with determination, suddenly widened and her mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg. Have a baby? Her mind went blank again. Time seemed to stand still again. Su Ran looked at her silly and shocked expression, and laughed in his heart, but his face still had the tragic expression of having to sacrifice everything for the sake of the family. He knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot and use an irrefutable logic to completely break through the girl's psychological defenses. I know this is very sudden and unfair to you. Su Ran's voice was filled with deep guilt and helplessness. But, Xiao Lu, look at what is left of our Su family now. I am the last male in the Su family. As I said earlier, my situation is extremely dangerous. Those enemies hiding in the shadows could attack me at any time. I don't know how long I can survive. What I will do in the future will be a life or death experience. I must avenge my father and brothers and clear the wrongs done to my Su family. This road is too dangerous. I need to leave the last bloodline for the Su family. What if something unexpected happens to me? Our Su family won't be completely wiped out. Chapter 030 Sister-in-law, don't come over. Every word Su Ran said made Xiao Lu's heart beat faster. She listened stupidly, the blood on her face spreading from her ears to her neck at a speed visible to the naked eye. I felt embarrassed, anxious, panicked, and confused. But she couldn't find any reason to refute it. Yes. The young master is the only hope of the Su family. But what he was about to do was too dangerous. Leaving descendants for the Su family, this is a matter of course. But why myself? I'm just a maid. Why me? Xiao Lu's voice was as thin as a mosquito, his head almost buried in his chest, and his hands were nervously twisting the corners of his clothes. Because I only trust you. Su Ran's answer was firm and decisive. His eyes were burning and sincere, as if they could penetrate people's hearts. In this mansion, during these 18 years of my foolishness, you are the only one who has been the best to me and the one who has never left me. I will only feel at ease if I entrust the last bloodline of the Su family to you. Xiao Lu, I know this request is excessive. Getting you pregnant before marriage would ruin your reputation. But don't worry, I, Su Ran, swear to heaven that when I have cleared the injustice of our family and restored its reputation, I will definitely marry you in a grand sedan chair and give you a legitimate status. Boom! A sedan chair carried by 8 people. Marry me. These words, like dazzling fireworks, exploded in Xiao Lu's mind, making her dizzy and her hands and feet weak. For a maid, it is a great blessing to be taken in as a maid by a young master. The young master, he actually said he wanted to marry me? Do you still want to give yourself a legitimate reputation? At this moment, all reputation, grievances, and fears were thrown out of the window. All that was left in her heart was endless emotion and surging love. It is worth doing anything for a young master like this. Not to mention just giving birth to a child, she would be willing even if her life was taken. Xiao Lu's face was so red that it seemed to be bleeding. She lowered her head, not daring to look into Su Ran's eyes. Her heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. For a long time, she used all her strength to squeeze out a sound from her throat that was smaller than a mosquito's hum. Boom boom boom. A clear knock on the door suddenly sounded from outside. Then, a cold and majestic female voice came in. Xiao Lu, what are you doing in there? Why is the door locked? It's the voice of sister-in-law, Lin Muxue. Xiao Lu took a deep breath. Madam, the young master has fallen asleep. I am just about to turn off the lights. There was a brief silence outside the door. This silence is more frightening than any question. Su Ran held his breath and put his ear to the pillow, trying to catch any movement outside. He could feel the little girl in his arms shaking like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. Sudden crack. A crisp breaking sound. The door bolt was actually broken by an invisible force of energy. Squeak. The door was flung open. A tall and cold figure stood at the door against the moonlight, scanning everything in the room. Lin Muxue. She actually used her inner strength to break the bolt and rushed in. Su Ran was helpless. Could you please not barge into this teenager's room? He immediately closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and let himself fall into a state of deep sleep. Lin Muxue walked in with light steps. She walked to the bed and stopped. A faint cool fragrance lingers at the tip of the nose. Su Ran could feel a scrutinizing gaze falling on his face. He was motionless, breathing steadily and slowly. Why are you sweating so much? Lin Muxue's voice sounded above her head, with a hint of doubt. She stretched out a hand, her fingertips were cold, and gently touched Su Ran's forehead. Fortunately, I don't have a fever. Lin Muxue withdrew her hand, and the vigilance in her tone seemed to dissipate a little. She took out a white handkerchief from her bosom and gently wiped the sweat from Su Ran's forehead and cheeks. Her movements were slow and careful. Chapter 031. My sister-in-law expressed her love to me late at night, and I can't bear it anymore. Aren. Lin Muxue suddenly spoke softly, her voice low and filled with an inextricable sorrow. Your face is becoming more and more like your elder brother. Su Ran's heart skipped a beat. Big brother, Su Zhan. He is also Lin Muxue's late husband. The genius who was once famous in the Dacian kingdom and was hailed as the young god of war. Su Zhan. Lin Muxue's voice was nasal and filled with endless longing and pain. I really miss you so much. Do you know that after you left, I was the only one supporting this family? It was so tiring, so hard. They all said you were dead, but I don't believe it. I don't believe my man would die so easily on the battlefield. Her voice became lower and lower, with a suppressed cry. Su Ran's heartbeat quickened. This woman is indeed infatuated. As a wife lover, he couldn't help but feel moved. The most beautiful thing is a pretty widow. Lin Muxue's sadness seemed to have found an outlet. She just sat quietly by the bed, looking at Su Ran's face, as if she was looking through him at another person. Time passes by minute. Finally, Lin Muxue let out a long sigh, as if letting out all the depression in her chest. She stood up, took a last deep look at Su Ran, and gently tucked the corner of the quilt for him. Sleep well, Aren. Her voice had returned to its usual coolness, but with a barely perceptible hint of fatigue. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Squeak. The door was closed gently. The whole world suddenly became quiet. Call. Su Ran and Xiao Lu both let out a long breath and collapsed completely. Bite. It has been detected that the host's bloodline offspring has been successfully conceived. The fertility and prosperity system has been activated and rewards have begun to be distributed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations to the host for achieving 8th rank martial arts realm. Boom! An indescribable and powerful heat current appeared out of nowhere in Su Ran's Dantian Qi, and then rushed to his limbs and bones in an instant like a flood breaking through a dam. Every meridian in the body, every inch of bone, and every muscle are being madly cleansed and reshaped by this force. Su Ran could even hear the crackling sounds coming from his body. He was just an ordinary person before, and hadn't even reached the threshold of a 9th grade warrior. Now, he has ascended to the 8th level that countless warriors dream of. This feeling. Cool. It's so cool. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Vajra Indestructible Iron Crotch Skill Great Perfection. Su Ran. Although the name is a bit too plain and even has a bit of a rustic feel, the effect, those who understand will understand. As a man, you have to be tough. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate light skill, treading on snow without leaking. Countless insights into body movements, footwork, and luck techniques poured into his mind like a stream of data, and he instantly absorbed them. He felt that if he just tapped his toes lightly, he could jump onto the beam. The offspring's mother Xiao Lu has been detected to have a weak constitution. A special reward has been given, raising her martial arts realm to the 7th rank, improving both the mother and the offspring's constitution. Su Ran lowered her head. Xiao Lu in her arms was trembling slightly, and an aura far beyond that of an ordinary person emanated from her. 7th grade. The little maid rose to fame overnight and became a master. Feeling the powerful force surging in his body, Su Ran's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. An 8th rank warrior. In this world, it may not be considered the best. But, in another world, it's enough to walk sideways. Ji Menton, by Qianqian. Are you ready for your surprise? System, return. Su Ran muttered to himself. Buzz. The space twisted. Su Ran's figure appeared out of nowhere in the pitch-black night. The night wind was whistling in my ears, and my body was falling rapidly. Damn it! He opened his eyes and found himself in mid-air, with a bottomless cliff below him. In a flash, the 8th grade true energy in Su Ran's body began to circulate subconsciously, and the newly mastered light skill, treading on snow without leaving a trace, allowed him to twist his body incredibly in the air. He suddenly stretched out his hand and accurately grabbed a thick branch extending from the cliff. Crack! The huge impact force made the branches groan as if they could not bear the weight. Su Ran's arm muscles were knotted, and he abruptly stopped his falling momentum, and his whole body was hanging in the air above the cliff. He looked down. Below the cliff, on the familiar winding mountain road, his Lamborghini Agostino was lying there quietly, with the front of the car smashed to pieces. This place is remote, and more than an hour has passed since the incident, but no one has discovered it yet. Su Ran's eyes turned cold. He exerted force with his arms, and his body leaped a few times like a nimble monkey, then landed silently back on the solid ground. Instead of looking at the scrapped sports car, he turned his gaze to the lights of the city in the distance. Jiangchang Women's Prison. He took a step forward, and his figure turned into a faint shadow in the night, moving at an astonishing speed. Jiangchang Women's Prison. Su Ran walked in silently like a ghost. With the powerful strength of an 8th grade warrior, the security system of a mere prison is useless in front of him. In the corridor, prison guard Xiaomei was sorting documents. Suddenly she felt someone behind her and turned around subconsciously. Ah! The folders were scattered all over the floor in an instant. How come this person makes no sound when he walks? Su. Warden Su? Xiaomei stammered, why are you here for work today? Su Ran's tone was as calm as water, come and see it when you have time. Where's Ji Manton? Warden Ji, she's in the provincial capital for a meeting. Xiaomei swallowed, she won't be back for a week. Good trick. Su Ran sneered in his heart. This is a perfect alibi that he had prepared for himself long ago. He ignored Xiaomei and pushed open the door of his office. A strong scent of perfume hits my face. On the desk, a woman in prison uniform, but still very charming, was sitting with her legs crossed. It was Bai Qianqian. She held Su Ran's special teacup in her hand, swinging her legs and humming a little tune. The most sentimental thing is the snow in the spring garden, which falls every year all over the garden of the departed. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable pride. That look was exactly like that of a pretty widow whose husband had died and was about to take over $1 billion fortune. You sing very well. A voice sounded behind her. Next, should we sing Good Days? Chapter 032 The settlement begins, and you are the first one. Bai Qianqian's humming sound suddenly stopped. Her whole body froze. This voice. She turned around suddenly. When she saw the person standing behind her, her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Oh my God! Bai Qianqian jumped up from the table. How are you okay? Su Ran took a step forward. How could ordinary people react to the speed of an 8th grade warrior? A big hand had already tightly grasped her snow-white, slender neck. What can I do? Su Ran lifted her whole body up, her feet off the ground. Tell me about it? There was no warmth in his eyes. Do you think I've been beaten into a pulp by the people you sent? Cough cough. Bai Qianqian's face instantly turned the color of liver. He had difficulty breathing and was trying hard to pry Su Ran's wrists apart with both hands. But it can't be shaken at all. How could she contend with the power of an 8th grade warrior? No. She squeezed out a few words from her throat with difficulty. We don't want to kill you. No? Su Ran increased the strength in his hands a little more. Your plan is indeed good. They found an out-of-control truck to hit me and disguised it as an accident. They chose a remote winding mountain road as the location. Even if they investigated it afterwards, it would only be an accident. Ji Manton went to the provincial meeting again to create a perfect alibi. Perfect. The fear of death completely destroyed Bai Qianqian's psychological defenses. Tears and snot flowed out together. No. My mom just said to find a few people to teach you a lesson along the way. Cut you a few times and make you stay in the hospital for several months. I didn't know it would turn out like this. I really didn't know. Hearing this, Su Ran loosened the grip on her neck slightly. Faxon believes this explanation. Although Bai Qianqian is a stupid and bad woman, Su Ran doesn't believe that she has the courage to plan murder. She doesn't have the courage yet. But you can escape the death penalty, but you can't escape the living punishment. Su Ran dragged the half-dead Bai Qianqian out of the office building. Parked in the prison yard was a diesel truck used to transport goods. What are you going to do? Bai Qianqian became more sober after being blown by the cold wind outside. Looking at the sneer on Su Ran's face, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Su Ran didn't say anything. I found a bundle of thick hemp rope directly from the car. In no time, Bai Qianqian was tied firmly to the rusty bumper of the truck. Bai Qianqian was completely panicked. Su Ran. You're crazy. Let me go. Let me go now. Killing is against the law. Struggling and screaming madly, Su Ran turned a deaf ear. He clapped his hands, opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. He turned the key. Buzz buzz. The old diesel engine roared loudly, like a wild beast awakening. The entire car body shook violently, and Bai Qianqian, who was tied to the front of the car, also trembled violently. No! Looking at the car lights that lit up in front of me, I felt the violent vibration coming from the front of the car. Bai Qianqian's scream had become tearful. Su Ran, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do that again. I'll be your slave. Please. Su Ran grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The truck roared and rushed towards the empty playground. Bai Qianqian's screams echoed in the night sky. After more than a dozen rounds of crazy drifting and tailspinning, Bai Qianqian was so frightened that she was out of her mind and unconscious. My pants are wet. Only then did Su Ran stop. I feel much better now. He untied the rope, and Bai Qianqian collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Bai Qianqian collapsed on the ground, trembling all over. Her face was as pale as paper, and the extreme fear from just now still remained in her eyes. Now, we can have a good chat. Su Ran walked down from the cab and looked down at her condescendingly. When will your stepmother come back? Bai Qianqian's lips trembled and she couldn't speak for a long time. The experience of being on the verge of life and death just now almost scared her to death. I don't know. Her voice was filled with tears. She suddenly left yesterday, without saying where she was going. Su Ran narrowed his eyes. He definitely doesn't intend to let Ji Manton go. Dare to send someone to kill him? This woman is so cruel. She must pay the price. What about your biological mother? Zhao Qingji, where does she live? Su Ran changed the question. Bai Qianqian was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting Su Ran to ask this. My mother, she's in Jingui Garden in the east of the city, Building A, Unit 1, 1201. In the face of extreme fear, Bai Qianqian did not dare to hide anything and tremblingly gave the detailed address. Su Ran nodded. Zhao Qingji has been avoiding him for almost a month and is pregnant with his child. It's time to settle the score with her. Listen, Bai Qianqian. Su Ran squatted down and stared into her eyes. If your stepmother returns to prison or contacts you, call me immediately. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you experience it again, something more exciting. I know, I will definitely fight, definitely. Bai Qianqian nodded repeatedly. She was really scared this time. She also didn't expect that her stepmother Ji Mantong would actually kill Su Ran. Su Ran stood up and stopped looking at her. He dragged Bai Qianqian back to the prison and threw her directly into the cell of the female boss. Keep an eye on her, Su Ran said calmly to the female boss who had gotten up at the sound with a look of fear on her face. From today on, have her lick everyone's toilet bowls clean. If there's one less, I'll let you lick them. The female boss was so frightened that she nodded and bowed repeatedly. After doing all this, Su Ran drove the roaring truck and left the prison. It was late at night and there were few cars on the street. Su Ran's cell phone rang. Hello? Su Ran. Are you okay? I saw on the news that a sports car had an accident. Yunana's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm fine, I'll be home soon. A warm feeling surged in Su Ran's heart. Although this blonde beauty is usually careless, she still cares about him at critical moments. Half an hour later, Su Ran returned to Villa number 1. As soon as I opened the door, the blonde beauty Yunana came to greet me. I'm glad you're okay. She looked Su Ran up and down. I just saw the news that a sports car fell off a cliff near the prison. I thought. Don't worry, I'm very tough. Su Ran smiled and patted her shoulder. Even though he almost died. But in front of your woman, you have to act like your clothes are slightly dirty. Seeing that Su Ran was really fine, Yunana felt relieved. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang with the sound of Timmy. Oh. Qualifying is about to start. Yunana immediately ran off to play games. The corners of Su Ran's mouth twitched. This love comes quickly and goes quickly. He just experienced life and death. But this is also good. At least it feels warm and full of life. After going through so much this day, playing a game is indeed the best way to relax. Double row, I want to play Xiao Xiao Tianzuan. Su Ran walked over and said. Yunana's eyes lit up. You want to play games with me? Great. I'm going to play Lanling King. Lanling Prince and Xiao Xiao? Su Ran complained, isn't this a husband-killing combination? Go away. What nonsense are you talking about? Yunana rolled her eyes at him and said, my Lanling King is a thief. The two began a happy gaming time. Chapter 033, Aunt and Niece, each one has a bigger belly than the other. The study room of Villa number 1 was filled with smoke. Su Ran hung up a phone call, and the cigarette at his fingertips burned out into a long piece of ash. Paying someone to investigate has yielded results. That woman Ji Mantong, did she think that she would be fine if she just hid? Innocent. Su Ran never fights an unprepared battle, preferring to root out the problem completely. According to information, Ji Mantong also has a biological daughter, Bai Qianqian's younger sister. He just turned 18 this year and is working as an online anchor in Jiangcheng. This is simply prey that comes right to your doorstep. A perfect plan has already taken shape in Su Ran's mind. The 100 million virtual currencies he had just obtained from the system finally came in handy. He wanted to let Ji Mantong watch in despair as the things she cherished most were destroyed bit by bit. However, before closing the net, he had another more important thing to do. He also has concerns about the world called Dakian. Xiaolu, who was pregnant with his child, and the 7 nominal sisters-in-law. Su Ran's heart ached slightly when he thought that they might still be eating coarse food. He must bring them a better life. More importantly, he had a vague premonition that the longer he stayed in the modern world, the longer the Su Ran of that world would disappear. He must go back and provide a roof over their heads. Su Ran drove directly to the largest warehouse-style supermarket in Jiangcheng and called the manager. I want the best freeze-dried meat, self-heating rations, hardcover rice, multivitamins, and this, anything with a shelf life of more than a year. 100 boxes of each. The manager looked at the list of goods that Su Ran had pointed at, sweat breaking out on his forehead. This purchase volume is enough to open a small supermarket. Mr. Su, this will cost at least $1 million. Swipe the card. Su ran through a black card on the table, his eyes expressionless. In just one afternoon, the warehouse of Villa Number 1 was filled to the brim. Rather than being a store of supplies, it is more like a small war supply depot. Honey, what is this? It tastes so special. Bai Meili, with her slightly protruding belly, strolled from the villa to the warehouse like a lazy kitten. She had been having severe pregnancy reactions recently and had no appetite for anything, but at this moment, the mixed aroma of food in the warehouse made her mouth water. Su Ran turned around and saw her greedy look and said helplessly, "Don't touch it." He walked over and put his arm around her waist to prevent her from getting close to the boxes. These are emergency foods and have no nutritional value. You're carrying my child, so you must eat it with all your heart. I've hired a 3-star Michelin chef to be your nutritionist, and he'll be here tomorrow. Oh. Bai Meili pouted in grievance, and her little hands subconsciously protected her belly. Although she agreed, her big eyes couldn't help but glance at the beautifully packaged boxes. Just then. Ding dong. The doorbell of the villa rang urgently. Su Ran raised his eyebrows. The other 3 women were still taking a nap upstairs. Who could it be at this time? He walked to the entrance and glanced at the video access control screen. On the screen was a pretty face that was well maintained. Zhao Qingji. Bai Qianxian's biological mother, Bai Meili's aunt, the woman who was also pregnant with his child but had been hiding from him for nearly a month. Su Ran was a little bit unbelievable. He was worried that he couldn't find her, but he didn't expect the prey to come to him. That's just right, it saved him a lot of trouble. He pressed the door opening button, but did not rush to open the door. Instead, he leaned leisurely against the doorframe, waiting for the other party to arrive. The door opened and Zhao Qingji rushed in like a gust of wind. She wore a well-tailored Chanel suit that highlighted her mature and voluptuous curves, but her exquisite makeup could not conceal the anger in her eyes. When she saw Su Ran's half-smile, she stopped abruptly. But her gaze only stayed on Su Ran for a second before she passed him and scanned the living room. "Where's Bai Meili? Tell her to get out here." Zhao Qingji's voice was filled with anger, completely destroying the image of a noble lady that she usually maintained. Su Ran slowly stood up and blocked her way. "Hey, isn't this Aunt Zhao? What brings you here? Your belly looks even more obvious than Meili's." This one sentence accurately hit Zhao Qingji's sore spot. "You." Zhao Qingji's face turned red instantly and her body trembled slightly with shame and anger. "Su Ran. You beast. You got me pregnant, and now you're even raping my own niece. Do you have any humanity at all?" Her eyes were full of humiliation. She had been hiding for so long, she thought she could pretend nothing had happened. But when she learned from her daughter Bai Qianxian that her most beloved niece had followed in her footsteps, got pregnant by Su Ran, and willingly moved into this man's villa. She's completely crazy. She came here today just to snatch someone away. Bai Meili must be pulled out of this hellhole, even if we have to tie her up, we must take her away. "Aunt? Why are you here?" Hearing the noise, Bai Meili poked her head out of the warehouse with a hint of surprise on her face. "Meili. Come here." Zhao Qingji immediately waved to her, her tone urgent, "Hurry. Follow your aunt. Leave this damn place right now." Bai Meili walked over in confusion and asked, "Leave? Where to?" "Leave this demon. You're still young, you can't be destroyed by him." Zhao Qingji rushed over and grabbed Bai Meili's wrist. Su Ran did not stop him this time, but just crossed his arms, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. "There's nothing wrong with letting Zhao Qingji vent. After all, it was my fault." However, Bai Meili's reaction was beyond Zhao Qingji's expectations. She shook off Zhao Qingji's hand with force. "I won't leave." Bai Meili hid behind Su Ran, only sticking out a small head, but her eyes were extremely firm. "My husband treats me very well. Why should I leave?" "Husband?" Zhao Qingji was struck by lightning. He looked at his niece in disbelief and then stared at Su Ran. "Meili. Wake up. Do you know who he is? I know." Bai Meili interrupted her and puffed out her chest with confidence. "He's the father of the baby in my belly. If I don't follow him, am I supposed to do the same as you, hiding and secretly giving birth to the baby, leaving the child without a father from birth?" These words left Zhao Qingji speechless. Yes. What right does she have to ask others to do something that she can't do herself? In an instant, all of Zhao Qingji's arrogance disappeared, replaced by endless sadness and powerlessness. Her voice trembled as she made her last effort. You are possessed by a ghost. Let's go with Auntie. Let's leave Jiangcheng and find a place where no one knows us. I don't want it. Bai Meiliai's attitude was extremely firm. She suddenly ran out from behind Su Ran and did something that no one expected. She ran to the gate of the villa and with a click, she actually locked the door from the inside. Then she put the key in her pocket and blocked the door with her arms outstretched. Chapter 034 My good niece locked my aunt in my room. This time, not only Zhao Qingji was confused, but even Su Ran raised his eyebrows. Meiliai. What are you doing? Open the door quickly. Zhao Qingji was anxious and angry. Bai Meiliai raised her head with a sly smile on her face. Aunt, aren't you also pregnant with your husband's child? What's wrong with being with your husband? I think you just haven't seen him in a long time. You miss him but are too embarrassed to say it. Since you're here today, don't leave. As Bai Meiliai spoke, she winked at Su Ran, and her meaning was obvious. Husband, it's up to you. Su Ran looked at the dramatic scene in front of him and was overjoyed. Zhao Qingji was left speechless by Bai Meiliai's words, his face flushed red with anger and shame. She wanted to explode, but when she saw Bai Meiliai protecting Su Ran, and then looked at the man next to her who looked like he was enjoying the show, she felt dizzy. What is this? He came here to save others, but ended up getting himself into trouble. Su Ran silently gave Bai Meiliai a thumbs up in his heart. Great assist. This is truly my good wife. He cleared his throat, stretched out his long legs, and walked step by step towards the charming woman who was in a dilemma at the door. Zhao Qingji, look, my wife said so. Now that you're here, don't rush to leave. Zhao Qingji's whole body stiffened, and he subconsciously took a step back, his back firmly pressed against the cold door panel. There is no way to retreat. She raised her eyes, and suppressed anger burned in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Su Ran, don't push your luck. Tell Bai Meiliai to open the door immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Her words were full of warnings, but to Su Ran's ears, they lacked confidence and sounded a bit timid. How can you be rude to a pregnant woman? Su Ran's eyes looked at her unscrupulously. I have to say that Zhao Qingji is really a top-notch person. At the age of 38, a woman is at the peak of her charm. Time has not left too many traces on her face, but instead has precipitated a mature charm that a young girl does not possess. Perhaps because of her pregnancy, her already impressive figure now appeared even more plump and fuller, and the curves outlined by the tight dress were simply eye-opening. This doesn't look like a pregnant woman at all, it's clearly a ripe peach. The evil fire in Su Ran's heart surfaced again, but he knew that now was not the time. You need to use your brain to deal with such a proud woman. He restrained his playful smile, and the expression on his face suddenly became complicated. He did not move closer, but instead stood 2 steps away, leaning against the wall next to him and lighting a cigarette. The smoke blurred his handsome face. I admit it. He spoke, his voice a little hoarse. What happened back then was that I was impulsive and didn't respect your wishes. I was wrong about this. The curse words that Zhao Qingji had prepared were instantly stuck in his throat. She was stunned. She imagined that Su Ran would continue to pester her shamelessly, threaten her with the child, or even use more despicable means. But the only thing she didn't expect was that he would apologize. He actually admitted that he was wrong so frankly. This made Zhao Qingji feel like he had punched cotton, and his whole body felt weak. She looked at the man in front of her. In the smoke, the lines of his profile were clear, and his eyes seemed to reveal a hint of regret and pain. Are you pretending? But that emotion was so real that it made her heart tremble slightly. Su Ran took a deep puff of the cigarette, then slowly exhaled, and smoke rings spread out in front of him. But I hope you can understand me. You should know better than anyone how deeply I was hurt by your daughter by Qianqian. She took the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift my parents had put together and disappeared without a trace. To me, that was an astronomical sum at the time. Overnight, my wife and money were gone, and my family's savings were emptied out. My parents were so angry that they almost had to be hospitalized. That feeling of falling from heaven to hell, that blow of being played like a fool, how rational do you think I was at that time? Su Ran's voice was not loud, but every word he spoke was filled with a heavy sense of depression. He didn't roar or yell, he was just calmly stating a fact. However, it is this calmness that is more penetrating. Zhao Qingji's heart was deeply touched. After all, she is older and has more experience. Although she is arrogant, it does not mean that she lacks empathy. She knew exactly what Bai Qianqian had done. It was their Bai family who made the mistake first. Her throat was a little dry, and her originally tough demeanor softened unconsciously. I know this. Qianqian did what she did to you. Her voice dropped, a hint of guilt in it. It's all her stepmother's fault. She taught her bad things from a young age. I went abroad when she was very young and devoted myself to my career. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a mother and didn't raise her properly. When talking about his daughter, Zhao Qingji's eyes dimmed. Every family has its own problems. Su Ran put out the cigarette butt and threw it into the trash can. So, we all have our own difficulties and our own frustrations, don't we? His words were like a key, opening the last line of defense in Zhao Qingji's heart. Yes, everyone has their own difficulties. He impulsively took revenge because he was deceived, and she let her daughter make a big mistake because of her negligence in discipline. When it comes down to it, who can get away with it completely? Zhao Qingji fell silent, his chest heaving violently, his emotions surging inside. But just when she began to understand Su Ran, a thought suddenly popped into her mind. She suddenly looked up and stared at Su Ran with sharp eyes. Wrong. Even if you have your reasons, even if our Bai family owes you, you can't take my niece. She pointed outside the door, furious. You even got my sweet niece, Miley, pregnant. You've gone too far. You are a beast. Su Ran had expected her to ask this, and an expression of "it's hard to put into words" immediately appeared on his face. He even felt a little aggrieved at being misunderstood. Miley and I, we truly love each other. Su Ran just talks nonsense, but his expression is so sincere that he could win an Oscar. When I was at my darkest and lowest point in my life, she was always by my side, encouraging me and comforting me. If it weren't for her, I would have collapsed long ago. The relationship between us is not as simple as you can imagine. He said this with such sincerity that he almost shed a few tears on the spot. Zhao Qingji was choked again. Truly in love? She looked at Su Ran, and thought about Bai Miley's look as if she was a little hen protecting her food, and actually, she couldn't find any reason to refute. Could it be that what this kid said is true? Is it a frustrated man who meets an innocent girl, and then they fall in love with each other? What a mess! Zhao Qingji only felt that his worldview had been impacted like never before. She sighed deeply, leaned against the door panel, and slid down to sit down, her face full of fatigue and helplessness. Never mind, never mind. This is all owed to you by our Bai family. She waved her hands, as if accepting her fate. But the next second, she raised her head again, with a final look of persistence in her eyes. Even so, you must let me go today. I can't possibly stay here, and I certainly can't possibly be your shady concubine. This is my bottom line. Su Ran looked at her stubborn look and laughed inwardly. You little brat, you still want to talk to me about the bottom line? Your bottom line is about to be stepped on by me. When did I say I wanted you to be my concubine? Su Ran squatted down and looked at her at eye level, his eyes so gentle that they could drip water. I just want you to stay for a few days so I can take care of you and our child. You actually can't bear to kill him, right? The last sentence exploded in Zhao Qingji's mind like a thunderclap. Her body trembled violently and her face turned pale instantly. You're talking nonsense. Of course I'm willing to. This child, he shouldn't have come into this world in the first place. Her words were firm, but her panicked eyes betrayed her true thoughts. Chapter 035 5 Pregnant women sitting at the same table. Oh? Really? Su Ran raised his eyebrows, and the gentleness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a decisiveness. Okay. I respect your decision. He stood up suddenly and took out his cell phone in one go. Let's go to the hospital right now. It's the best private hospital in the city. My friend is the director there. I'll make arrangements right away. It's guaranteed to be painless and will minimize any damage to your body. As he spoke, he actually dialed the number on his phone. Hello? Is that Lao Wang? Please arrange an operation for me. Yes, the fastest one, with the best doctor. Zhao Qingji was completely panicked. She looked at Su Ran's profile without a trace of hesitation, listened to his clear conversation on the phone, and an unprecedented fear gripped her heart. She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to go to the hospital. I'm not going. Zhao Qingji almost pounced over and snatched Su Ran's phone, his voice changing in tone. Su Ran, you're crazy. I won't go. Su Ran hung up the phone and looked at her leisurely. He spoke slowly, enunciating each word, with a knowing smile at the corner of his mouth. Look. Wouldn't this be exposed? You just can't bear to give it up. Boom. Zhao Qingji's face instantly turned red enough to look like blood was dripping out. The shame, panic, and embarrassment of being seen through made her wish she could find a hole to crawl into. Yes. She couldn't bear to do that. She is already 38 years old. She has been working hard in foreign business circles over the years, fighting like a man. She has missed her best years and her love life is blank. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she would feel boundless loneliness and emptiness. When she found out she was unexpectedly pregnant, her first reaction was fear and anger, but as time passed, and she felt the presence of the little life in her body, a wonderful sense of connection made her soften. She wanted this child. I want a blood-related relative, a companion who can accompany me. She didn't tell anyone this secret, but hid it deep in her heart. But I didn't expect that the bastard Su Ran would reveal it in such a brutal and bloody way. Seeing her face flushed, biting her lips, and looking like she was about to cry, Su Ran's heart softened. He slowed down his tone and squatted down again. Qingji, can you just stay here for a few days? Just think of it as your own and your child's. You're pregnant now and need someone to take care of you. I promise, I just want to fulfill my responsibilities as a father and I will never do anything messy to you. He paused, looked into her wet eyes, and added with a wicked smile. Of course, unless. You can't help it. Zhao Qingji's face turned even redder. She raised her hand and wanted to slap this indecent man, but her hand dropped down weakly halfway. What else can she do? He had a firm grasp on my weak spot. There is no point in being stubborn any longer, except to embarrass yourself. After a long time, she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Just a few days. Su Ran smiled. Smiling like a fox that stole a chicken. Okay, just a few days. The next day. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of Villa Number 1 and onto the floor. Su Ran walked out of the room yawning, but what greeted him was not a warm good morning, but a messy battlefield. On the sofa in the living room, the blonde beauty Yunana, wearing headphones and wrapped in a blanket, was frantically typing on the keyboard of a laptop computer, muttering to herself. Can you play jungle? Can you? I, a support, no more than you. Go! 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 Oh, I'm dead. On the other side, there was a clanging sound coming from the kitchen. The energetic twin sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei are busy around the stove. Sister, are the instant noodles ready? Don't rush me, I'm frying sausages. Today's breakfast is a deluxe turkey noodle dish. Su Ran's eyelids jumped and he walked over quickly. Sure enough, he saw 2 pancakes floating in the pot, and on the small plate next to them were a few grilled sausages that were almost fried into charcoal. He felt his stomach twist. This life is unbearable. Looking upstairs again, the big G young woman Zhao Qingji was wearing a silk nightgown and elegantly holding a glass of warm water. She was standing by the railing on the second floor, looking at everything downstairs, her brows twisted into a knot, and her eyes were full of disgust. The only one who can be seen is the gentle senior by Miley Eye. She was holding a rag, silently cleaning up the snack bags and drink bottles left over from last night, like a hard-working little snail. But how could she, alone, take care of such a large villa and 4 pregnant women with level 9 disabilities? Su Ran looked at this scene and made a decision. We must recruit people. And immediately. Right now. He took out his mobile phone and posted recruitment information directly on several high-end recruitment websites and headhunting groups. Villa Number 1 is hiring a life assistant maid. Monthly salary, 100,000. Require 1. Appearances comparable to that of a school beauty, height above 165 centimeters, well-proportioned figure, and fair skin. 2. Proficient in housekeeping, cooking, massage, nursing and other skills. 3. Core requirements, absolutely obey any instructions of the mistress and do not disobey in any way. This recruitment information is simply outrageous to the extreme. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is indeed tempting, but this requirement, especially the third one, is like recruiting people like ancient maids, and is full of the decadent atmosphere of feudalism. Su Ran himself felt that it would be a miracle if he could recruit anyone. In today's society, which school beauty would apply for this kind of job? However, reality gave him a big surprise. The next morning, the doorbell of the villa rang. Su Ran looked through the surveillance camera and saw that there was a crowd of young and beautiful girls standing at the door. The moment he opened the door of the villa, he felt that he was not opening a door, but opening the door to a new world. The beautiful women, fat and thin, all kinds of perfume mixed together to form a unique fragrance that hits you in the face. Damn, is this disturbing the beauty's nest? Su Ran was stunned. It seems that in the face of a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, the so-called dignity and demands are not worth mentioning at all. Come in and line up. Su Ran cleared his throat and put on the airs of an interviewer. Dozens of girls filed in and stood in several rows in the hall, their eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Su Ran swept his eyes across the entire venue and began the first round of screening. Those who are less than 165 centimeters tall can leave. As soon as he finished speaking, several girls stamped their feet in frustration and left unwillingly. Those whose waists aren't thin enough can leave now. Su Ran's eyes were sharp, and she could spot a few of them with plump figures at a glance. A few more people went out with red faces. Those whose skin isn't white enough can leave too. Now, more people are leaving. After these 3 simple and rough rounds of screening, the team of dozens of people was reduced to only 10 people. And each of these 10 people is an excellent one. They are all beautiful and have good figures. Their looks make them the well-deserved campus beauties in any university. Several pregnant women in the villa were also attracted by the scene and stood on the second floor looking down curiously. Wow, is Su Ran choosing a concubine? Xia Shasha leaned on the railing, her eyes full of stars. Zhao Qingji crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and looked at him with scrutiny. Su Ran ignored the noise upstairs. His attention was all on the 10 candidates in front of him. He calmly started the identification technique. Name, Yan Ran Ran. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 92. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 48 kilograms. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. Not bad, not bad, the panel is very clean, the appearance value is 92, and it is also a good candidate for eugenics, a good seedling. Su Ran nodded and moved his gaze to the next person. Name, Shen Lingwan. Age, 22. Appearance rating, 90. Height and weight, 173 centimeters, 49 kilograms. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. Another one. Su Ran was delighted. She was lucky today as 2 top quality items came right away. He continued to look down, evaluating them one by one. Although the appearance of the remaining few was also above 85 points, there was no note of objects for eugenics and good parenting. Until his eyes fell on the girl at the end of the team. She was wearing a simple white t-shirt and jeans, and a pair of large black-framed glasses that covered most of her face. She kept her head down, with a cool demeanor, and seemed somewhat out of place among this group of girls who were vying for beauty. Su Ran's heart moved, and he used the identification technique on her. The next second, an unexpected panel appeared before his eyes. Name, Huang Qinchin. Original name, Su Qinchin. Age, 20. Appearance score, 96. Very high. Height and weight, 172 centimeters, 45 kilograms. Lay Z, D+. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. Special note, this individual harbors ulterior motives and, under the instructions of his brother Su Jingchen, infiltrated Villa No. 1 to gather intelligence. Purpose, to uncover the true reason behind Bai Meiliai's breakup with her brother and to seek an opportunity to win her back. Chapter 036, My love rival gave me a girl? I accept this gift. What the hell? When Su Ran saw this panel, he was shocked at first, and then almost laughed out loud. 96 points for appearance? Extremely high? This guy, wearing big framed glasses and looking like a nerd, actually scored 96 points? If he took off his glasses, wouldn't it be incredible? Higher than Zhao Qingji's 95 points. This is the appearance ceiling he has encountered so far. However, when he saw the last special note, he was completely stunned. Su Jingchen? Bai Meiliai's unfortunate ex-boyfriend? He let his own sister run to his rival's house to work as a maid, just to get information and try to steal her away? What kind of annual confusing behavior award is this? Was your head stuck in a door or kicked by a donkey? Su Ran was speechless. He now understood completely that Bai Meiliai was not a gentle senior sister at all, she was a super invincible giant weapon of the law of cause and effect. First, she lured her aunt, the businesswoman Zhao Qingji, over, and now, even her ex-boyfriend's sister has been lured over. Still want to win back Bai Meiliai? What a big dream! Not to mention that Bai Meiliai is completely devoted to him now, his woman is protected by the loyalty system. Once identified, the loyalty is directly locked. Forget about sending a sister, even if Su Jingchen himself kneels down and sings Conquer, it will be useless. How can this be a spy sent here? This is clearly a case of giving it away for free. Su Jingchen, Su Jingchen, you are truly a kind person to me. Su Ran laughed wildly in his heart. Since you are so generous and have sent this 96-point perfect sister of yours to my door, wouldn't it be too disrespectful for me not to accept her? He raised his head and scanned the 10 girls, finally stopping on Huang Qinqin. He spoke slowly, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. You, and you. He casually pointed at 2 other girls, and then added Yen Ranran and Shen Lingwan. Finally, it's you. His finger pointed steadily at the girl wearing black framed glasses and lowering her head. You 5 are hired. The girls who were called were overjoyed, while the rest looked disappointed. Huang Qinqin suddenly raised her head. Was she selected? Su Ran looked at her, with a hint of knowing everything at the corner of his mouth. Why? Surprised? His eyes were playful, as if they could penetrate the thick lenses and see through all the secrets in her heart. Welcome to Villa number 1, my little spy. Su Ran said the last sentence in his heart. He couldn't wait to see what kind of interesting expression the little spy would have when he found out that not only could he not complete the mission, but he was falling step by step. And what would be the reaction of Su Jingchen, who was far away and thought he had everything under control? The game seems to be becoming more and more interesting. The night was as dark as ink, shrouding Villa number 1 in silence. The moonlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled silver light on the mirror-like floor. A petite figure, wearing an ill-fitting, baggy-made outfit, was tiptoeing and sneaking around in the corridor on the 2nd floor. It was Huang Qinqin, who had just started working during the day. She covered her mouth with one hand and tightly grasped her mobile phone with the other. On the screen was her brother Su Jingchen's concerned face. Brother, don't worry, I have successfully sneaked in. Huang Qinqin lowered her voice, with a hint of pride in her tone. This place is like a maze, but I'm sure I can find Bai Meiliai's room. With me here, I can definitely persuade your sister-in-law to come back to you. On the other end of the phone, Su Jingchen's brows were furrowed, and his handsome face was full of worry and unwillingness. Qinqin, you must be careful. Don't let that Su guy find you. He warned through gritted teeth. That guy is definitely not a good person. Take a look and see if you can find some dirt on him. I don't believe that he is so rich and his origins can be so clean. As long as I can find something to prove about him, I can crush him completely. Got it. I promise to complete the task. Huang Qinqin made a playful salute. From childhood to adulthood, her brother Su Jingchen has been her heaven and her most admired idol. Now that her brother has been wronged, she, as his sister, must stand up. She held up her cell phone and continued to explore forward cautiously. This villa is too big. It's outrageous. She wandered around for a long time but couldn't even tell the direction, let alone find Bai Meiliai's room. Little did she know that in the shadows on the 3rd floor above her head, a pair of eyes were watching her every move with interest. Su Ran folded his arms, leaning against the railing, with a playful smile on his lips. As an 8th-rank warrior, any movement in the entire villa could not escape his ears. To him, every move of this little spy was as clear as if he had activated a full map cheat. His eyes fell on Huang Qinqin. Although she was wearing a loose worksuit, the seductive outline of the tight miniskirt-made outfit underneath could still be seen, especially the pair of straight long legs wrapped in black stockings, which shone charmingly in the moonlight. This figure is amazing. I just don't know how breathtaking that face with a score of 96 will be after taking off those tacky big framed glasses. Su Ran's heart was full of anticipation. He lightly tapped his toes, and his whole body floated down silently from the 3rd floor like a weightless feather, and stood steadily at the end of the corridor on the 2nd floor, which happened to be the path that Huang Qinqin had to take. Huang Qinqin was completely unaware of this. She tiptoed to the door of a room, and light and the faint sound of reading came through the crack of the door. She looked over curiously. In the room, the twin sisters were each wearing headphones and writing furiously at their desks. Huang Qinqin curled her lips, feeling contempt in her heart. Cut. What's the point of learning from these two energetic little girls? It is a blessing to be able to get into a junior college in this life. Why are you pretending to be a top student? After complaining to herself, she turned around with satisfaction and prepared to continue looking for her target. As a result, when he turned around, he bumped into a warm and solid wall with a bang. Ah! Huang Qinqin was so frightened by the sudden collision that her phone almost flew out of her hand and she staggered backwards. A strong hand instantly grasped her waist and held her steady. Huang Qinqin raised her head in shock and met a pair of deep and playful eyes. It's Su Ran. When did he appear behind him? There is no sound when walking, is it a ghost? What are you doing here sneaking around so late at night? Su Ran's voice was silent, but it was particularly clear in the empty corridor, carrying an unquestionable sense of oppression. Are you on night shift today? No, Mr. Su. Huang Qinqin's heart was pounding, her brain was working rapidly, and she was hurriedly looking for an excuse. I just started working and wanted to familiarize myself with the villa beforehand. As you know, this place is so big, and I'm afraid I'll get lost while working tomorrow and cause you trouble. As she spoke, she calmly tried to hide her phone behind her. On the phone screen, Su Jingqian's face was distorted with fear. He didn't dare to breathe and covered his mouth tightly. It's over. Found it on the first day. Su Ran's gaze was so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. He stared at Huang Qinqin's unnatural little hand, and the corners of his mouth curved even wider. Familiar with the environment? He spoke slowly. Do you need to use a video call to familiarize yourself with the environment? Don't you know Article 13 of the Maid Code? While working in the villa, you are prohibited from bringing any personal electronic devices with camera or recording functions. Boom! Huang Qinqin's mind buzzed and went blank. There is also this rule? During her on-the-job training, she was so focused on acting that she didn't listen carefully at all. I'm sorry. Mr. Su. I really didn't know. Not knowing is not a reason. Su Ran interrupted her, his tone turning cold. You're blatantly violating the rules on your first day. It seems you're not very serious about this job. He let go of Huang Qinqin's hand, took a step back, crossed his arms, and looked down at her condescendingly. Forget it, you don't have to work anymore, just go to the finance department to settle your bill and leave. Chapter 037 Beautiful Chef Set. Dismiss? Huang Qinqin panicked instantly. No. Absolutely not. She hasn't found Bai Meilia yet, and hasn't helped her brother complete the task. How can she be kicked out like this? Then she would become a huge joke. Mr. Su. Please. Give me another chance. Huang Qinqin was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She didn't care about pretending anymore and grabbed the corner of Su Ran's clothes, her voice filled with tears. I really didn't mean it. I promise I won't do it again. Su Ran lowered his head to look at her little hands grasping the corner of his clothes, then looked at her face which was flushed with anxiety. The big eyes behind the lenses were filled with moisture and looked pitiful. He was silent for a moment, as if weighing the options. Su Jingqian on the other end of the phone felt his heart in his throat. Give me a chance, it's not impossible. Su Ran finally relented. Huang Qinqin was immediately overjoyed. But Su Ran changed the subject. I'm a little hungry. Go to the kitchen and make me a bowl of noodles. Ah? Huang Qinqin was stunned. Cook a bowl of noodles? Is it that simple? Besides. Su Ran stretched out her hand, give me your phone. Although Huang Qinqin was reluctant, she did not dare to resist and handed over the phone obediently. Su Ran took the phone, his gaze lingering on Su Jingqian's aggrieved face on the screen for a fraction of a second, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, he precisely pinched the camera module on the back of the phone with his thumb and index finger. There was only a crisp click sound. Under the horrified gazes of Huang Qinqin and Su Jingqian, he forcibly picked off the small camera. He casually threw the broken phone back into Huang Qinqin's arms. Now, it's compliant. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and said lightly, Come on, let's go to the kitchen. I'm waiting for the noodles. Huang Qinqin was holding the phone, completely dumbfounded. That's it? She thought Su Ran was going to do something terrible to her, but it turned out that he just asked her to cook a bowl of noodles and then physically castrated her cell phone camera? Watching Su Ran turn and walk towards the stairs, Huang Qinqin breathed a long sigh of relief, a sense of relief for surviving the disaster flooding her heart. It seems that Su Ran is just an ordinary rich man who likes to set rules. It's not as scary as my brother said. She hurriedly followed, not noticing that Su Ran, who was walking in front of her, had a smile on his face that seemed to show he knew everything, and it became even more intense. Huang Qinqin stood in the spacious and bright kitchen, looking at the dazzling array of top-quality ingredients in front of her, feeling a little at a loss for a moment. She opened the refrigerator door, took out 2 eggs and a handful of green onions, thought for a moment, and then took out a pack of expensive-looking imported ramen from the cupboard. Okay, isn't it just cooking a bowl of noodles? It's a piece of cake for her. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to turn on the fire to boil water. A lazy and somewhat scrutinizing voice floated over from behind her. Who told you that noodles are cooked like this? Huang Qinqin paused and turned around, only to see Su Ran leaning against the kitchen doorway with his arms folded across his chest. The look behind his gold-rimmed glasses was as if he was looking at a fool who knew nothing. Ah? Huang Qinqin was confused. No. If not this way, how should I cook it? She had been eating noodles since she was a child. Isn't this how every household makes noodles? Boil water, add the noodles, beat an egg, sprinkle some chopped green onions, and you're done. Su Ran approached slowly, walked around her, and finally stopped in front of the stove, tapping lightly on the smooth glazed countertop with his fingertips. The noodles you cook like this have no soul at all. Soul? A question mark slowly appeared on Huang Qinqin's forehead. It's just cooking noodles, what's the point of having a soul? Is this person seriously ill? She suppressed the urge to complain and forced a professional fake smile. Then, Mr. Su, can you teach me how to cook noodles so that they have soul? The corners of Su Ran's mouth curled up, but the smile did not reach his eyes, which made Huang Qinqin feel uneasy. He didn't answer, but turned and walked to a high-end looking built-in wall cabinet next to him. With a light press, the cabinet door popped open silently. He took out a beautifully packaged box and threw it on the cooking table in front of Huang Qinqin with a bang. Put it on. Huang Qinqin looked down and saw that the box was translucent, with a set of clothes stacked inside. A pure white camisole, the fabric is so thin that it is translucent, and there are delicate lace edges. Below is a pink apron, the length of which is a little too short, probably only enough to cover the thighs. What is this called? Beautiful chef suit? Huang Qinqin's cheeks flushed instantly, she felt both embarrassed and angry. Mr. Su. What do you mean? Her head shot up and she glared at him. Didn't you say you were looking for proper maids here? Why do you have to change into this kind of clothes? Serious? Su Ran raised her eyebrows, reached out and slowly took out the tank top from the box, held it with 2 fingers, and shook it in front of Huang Qinqin. What's wrong with this dress? His tone was calm, but it carried a sense of oppression that brooked no room for argument. An ordinary camisole, an ordinary apron. Don't you even wear camisole when you go out in the summer? Huang Qinqin was speechless after being blocked by him. Yes, it looks quite normal when viewed individually, but when they are put together, worn in this villa, and shown to him alone, the meaning changes completely. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Su ran threw the clothes back into the box and his tone faded. Of course, if you don't want to change, that's fine too. He took a step back, made a pleased gesture, and pointed directly towards the door. I never force anyone. The finance office is over there. Once you've settled your bill, you can leave. This trick again. He threatened her with dismissal again. Huang Qinqin clenched her fists tightly at her sides, her nails almost digging into her palms. No. She can't leave. Her brother's mission and the missing Mai, all hopes are placed on her. If she was kicked out in such a shameful way, how would she explain to her brother? Then she, Huang Qinqin, would really become a complete waste. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions were churning in her chest, burning her eyes. Finally, she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth. Change. I'll change right away. Su Ran nodded in satisfaction and pointed to a small door in the corner of the kitchen. The changing rooms are over there. Huang Qinqin grabbed the box and rushed into the locker room almost as if escaping. As soon as the door closed, she leaned weakly against it. She opened the box and looked at the 2 thin pieces of cloth, feeling a conflict between her conscience and her desires. To be honest, this outfit is really normal and even a little cute. It's just a little too sexy. Her keen female intuition told her that Su Ran, this bastard, was testing her bottom line step by step. He used this seemingly reasonable but suggestive request to constantly force her to give in. Today it's a sexy cook outfit, what about tomorrow? What will be the more outrageous demand tomorrow? This Su Ran is simply a top-level PUA. Lao Lu. You are so bad. The more Huang Qinqin thought about it, the angrier she became, and she wanted to tear the clothes in her hands into pieces. Chapter 038. I'm sorry to trouble you, sister. At this moment, a faint electric sound suddenly came from the mobile phone in her pocket. Although the camera was removed, the call was still going on. Brother Su Jingchen's anxious voice came out from inside, in a very low voice. Sister. Qin. How are you? What on earth did that bastard surnamed Su ask you to change into? He didn't do anything to you, did he? When Huang Qinqin heard her brother's voice, her grievances instantly surged up. She put the phone to her lips and whispered. Brother, he asked me to change into a cook's outfit. It's just a normal tank top and apron, a little sexy, that's all. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Su Jingchen's voice sounded again, with a fierce force. It's okay. Qin, it's just a tank top and an apron. Just listen to him first. I'm sorry for putting you through this. Remember our mission. Once we find your sister-in-law and get evidence of his crimes, I'll beat the living daylights out of him. Her brother's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly injected into Huang Qinqin's body. Right. Task. She's not here to enjoy, she's here to fight. What's a mere set of clothes? Compared to rescuing my sister-in-law and sending this bastard to jail, this little grievance is not worth mentioning at all. Since my brother said so. Huang Qinqin no longer hesitated. She quickly took off her clothes and put on the battlesuit. The moment you walk out of the locker room, the lights in the living room and the kitchen seemed to be focused on her. Su Ran was sitting at the bar not far away, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. When he heard the door open, he slowly raised his eyes. When his eyes fell on Huang Qinqin, the hand holding the wineglass paused almost imperceptibly. The pure white lace suspenders fit tightly to the girl's delicate curves, outlining a breathtaking arc. The pink short apron tied around her slender waist made her legs look straight and long, and her skin was dazzlingly white under the light. There was still a lingering blush on her face and a hint of reluctant stubbornness. This extreme contrast between purity and desire made the temperature of the entire space rise a few degrees in vain. Su Ran felt his heart skip a beat. But his face still looked calm. He put down his wineglass and raised his chin towards Huang Qinqin. Very good. Now, you can start cooking noodles for me. Remember, what I want is a bowl of noodles with soul. Huang Qinqin stood there, feeling like a stripped clown, being watched by everyone. Su Ran's words, noodles with soul, were like a slap in her face. What soul? Is it the soul that is forced to wear this shameful garment? Or a soul being toyed with? She bit her back teeth so hard that the roots were almost broken. But my brother's words are still ringing in my ears. Task. For my sister-in-law. Huang Qinqin's hands hung at her sides, clenched and unclenched, unclenched and clenched again. Finally, she turned around and walked into the kitchen, which was comparable to the kitchen of a five-star hotel. Open the refrigerator and you will see a wide variety of ingredients inside. Huang Qinqin casually picked up a pack of top-quality Japanese ramen, a few fresh soft-boiled eggs and a few slices of premium Wagyu beef. She wasn't in the mood for anything fancy right now, she just wanted to end this torture quickly. Turn on the fire, boil water, and then go below. The action was done in one go, with a kind of determination to throw the jar into the air. Steam rose up, soon forming a thin layer of mist on her fair cheeks, making her angry almond eyes look a little more blurred. She could feel the gaze behind her, like a substance, sticking to her back, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Especially that lace suspender, the fabric was so thin that when soaked with sweat, it stuck tightly to the skin, outlining every inch of her curves. She felt like she was going crazy from this silent scrutiny. Braise. Huang Qinqin cursed in her heart. She just cooks this noodle casually, whether you like it or not. What a bullshit soul. She just wants to add some croton seeds to it and send this Su guy to see the king of hell. Of course, this can only be thought about in the mind. A few minutes later, a bowl of steaming hot and fragrant Wagyu beef and soft boiled egg ramen is ready. The presentation is surprisingly good. The golden noodles are soaked in rich bone broth, topped with a few slices of pink wagyu beef, and next to it lies a half-cut soft-boiled egg with the yolk still slightly flowing, sprinkled with some chopped green onions. Perfect. Huang Qingqin carried the noodles and walked towards the bar step by step, each step feeling extremely heavy. She placed the bowl heavily in front of Su Ran, making a loud bang. "Master Su, your face." She deliberately lowered her voice to make it sound cold and emotionless. After doing all this, she turned around and wanted to leave. She felt it was torture to stay for one more second. "Did I let you go?" Su Ran's indifferent words came from behind. Huang Qingqin's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned stiffly and looked at the man sitting behind the bar, trying to force a professional smile. "Master Su, do you have any other instructions?" Su Ran pointed at the bowl of noodles on the table and spoke as a matter of course. "Of course I want you to feed me noodles. Otherwise, why would I pay you to be my maid? I have to cook noodles myself." "You." Huang Qingqin's pupils contracted instantly, and her chest heaved violently. This bastard. He did it on purpose. He just enjoys the pleasure of being in control of everything and trampling on other people's dignity. She really wanted to throw this bowl of hot noodles directly onto his infuriatingly handsome face. But she can't. Huang Qingqin closed her eyes, and her sister-in-law's gentle smile and her brother's anxious instructions flashed through her mind. Tolerate. Must endure. She opened her eyes again, and the anger in her eyes had been forcibly suppressed, leaving only a calmness like dead water. Good. She squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Huang Qingqin walked to Su Ran, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a small handful of noodles. The noodles were still steaming. She subconsciously put it to her mouth and blew gently. The warm breath blew over the noodles and also passed by Su Ran's eyes. He looked at the little face so close to him, the slightly pouting red lips, the eyelashes trembling like a fan, and the eyes that were red with humiliation. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction instantly filled his chest. Huang Qingqin carefully handed the cooled noodles to Su Ran's mouth. During the whole process, she kept her head down and didn't dare to look into his eyes. Su Ran opened his mouth and slowly ate the noodles. The taste is really good. But what he enjoys more is the process. Now, Su Ran can feel the meaning of life. There is a beautiful woman by your side. There are maids waiting on you. There is also endless money to spend. Is this the life of a rich person? Chapter 039, Meeting an Old Classmate During Pregnancy Checkup. Huang Qingqin fed him mouthful by mouthful. Her movements were mechanical and stiff, but Su Ran ate with relish. The bowl of noodles was quickly finished. After finishing the last bite, Su Ran wiped his mouth with a napkin and stopped making things difficult for her. To be honest, Huang Qingqin did serve him very well. Although her face showed "I'm unhappy," she did everything she should do, even the small detail of blowing the cold noodles was handled just right. Just when Huang Qingqin thought the torture was finally over and she could die. Ding dong. The phone in her pocket suddenly beeped. Huang Qingqin was stunned for a moment and took out her cell phone. A bank account arrival information was clearly displayed on the screen. Your account ending in XXXX has received 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Huang Qingqin's eyes widened instantly, and she repeatedly confirmed the zero after the number several times. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. It really is 100,000. She suddenly looked up at Su Ran, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Although this bastard is extremely bad, his actions are too generous, right? 100,000 yuan. This was the salary she had to save by working hard for a whole year. Now, I got it just by feeding him a bowl of noodles. This money is too easy to make, right? In an instant, the raging rage in Huang Qingqin's heart was mostly extinguished by the 100,000 yuan. After all, who can resist money? Thank you, boss. This time, her thanks came from the heart. The voice is several degrees sweeter than before. Su Ran was very satisfied with her reaction. He likes the feeling of being able to control everything with money. He stood up and looked down at her, his eyes behind the lenses deep and unfathomable. Okay, go and rest. Remember, don't hang around in the villa in the future, especially at night. He paused, with a sense of oppression that brooked no room for argument. If I find out again, I'll take you, for punishment. Punish? Huang Qingqin's heart skipped a beat. When this word comes out of his mouth, it always feels like it has some other meaning. She didn't dare ask more questions and nodded quickly. "No." After saying that, she ran back to her room as if escaping. The next day, Su Ran decided to take Zhao Qingji for a pregnancy checkup. Having a child is a big deal and should not be taken lightly. Especially in the early stages of pregnancy, the fetus is still unstable and you need to be extra careful, otherwise problems can easily occur. Su Ran drove early in the morning and took Zhao Qingji to the most famous maternal and child healthcare hospital in the city. He carefully helped Zhao Qingji out of the car, and his movements were so gentle that he was afraid of breaking her. Zhao Qingji is already a beautiful woman with lingering charm. Now that she is pregnant, she has an indescribable maternal glow and exudes charming allure. She has fair skin and a rosy complexion, and her every frown and smile is touching. There were people coming and going in the hospital lobby, and many men who accompanied their wives for prenatal checkups couldn't help but glance at Zhao Qingji. That staring look made the wives beside him furious. "What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyeballs anymore? Look again and I'll dig it out for you." Waves of lion roars echoed in the hospital lobby. The perpetrators were pulled by their wives' ears and looked away in shame. Zhao Qingji's charm is evident from this. However, a common problem in public hospitals is that they are overcrowded. Looking around, there were pregnant women and their families queuing up everywhere, and the air was filled with a mixture of disinfectant and anxiety. Su Ran took a number, and there were actually dozens of people queuing in front of him. He frowned, impatience written all over his face. After finally getting their turn, the doctor, a middle-aged woman wearing thick glasses, asked without even looking up, "What's going on?" "Doctor, let's do a pregnancy test." Su Ran tried to keep his tone calm. The doctor pushed up his glasses and glanced at them impatiently. "Have you filled out the form? Go over there to pay the fee and then get the ultrasound." That attitude is so cold that ice chips can fall off. Su Ran's anger suddenly rose. A man nearby saw that his face was not right, so he came over and whispered, "Calm down, bro. This is how public hospitals are. The doctors and nurses are so busy that they have no time to rest. It's strange that they have good attitudes. If you want good service, you have to go to a private hospital, and that's where it is. It's incredibly expensive. A word can wake a person up from his dream." Su Ran finally reacted. Yes, he is a rich man now. Why does he come here to suffer such humiliation? Aren't private hospitals meant to serve rich people like them? It's quieter with fewer people. The doctors are of higher level and have better service attitude. The environment and decoration are like a 5-star hotel. It's because he has no experience and can't think straight. Let's go. Su Ran didn't say anything, pulled Zhao Qingji and walked out. Hey, Su Ran, we haven't checked it yet. Zhao Qingji was a little puzzled. Change place. Su Ran helped her get into the car and navigated directly to the city's top private maternal and child healthcare hospital. This hospital is located in a prime location in the city center. It is a stand-alone building and is magnificently decorated. If you don't know it, you might mistake it for a high-end club. As soon as I entered the door, a female guide in exquisite uniform came to greet me with a smile. "Sir, madam, how can I help you?" This service attitude is completely different from what it was just now. Su Ran was very satisfied. "Let's do a prenatal checkup." "Okay, please follow me." The guide took them to an independent clinic where a female doctor in a white coat was sorting out documents. The female doctor heard the noise and looked up. When she saw Zhao Qingji, she was completely stunned. "Qingji? Zhao Qingji? Is it really you?" Zhao Qingji also saw the other person's face clearly and was also surprised. "Mingmei? Zhou Mingmei?" Neither woman expected to meet again here in this way. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Zhou Mingmei was the first to break the silence. She walked over quickly, took Zhao Qingji's hand, and looked her up and down. "Oh my god, it's really you. How many years have we not seen each other? Why didn't you contact me after you returned to China?" "That's so mean." There was a hint of embarrassment in Zhao Qingji's smile. "I just got back a short while ago, and I have a lot to do. I was thinking of getting together with you guys once I'm done." Zhou Mingmei's gaze fell on Zhao Qingji's slightly bulging belly. "Oh, you're pregnant?" There was a hint of teasing in her tone, but her eyes were complicated. "Didn't you divorce your ex-husband a long time ago? So, you found another one? You're so quick to act, and you didn't even tell us old classmates." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Su Ran, who had been silent beside her. Seeing Su Ran's young and handsome face, Zhou Mingmei's eyes flashed with surprise, and then turned into scrutiny and suspicion. Who is this? She deliberately prolonged her tone and looked at Zhao Qingji. Could it be your current husband? How old is he? This question is a bit heartbreaking. Zhao Qingji's expression changed slightly and he felt a little uncomfortable. Without waiting for her to speak, Su Ran stepped forward, naturally put his arm around Zhao Qingji's shoulders, and gave Zhou Mingmei a polite smile. Hello, I'm Qingji's husband, my name is Su Ran. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm, with an unquestionable aura. Zhao Qingji leaned in Su Ran's arms, and when she heard him admit without hesitation that she was his husband, a warm current instantly surged through her body. Only she knows how much grievance and hardship she has endured while working alone abroad over the years. Now, I finally have a shoulder to lean on. It feels so good to have someone protecting you. Zhou Mingmei was intimidated by Su Ran's aura for a moment, but soon regained her expression of enjoying the show. She winked at Zhao Qingji. You're amazing, Zhao Qingji. You're amazing to have found such a young and handsome husband. You're amazing. This sounds like a compliment, but it also sounds a bit sour. Zhou Mingmei was indeed envious and jealous. I remember when I was in school, Zhao Qingji was the school belle, and the boys chasing her could line up from the school gate to the end of the street. I didn't expect that after so many years and after her divorce, she could still find a handsome guy who was so much younger than her. Where can I find justice? Chapter 040 Happy Zhao Qingji. However, when Zhao Qingji heard this, the unhappiness in his heart disappeared, and was replaced by a slight sense of pride. She straightened her chest and back. Zhou Mingmei put away her joking expression, sat back at her desk, and resumed her professionalism as a doctor. Okay, let's get down to business. We have different packages for prenatal checkups. Which one would you like to choose? Su Ran spoke without even looking at the brochure. Let's get the most expensive one. Zhou Mingmei was stunned for a moment, then laughed. She looked at Su Ran with an I understand look. Little brother, you may not understand this, but this is a top private hospital. The prices are a bit high, so don't force yourself to pay just to save face. In her opinion, how much money could Su Ran have at such a young age? Which young people today are not living paycheck to paycheck? Even if they have some money, it is given by their parents. Spending money on a woman is not as simple as buying a game skin for yourself. She felt that Su Ran was just trying to be rich. Su Ran was too lazy to explain to her. He just looked at Zhao Qingji beside him lovingly. Just tell me the price of the set meal. For me, money is not important. My wife's health and mood are the most important. The 3 words first wife almost melted Zhao Qingji's heart. She felt her cheeks getting hot and bubbling with happiness. Zhou Mingmei curled her lips and thought to herself, okay, let us see how long you can pretend. She cleared her throat and began her introductions. Our full pregnancy tracking packages are divided into several levels. Basic model, 50,000. Comfort model, 100,000. Luxury model, 500,000. And, the top of the line Supreme model, 1 million. She deliberately emphasized the word 1 million just to see Su Ran's deflated expression. However, Su Ran's expression did not change at all. He just uttered a few words lightly. 1 million, then. Just swipe the card. The air froze instantly. The smile on Zhou Mingmei's face froze, her hand holding the pen stopped in mid-air, and her eyes were as big as copper bells. 1 million? Did she hear it right? She has worked in this hospital for several years, and there are only a handful of wealthy people who choose the 500,000 yuan package, and she rarely meets one who chooses the 1 million yuan package in the whole year. Spending money on women and spending money on yourself are 2 completely different concepts. Many bosses with a net worth of over 100 million yuan can buy themselves sports cars worth millions without blinking an eye, but they feel distressed when they spend hundreds of thousands of yuan on their wives' prenatal checkups. This seemingly ordinary young man actually ordered a meal worth 1 million without even blinking an eye? At this moment, Zhou Mingmei was completely stunned. She looked at Su Ran, then at Zhao Qingji, who was standing next to her with a happy and sweet face, and felt mixed emotions. At this moment, Zhao Qingji had only one thought in his mind. Su Ran, he really loves me. Wife, let's go. Zhao Qingji's head was still dizzy, and her steps were a little unsteady as he was being held by her hand. An hour later. It wasn't until Su Ran handed her the prenatal examination report that she came to her senses. The doctor just said that all the indicators are perfect and our baby is healthy. Su Ran's voice was filled with laughter. She nodded heavily, her eyes a little moist. The baby is healthy. The person she loves also loves her the same way. Life has come this far, what else could one ask for? Zhou Mingmei looked at the scene in front of her, feeling envious and jealous. She handed over the report in her hand. Yes, the fetus is developing very well. Congratulations. She never dared to call Su Ran little brother again. This is not a little brother, this is clearly the god of wealth. Walking out of the treatment room, the long corridor of the hospital was covered with soft carpet, which made no sound when you stepped on it. The warm yellow light poured down, stretching the shadows of the two people very long. The atmosphere is warm and quiet. Zhao Qingji's heart was beating fast. She could clearly feel Su Ran's broad palm wrapped around her hand, and the warmth flowed along her arm and into her heart. The way they look now, they really look like a couple who have been in love for many years. No. They are more loving than many couples. I walked to the elevator and there was no one around. Zhao Qingji suddenly became bolder. With a red face, she quietly took another half step forward, her whole body almost pressed against Su Ran, and her other hand also took his arm. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the firm touch of his arm, full of strength. An unprecedented sense of security surrounded her tightly. Su Ran paused. He could clearly feel the attachment and initiative of the woman in his arms. This mature and charming woman's favorability towards him is soaring at a rocket-like speed. Really? Children are the most powerful catalysts. He didn't say anything, but just used a little force in his arms to hold her tighter. After leaving the hospital, Su Ran drove Zhao Qingji directly to the most upscale shopping mall in the city center. The baby is healthy, it's worth celebrating. Su Ran said with a smile while driving. Let's go buy you some supplements. They have to be the best. Zhao Qingji felt so sweet in her heart that she nodded obediently. I'll do as you say. The car stopped in front of a magnificently decorated top-quality nutritional supplement store. Just by looking at the storefront, you can tell that the things inside are very expensive. The store manager, who was wearing a cheongsam, was very considerate. As soon as she saw the limited edition sports car Su Ran was driving, she immediately came out to greet her with a smile on her face. Sir, madam, welcome. What would you like to see? We just received a batch of top-quality birds' nests and red birds' nests. Su Ran didn't even look at the shelves, he just waved his hand with great momentum. Give me 10 servings of every supplement suitable for pregnant women you have here. It has to be the highest quality, the best vintage. What? The professional smile on the store manager's face froze instantly. She scratched her ears, suspecting she was hallucinating. Sir, what did you say? 10 servings? She has worked in this store for almost 10 years and has received countless wealthy and powerful people, but she has never seen anyone buy things like this. Sir, you may not know, but 1 portion here is enough for a person's entire pregnancy. If you buy 10 portions, is this going to open a branch? Or, is it that you have a wife who supports a football team at home? Countless outrageous thoughts flashed through the store manager's mind in an instant. Su Ran was too lazy to explain, he just glanced at the store manager indifferently. Any questions? The look was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. The store manager's heart trembled, and he immediately swallowed all his questions back into his stomach. The rich are the boss, so why does he buy the food for the sake of it? Even if he buys it to make soup or wash his feet, that is his freedom. No. No problem. Absolutely no problem. She immediately put on a more enthusiastic smile and shouted at the shop assistants. What are you all standing there for? Quick! Just like this gentleman requested, get all the best stuff from our store. Pack it up. 10 portions. The employees in the entire store became busy in an instant. Boxes of beautifully packaged birds' nests, fish maws, sea cucumbers, were carried out like water and soon piled up on the ground into a small mountain. The few scattered customers around were all stunned. Holy crap, who's this wealthy family? Is he getting some goods? How much will this cost? Is 1 million enough? That's too small, brother. Just those boxes of top-grade blood swallows are worth more than that. Zhao Qingji was also completely confused. She pulled at the corner of Su Ran's clothes and asked in a low voice. Su Ran, why are we buying so much? We can't finish it. Su Ran turned his head and scratched her nose lovingly. Silly boy, of course you have to hoard good things. How can I stop supplying my wife Su Ran with supplements? He spoke softly, but every word struck Zhao Qingji's heart hard. Card swipe, 2.37 million. The store manager's hands were shaking a little as he held the calculator. Su Ran took out the black card again without changing his expression. With a beep sound. Payment successful. He didn't blink during the whole process. The way the store manager and the staff looked at Su Ran changed from looking at the god of wealth to looking at a deity. And Zhao Qingji was enveloped in this huge sense of happiness. Only Su Ran knew that not only were there 5 pregnant women in Villa Number 1, but there was also a Xiao Lu from Dakian Kingdom. Chapter 041 Seventh Sister-in-Law Gu Arrow. Return to Villa Number 1. Zhao Qingji was still immersed in great happiness, clinging to Su Ran like a kitten, chattering and planning how to take those supplements. Su Ran responded absent-mindedly while his mind was already immersed in his storage space. A thought came to mind. The mountain of supplements he had just bought, along with the warehouse full of food he had previously stored, disappeared in the villa in an instant and were moved to another dimension by him. The matter is settled. It's time to go to Dakian Kingdom. He comforted Zhao Qingji and went to the villa where no one was around. Dakian Kingdom, Su Mansion. The feeling of time and space changing lasted only a moment, and when Su Ran opened his eyes again, he saw a completely different scene. There is no splendor and no modern conveniences. There was only a dilapidated courtyard, the bleak autumn wind blew up the fallen leaves on the ground, and the air was filled with a lingering smell of poverty. Su Ran frowned slightly. He found that Xiao Lu was not there. This girl is pregnant with my child, how can she run around everywhere? What if you bump into something? His heart tightened and he immediately started searching in the mansion. The entire Su mansion was empty, with almost no one in sight, and it was eerily quiet. Only after walking all the way to the backyard did Su Ran finally hear some noise. Crash crash. It's the sound of water washing clothes. He followed the sound and saw a frail figure squatting by the cold well, diligently washing a large basin of clothes. It was a back view. A beautiful back view that is enough to make your heart beat faster. Her jet black hair was tied up with a simple wooden hairpin, revealing a slender white neck, which looked even more delicate like jade against the backdrop of the gray coarse linen clothes. The slender waist is not even thick enough to be held in one hand, and as she washes clothes, it outlines a breathtaking curve. Su Ran paused. He didn't even need to check the system to know who it was. Seventh sister-in-law, Gu Arrow. However, he still glanced at it out of habit. Name, Gu Arrow. Age, 20. Appearance rating, 95. Lazy, D+. Features, soft. Height and weight, 165 centimeters, 45 kilograms. Charge times, 0. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. TSK. It's really a top-notch product. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Su Ran's mouth. He remembered very clearly that he had always played the role of a foolish brother-in-law in the Su mansion. His seventh sister-in-law probably didn't know that he had returned to normal. A teasing idea suddenly popped up from the bottom of my heart. He lowered his footsteps and approached silently, like a cheetah ready to attack. Without Gu Arrow noticing, a pair of warm hands suddenly covered her eyes from behind. Gu Arrow's body froze instantly. Then, a male voice with a hint of teasing sounded in her ears. Hey, ma'am, are you alone? Boom. Gu Arrow's mind went blank in an instant, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Pervert. There's a rapist in the house. She was so frightened that she struggled desperately, and the mallet in her hand fell into the basin, splashing water. Ah. You, who are you? Let me go. Help. Her voice was tearful, filled with fear and despair. All the men in the Su family have died in the battlefield, and now only a group of orphans, widows, and a foolish brother-in-law are left. If bad guys really come, they will have no power to resist. Seeing her frightened face, Su Ran felt that he had gone too far and stopped teasing her. He loosened his grip, stepped back, and cleared his throat. Sister-in-law Chi, it's me. The familiar yet unfamiliar voice brought Gu Arrow's struggle to an abrupt end. She turned around suddenly, and when she saw the person standing in front of her, she was stunned. The person in front of me has delicate eyebrows and eyes, an upright posture, clear and bright eyes, and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It was her brother-in-law, Su Ran, who had been mentally retarded for many years. But did he just speak? Ji Yuero widened her eyes and pointed at Su Ran in disbelief, her lips trembling. Uncle? You can speak now? You are not stupid anymore? Su Ran looked at her shocked expression and nodded seriously. Sister Yuero, I'm back to normal. One sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Ji Yuero's eyes instantly turned red. She covered her mouth, and tears as big as beans rolled down uncontrollably. It was not fear, but excitement, grievance, and the release after being suppressed for too long. Wow! That's great! That's great! She almost cried out loud. How could outsiders know how difficult life has been for the women left behind since the 7 upright men of the Su family all died in battle? There are bad neighbors bullying us outside and no one to rely on inside. These young sisters-in-law have become the objects of many people's covetousness. Every day, I live in fear and trepidation, walking on thin ice. They all thought that their lives were over and that the Su family would be completely extinct. I didn't expect that there is always a way out. The youngest brother-in-law, the only bloodline of the Su family, has returned to normal. This is God opening his eyes. Just then, a gurgling sound sounded at an inopportune time. Ji Yuero's cheeks flushed instantly and she held her stomach in embarrassment. She is hungry. From morning till now, she had only drunk a bowl of rice soup that was so thin that you could see your reflection in it. Su Ran saw it and sighed inwardly. Sister-in-law Chi, are you hungry? Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Ji Yuero lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. The mansion has run out of food. Su Ran smiled, said nothing, and just pulled her towards her room. Ji Yuero didn't understand why, but she followed obediently. When he reached the door of the room, Su Ran pushed it open. Squeak! When Ji Yuero saw the scene in the room clearly, her breathing stopped instantly. I saw that the originally empty room was now filled with rice bags. Bag after bag, neatly stacked, almost reached the beams. The bag was open, revealing the crystal clear, plump rice grains inside. The rich rice aroma instantly filled her nostrils. This is all excellent rice. Ji Yuero was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating because of hunger. Brother-in-law, where did this rice come from? Su Ran casually picked up a bag of rice, as easily as if he was carrying a bag of cotton. Don't worry about where it comes from, just cook. Soon, the long-lost rich aroma of rice wafted from the kitchen. Eating the fragrant white rice, Ji Yuero felt like she was alive again. While eating, Su Ran asked casually, by the way, 7th sister-in-law, where are Xiao Lu and the others? Why are you the only one in the mansion? Ji Yuero swallowed a mouthful of rice and replied, the fields outside the city have been left uncultivated for too long. A few days ago, the government issued an order to reclaim them if they're not cultivated. Xiao Lu and the others have gone to the suburbs to open up wasteland and plant crops. They said they want to sow the seeds before winter. They probably won't be back until tomorrow. Su Ran nodded in understanding. After dinner, he took out several boxes of the most beautifully packaged supplements from the storage space and handed them to Ji Yuero. Sister-in-law Chi, keep this. When Xiao Lu comes back, give it to her so that she can take good care of herself. Ji Yuero took the exquisite boxes. They felt heavy in her hands and were painted with gorgeous patterns that she could not understand. Just by looking at the packaging, she knew that the things inside were priceless. A trace of doubt suddenly arose in her heart. Why give it to Xiao Lu alone? And let her take good care of herself? What does this mean? She looked up to ask, but Su Ran had already stood up. Sister-in-law Chi, I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Before he finished speaking, the man had disappeared at the door. Only Ji Yuero was left, holding those boxes of expensive supplements, standing there, full of confusion. What is going on between her brother-in-law and Xiao Lu that she doesn't know? Villa number 1. Su Ran's figure appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 042, the second wife who knows the generalities. The previous second was the quaint Su family mansion, and the next second, you were standing on soft wool carpets. There was a faint woody aroma in the air, completely different from the dust and rice aroma of the old house in my memory. As soon as he walked into the living room, he saw a figure sneaking around. It's the new maid, Huang Qin. She stretched her neck like a curious groundhog and glanced vigilantly around the empty living room. After confirming it was safe, she crouched down, stood on tiptoe, and took every step silently as she moved towards a room. By Miley Eye's room. A playful arc appeared at the corner of Su Ran's mouth. Are we finally going to start the work? Yu Jingqian's sister had been lurking here for so many days, and finally she couldn't hold back anymore and was about to take action against his concubine. But it's okay this way. He could take this opportunity to see what the attitude of his second wife, Bai Miley, who was pregnant, was. Huang Qingqin stopped at the door, took a deep breath, and gently placed her hand on the door handle. Next second, she unlocked the door, slipped in, and went inside. In the room, Bai Miley was leaning against the head of the bed reading a book. When she heard the door open, she didn't even raise her eyelids, but just spoke lightly. You finally came to see me. Her voice was calm, so calm that Huang Qingqin, who had just slipped in, felt her heart skip a beat. This reaction is wrong. Shouldn't she be surprised, or questioning? Huang Qingqin forced herself to suppress the uneasiness in her heart, forced an anxious and pitiful expression on her face, and quickly walked to the bedside. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Miley, please come back with me quickly. My brother, he's dying. He's been waiting for you. Without you, he can't live every day. He doesn't want to eat or drink, and he gets drunk every day. Huang Qingqin was in tears and her performance was so heartfelt. He loves you, sister-in-law. You can't do this to him. Bai Miley finally put down the book in her hand, raised her heartbreakingly beautiful face, but her eyes were cold. Go back. Bai Miley looked at her pale face and continued in that calm yet cruel tone. Let me tell you this, your brother and I will never be together in this lifetime. Give up on that idea. Huang Qingqin was completely panicked. She didn't care about pretending and blurted out, why? What's so good about that Su Ran? He's a villain and a robber. He's not a good person at all. Before he finished speaking, bang! A crisp slap echoed throughout the room. Huang Qingqin covered her burning cheeks, her eyes full of disbelief. She was stunned. In her past memories, Bai Miley had always been a woman as gentle as spring water, and she always spoke softly. How could she hit someone? Bai Miley slowly withdrew her hand, her eyes so cold that ice chips could fall off. Don't you dare say that about my husband. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no argument. Ever since she became pregnant, Su Ran has become the only pillar of support in her heart, her sky, her earth, and the only support for her and her baby's future. She would never allow anyone to say a word against him. Outside the door, Su Ran heard all of this clearly and was overjoyed. Not bad, not bad. This second wife is okay. She is sensible, considerate, and knows how to protect her man at critical moments. It's worth loving her. He adjusted his expression, put on a bright smile that looked as if he knew nothing, and pushed open the door. Honey, I'm back. Huh? What were you guys talking about? The atmosphere seemed lively. The two people in the room were startled at the same time by the sudden sound. Huang Qingqin shuddered all over. Seeing Su Ran's smiling face, she was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She subconsciously shrank behind Bai Miley. It looked like a frightened little quail. Su Ran's eyes moved between her and Bai Miley, and he asked with pretended curiosity. Bai Miley glanced at Huang Qingqin, who was hiding behind her, and said, Nothing. Qingqin said she just happened to have some housework to do. Huang Qingqin reacted instantly and nodded frantically, her voice trembling. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Su, Sister Miley, I remembered that I still have to mop the floor. I'll go get busy first. Having said that, she turned around and tried to run away. This place is horrible. This couple is more terrifying than the other. She just wanted to run away. However, just as she took a step, she was stopped by Bai Miley. Stop. Huang Qingqin's body stiffened and she dared not move. Bai Miley leaned back lazily on the head of the bed, but there was a hint of shrewdness in her eyes. Since Su Jingqian's sister sneaked into the villa to work as a maid and has ulterior motives, we cannot let her go so easily. It would be too easy for her to be kicked out directly. We have to find a way to make her unable to bear it and leave on her own initiative. Bai Miley's gaze fell on Huang Qingqin, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Didn't you say you were going to do housework? It's just right. My room should be clean too. You can start from here. Huang Qingqin was stunned. In here? Yes. Bai Meili nodded, then looked her up and down with a look of disgust. And your clothes are so dirty. Don't stain the carpet in my room. As she spoke, she casually took out a skirt from the closet and threw it directly into Huang Qinchin's arms. Go, put on my clothes and then go to work. Huang Qinchin looked down and saw that the so-called clothes in her arms was made of very little fabric. It was a black tight-fitting hip skirt with a bold and sexy style. She was completely stunned and had no tears to cry. No way, sir. How come you two have exactly the same hobbies? Do you all like cross-dressing play so much? At this moment, the last trace of doubt in her heart disappeared. Su Ran and Bai Meili are definitely a real couple, and they are the kind of real couple who play in a particularly extravagant and perverted way. Under Bai Meili's unyielding gaze, Huang Qinchin could only hold her skirt in humiliation and walk into the bathroom. A few minutes later, when she came out shyly, Su Ran's eyes widened. Huang Qinchin changed into the black hip skirt, which wrapped around her tightly, outlining her young and elastic curves to the fullest. She was obviously not used to it, her hands tugging at the hem of her skirt awkwardly, her cheeks so red they looked like they could bleed. Bai Meili nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's get started, wipe that cabinet first. Huang Qinchin could only pick up the rag, bend down, stick out her perky buttocks, and begin to wipe the low cabinet at the head of the bed with great effort. That posture. Su Ran felt her throat was a little dry. Absolutely amazing. This scenery is simply beautiful. Just as he was watching with great interest, the soft flesh on his waist was suddenly pinched by a small hand. Bai Meili had come to his side without him knowing, and was staring at him dimly with her cheeks puffed out. You can only look at me. There was a strong hint of jealousy in her voice. Su Ran immediately raised his hands in surrender, hugged her in his arms with a doting look on his face, and kissed her on the face. Okay, it's my fault. I only have my second wife in my eyes, and everyone else is just a passing cloud. Bai Meili hummed twice in satisfaction, and then she did something that even Su Ran did not expect. She took out her cell phone and took a photo of Huang Qinchin, who was wiping the floor with her but sticking out. Then, she sent the photos to him in front of Su Ran. Here, since you performed well today, this is a small reward for you. Su Ran looked down at her phone. Bite. A beautiful high-definition and censored photo lies quietly in the chat box. In the photo, Huang Qinchin was wiping the cabinet in an extremely seductive posture, with an expression of humiliation and helplessness on her face, full of strong contrast. Su Ran's finger slid across the screen. From his perspective, the photo was automatically archived and turned into a beautiful CG illustration, with two unlocked pictures next to it. One of them was a heartwarming scene of Huang Qinchin cooking noodles in the kitchen. Su Ran's mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Oh, my second wife is so nice. He hugged Bai Meili and felt very happy. Not only did she help him solve his problem, but she was also so sensible that she knew to take the initiative to provide him with benefits. Where can I find a wife like this? Huang Qinchin, who was used as a tool to take photos, knew nothing about this. She only felt the gazes of the couple behind her, like searchlights shining on her, making her feel uncomfortable all over, and she just wanted to end this public execution quickly. However, she didn't know that this was just the beginning. Chapter 043. You have to compensate him with a wife. All day. Huang Qinchin felt like she was thrown into a washing machine with a spin-drying function. Wearing the tight skirt that made her so embarrassed that her toes curled up, she wiped all the furniture she could reach in the villa. Back pain and weak legs. What is even more torturous is the spirit. The two unconcealed gazes of Su Ran and Bai Meili were like two spotlights, fixed on her. Especially when she bent down to wipe the floor, she felt like she was being pricked in the back, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into right there and then. It was not until night fell that Bai Meili yawned and waved her hand mercifully. Okay, that's enough for today. You can go back and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Huang Qinchin felt as if she had been pardoned, and she almost used her hands and feet to escape back to the guest room assigned to her. She rushed into the bathroom, ripped off the sinful skirt, threw it on the floor, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash over her tired body and tormented soul. Humiliation, unwillingness, and a hint of unspeakable fear mixed together, making her eyes hot. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, my phone started vibrating wildly on the bed. Two words were jumping on the screen: brother. Huang Qinchin's heart sank suddenly. She took a few deep breaths, then tried to squeeze out a relatively normal voice and answered the phone. Elder brother? Qinchin. How are you? Are you used to it over there? They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Su Jingshan's voice was full of anxiety and worry. Difficulty? It's more than just an embarrassment, it's a public execution. Huang Qinshin's nose felt sore, and the words on the tip of her tongue turned into another one. No, I'm fine, don't worry, brother. She can't say. She couldn't let her brother worry, and she couldn't let him give up because of guilt. That's good. Su Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief, but then became shy again, pleading in his tone, Qin, brother. I'll ask you for one more thing, just one last thing, okay? Huang Qinshin's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came over her. Can you go look for Bai Meiliai again, tonight? I sent her messages but she didn't reply, and I couldn't get through to her on the phone. She must have blocked all my contact information. Su Jingshan's voice was filled with tears. Qin, please help me tell her that I am sincere. As long as she is willing to give me a chance, I am willing to do anything. I believe that as long as I show my sincerity, I will definitely be able to impress her. Huang Qinshin froze. Coming again? Brother, you are pushing me into the fire pit. The scene today was still vivid in her mind. If she was caught again, God knew what more horrible methods that perverted couple would come up with to torture her. She was scared, really scared. However, the person on the other end of the phone was her only relative, the brother she had vowed to protect since she was a child. Listening to his almost desperate plea, Huang Qinshin couldn't bring herself to say no. That's all. Isn't it just losing someone again? For her brother's happiness, she fought hard. Okay, brother, don't worry. Huang Qinshin gritted her teeth and said word by word, I'll try again. After hanging up the phone, she slumped down on the bed, hugging her knees, feeling as if all the strength in her body had been drained. This is the last chance. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Huang Qinshin changed into a set of dark clothes that were convenient for movement, and slipped out of the room barefoot, like a civet cat, quietly. The hallway was pitch black, lit only by a faint glow of moonlight filtering in from the distant window. Relying on her memory from the day, she groped her way to Bai Meiliai's door. Fortunately, the door was not locked. She gently turned the doorknob, slipped in, and then carefully closed the door. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, and in the moonlight, a bulging figure could be seen on the bed. Bai Meiliai was sleeping soundly, breathing evenly. Huang Qinshin stood by the bed, her heart pounding and her palms covered in cold sweat. She hesitated for a long time before reaching out and gently pushing Bai Meiliai's shoulder. Sister Meiliai, wake up. Bai Meiliai frowned in her sleep, turned over, but did not wake up. Huang Qinshin had no choice but to increase her strength. Sister Meiliai? Who is it? Are you annoying? Bai Meiliai was finally woken up, her voice full of grumpiness and impatience. As a pregnant woman, getting enough sleep is more important to her than anything else. She rubbed her eyes, sat up unhappily, and turned on a dim nightlight on the bedside. Why you again? When Bai Meiliai saw that the person coming was Huang Qinshin, she became even angrier. But the next second, all her anger was stuck in her throat. Under the light, Huang Qinshin had just finished a shower, her long hair still damp, casually draped over her shoulders. Without her tacky black-framed glasses, her plain little face was completely exposed to the air. Her eyebrows are like distant ink and her eyes are like stars. Under the straight nose are plump and moist lips. It is a kind of unpolished beauty with a bit of immaturity and stubbornness. Bai Meiliai was stunned. She had always thought that Huang Qinshin was just a pretty country girl, but she didn't expect that when she took off her glasses, she would look like this. This face, this figure. TSK. It's a good deal for Su Ran. A thought suddenly popped up in Bai Meiliai's mind. Su Ran now has 5 wives. If he adds the one in front of him, it would be a perfect 6, wouldn't it? She suddenly didn't want to chase Huang Qinshin away anymore. Is there something? Bai Meiliai's tone softened a lot. She leaned back against the head of the bed and looked at her leisurely. Huang Qinshin felt uncomfortable being looked at by her, and she gritted her teeth and handed over the phone. Sister Meiliai, my brother wants to say a few words to you, he. Beep. Bai Meiliai didn't even look at it and just pressed the hang-up button. Huang Qinshin was dumbfounded. It seems that you two siblings have a really good relationship. Bai Meiliai's lips curled up into a playful smile. Sister Meiliai Huang Qinshin was anxious and wanted to say something else. By Miley I waved her hand, her eyes lingering on her face. With your looks like this, I don't know how many men will be crazy about you. You are a natural beauty. Huang Qinchin's face flushed red at this sudden compliment. Why are you saying this? Do you want to win me back for your brother? By Miley I narrowed her eyes like a fox eyeing its prey. I do. Huang Qinchin answered without hesitation. But, by Miley I slowly raised a question, there's a problem here. If I go back and reconcile with your brother, what will happen to Su Ran? He'll be one less wife. Huang Qinchin's eyes lit up when she heard that things had taken a turn for the better, and she hurriedly said, It's okay, Sister Millet. As long as you're willing to go back, everything is fine. As for Mr. Su Ran, I will compensate him. Compensate? By Miley I smiled, a smile that was meaningful. Since you and your brother have such a good relationship, would you be willing to make a small contribution for your brother? Of course I do. Huang Qinchin seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Okay then. By Miley I smile turned dangerous, and she spoke clearly, word by word. As long as you become Su Ran's concubine, then I am willing to go back. Go back? Where to go back to? Back to the room to sleep? By Miley I deliberately left a language trap, but Huang Qinchin had no mind to think about it at the moment. Those few words were the only ones left in her mind. What? Little wife? With a boom, Huang Qinchin's cheeks instantly turned red enough to bleed. She stepped back repeatedly and shook her head desperately. No. No. How can this be possible? Oh. The smile on By Miley I's face instantly faded, turning cold. It seems that your relationship with your brother isn't that good either. Since you don't want to, you can get out now. After she finished speaking, she pretended to lie down and turn off the lights. No. Huang Qinchin blurted out. Walk? If I leave now, what will happen to my brother? He would be completely desperate. On one side is his own innocence and dignity, and on the other side is his brother's lifelong happiness. The violent struggle set off a huge wave in her heart. The scene of being humiliated during the day and the voice of his brother begging on the phone flashed through his mind alternately. For a long time. She seemed to have used up all her strength and squeezed out a few words from her throat, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I do. The moment she finished speaking. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Su Ran's smiling voice came from outside the door, very clear. Second wife, are you asleep? Huang Qinchin's blood almost froze at this moment, and she was scared out of her wits. Why is Su Ran here? She subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide. However, it was too late. There was only a pop sound. By Miley I turned off the bedside lamp. The whole room was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. In the darkness, Huang Qinchin could clearly hear her own heartbeat like a drum. She didn't dare to move and froze in place. Then, she heard By Miley I's sweet voice with a hint of cunning and excitement. Honey, I didn't sleep. Come in. Chapter 044, Give Benefits to Wives. Come out of By Miley I's room. Su Ran returned to her master bedroom and was about to go to the bathroom when a mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang in her mind. Ding! It was detected that Huang Qinchin is successfully pregnant. The many children, many blessings system is activated and rewards are being distributed. Su Ran paused and was completely stunned. What the hell? Huang Qinchin? Are you pregnant? When did it happen? How come he doesn't know about it? Su Ran's mind was full of question marks, but the system's voice continued to broadcast without any emotion. Reward 1, 6th rank martial arts realm. Before he finished speaking, a tremendous force instantly surged from Su Ran's limbs and bones, penetrating through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Originally only an 8th rank warrior, he could clearly feel the power in his body surging at an incredible speed. The muscles and bones are working together, and the blood is like a dragon. 8th rank. 7th rank. Finally, he stabilized at the level of a 6th grade warrior. 1000 household level. In ancient times, this was a powerful man who could command thousands of troops and guard a region. Su Ran clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power in his body, and his joints made a series of crackling sounds. Fuck awesome. Before he could recover from the shock of his sudden increase in strength, the system's voice sounded again. Reward 2, Beauty Pills X5. Item description: after taking it, it can eliminate impurities in the body, improve skin quality, and increase your appearance by 5 points. Note: it is not effective for people with an appearance score of 95 or above. Nice one. Su Ran's eyes lit up. All of his wives were beauties with a score of over 90. If they took this pill, wouldn't their beauty go through the roof and reach 95 points? Wouldn't he be the one who enjoys it then? Hey. Reward 3, bank card deposit bonus 10 times. Su Ran immediately took out his mobile phone and opened the banking app. He gasped when he saw the long string of zeros on the balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million? 1.5 billion. The original deposit of more than 100 million yuan increased tenfold to 1.5 billion yuan. System, I love you. Su Ran was so excited that he almost jumped up. Having money, power, and beautiful women, this is the pinnacle of life. After calming down, he pinched his chin and thought about the original question again. Huang Qinchin, what's going on? Su Ran quickly figured out the whole thing, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. No matter when, as long as she gets pregnant, it's fine. He now wants to see how much of a surprise those beauty pills can bring to his harem. 10 minutes later, in the living room on the first floor of the villa. The lights are on. Su Ran sat on the sofa in the main seat, and in front of him stood a row of beautiful women with different styles but equally beautiful and charming. Zhao Qingji, a beautiful woman wearing a silk nightgown, with a mature and charming temperament. Bai Meiliai, a gentle and intellectual senior student, is wearing a white cotton nightgown. The twin sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei are wearing the same little dinosaur pajamas, one with twin ponytails and the other with shoulder-length hair. They are full of youthful vitality. And the sexy blonde Yunana, who was wearing a cool suspender and showing off her long white legs. Several women were called down by Su Ran in the middle of the night, and they were all a little sleepy. Honey, why are you calling us so late? Xia Yufei, the younger twin sister, rubbed her eyes and yawned. Her elder sister, Xia Shasha, was more cautious. She folded her arms and looked at Su Ran. Are you getting into trouble with romantic relationships again? What are you talking about? Su Ran cleared his throat and took out 5 exquisite small jade bottles from behind him like a magician. Dang. Look what this is? Pills? Yunana leaned in closer. As a game geek, she was very sensitive to these things. Blue pills or red pills? To increase attack or defense? Su Ran smiled mysteriously. This is called the beauty pill. If you eat it, you will become more beautiful. Cut. Several women immediately showed expressions of disbelief. Nowadays, they have used all kinds of high-tech skincare products. How much use can a small pill have? Believe it or not. Su Ran didn't explain much and directly handed a bottle to the most daring Xia Shasha. Try it first. Xia Shasha opened the bottle cork doubtfully, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance hit her face. She poured the Longan-sized, crystal white pill into her palm, hesitated for a moment, and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, something magical happened. Xia Shasha's skin became whiter, more delicate, and as smooth as a baby's at a speed visible to the naked eye. The few small pimples that appeared due to staying up late playing games disappeared instantly. The whole person looks like she is covered with beauty filters. Her facial features have not changed, but she is more beautiful than ever. Damn it! Xia Shasha touched her face, which was so smooth that it could serve as a mirror, and cursed. She rushed to the floor-length mirror in the living room, looked at her radiant self in the mirror, and screamed with excitement. It's true. She's really become prettier. Oh my god. Now, the other women could no longer sit still. Hubby, I want one too. Give it to me, give it to me. They rushed forward and divided up all the beauty pills in Su Ran's hand in an instant. Soon, a series of exclamations were heard in the living room. Zhao Qingji looked at herself in the mirror, who looked at least 5 years younger, and her eyes became moist. Bai Meiliai had a smile on her face and her eyes were full of surprise. Yunana was so excited that she took out her mobile phone and took selfies crazily from all angles. Oh my god, Su Ran, what on earth is this magical thing? Zhao Qingji was the first to calm down. He walked to Su Ran and asked curiously. Yes, where did it come from? Are there any more? Xia Yufei also ran over and hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Ran, full of curiosity and inquiry. Su Ran enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and deliberately kept the secret. He snapped his fingers and shouted to the door, "Come in." Everyone looked over in confusion. I saw a girl in a plain white t-shirt and jeans standing at the door feeling uneasy. It was Huang Qinqin. She had just been called outside the living room by Su Ran's bodyguard and had been waiting anxiously, completely unaware of what was going on. Su Ran stood up, walked to Huang Qinqin, put his arm around her slender shoulders, and announced loudly to his group of beautiful wives. "If you want to thank someone, then thank our new sister. These beauty pills are all thanks to her." "What?" In an instant, all the women's eyes were focused on Huang Qinqin. There was shock, scrutiny, curiosity, and also a hint of barely perceptible hostility. Huang Qinqin was so frightened by this scene that her mind went blank. She looked at Su Ran blankly, then looked at the group of women who had suddenly become more beautiful, completely confused about the situation. "Credit? What is my contribution? What does this have to do with me?" All she could think about now was when Bai Miley would fulfill her promise. She subconsciously looked for Bai Miley in the crowd, wanting to ask her for help. But Bai Miley seemed not to see her eyes asking for help. She just carried a glass of water and walked gracefully to Zhao Qingji, chatting in a low voice, deliberately avoiding her sight. "Hello, new guy." The twin sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei came over, holding her on both sides, and looked her up and down curiously. "Your name is Huang Qinqin, right? Which university did you graduate from? You look so young, are you 18? Huang Qinqin was confused by the question and could only stammer, I'm a junior this year." "Wow, a college student?" Before she could catch her breath, the blonde beauty Yunana dropped her phone and squeezed over, grabbing her wrist with sparkling eyes. "Hey, sister, do you know how to play pesticide? I just bought a new skin for Yame, and I'm worried that no one will play with me." Come on, I'll help you rank up." I can't." Huang Qinqin was surrounded by the three of them, like a little white rabbit that had strayed into a pack of wolves. She had no chance to say a word to Bai Miley at all. Chapter 045, The School Beauty of Medical School. Su Ran waved his hand and dismissed the group of women who were just watching the fun and making trouble. All right, let's all go away. Don't scare the new sister." Yunana and the others went upstairs laughing, leaving only the twin sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei. They each took a bottle of ice cola and sat next to Su Ran. "Brother, where did you find such a top-notch item?" Xia Shasha asked curiously. "I picked it up on the road." Su Ran answered casually. He turned to look at the two spirited young girls and suddenly remembered something. "By the way, when do you two start the college entrance examination?" Xia Yufei unscrewed the cap of the Coke bottle, took a big gulp, and burped. 3 days later. What's wrong, brother? Do you want to cheer us up?" "Of course." Su Ran smiled. He was really looking forward to it. What would it be like to sponsor two spirited young ladies to go to college? When school starts, these two sisters will stand in the dormitory, with the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. I guess no one in the entire dormitory will dare to speak loudly. That scene is touching just thinking about it. Just then, Su Ran's cell phone vibrated. It was a message from a private investigator. "Mr. Su, we have found the person you were looking for." Su Ran clicked on the attachment, and each piece of information was clearly listed. Ji Monton's biological daughter and Bai Qianqian's half-sister is named Bai Yuan. She just turned 20 years old, is a student in medical school, and is also a well-known school beauty. A photo and a TikTok account are attached below. The girl in the photo is young and beautiful, and her eyes and eyebrows are somewhat similar to Ji Manton, but she is more pure and stubborn. Su Ran's fingertips slid gently across the screen. Interesting. This Bai Yuan is actually broadcasting live on Douyin, and her online name is Senior Sister Yuan. Doing live streaming, doesn't that just mean you're short of money? It seems that Ji Manton, as a mother, doesn't treat her own daughter very well. Su Ran frowned slightly, and a doubt arose in his mind. Logically speaking, Ji Manton herself is extremely poor, and even her daughter has to rely on live streaming to earn a living. Where did she get the money to hire a Dion heavy truck to hit herself? There's something weird about this. Su Ran couldn't understand. If you can't figure it out, put it aside for now. The most urgent thing is to take care of her precious daughter first. If we can make an appointment, things will be much easier. Su Ran opened Douyin, typed in Senior Sister Yuan, and quickly found the live broadcast room. The avatar is that photo, looking pure and lovely. The cover picture of the live broadcast room is even more eye-catching. Tonight at 9 o'clock, the school beauty and senior sister will compete online. There will be a penalty if you lose. Su Ran raised his eyebrows and clicked in. Coincidentally, it was being broadcast live. In the live broadcast room, a very sweet-looking girl was facing the camera. She was wearing a modified pink nurse's uniform, which formed a huge contrast with her pure and innocent face. As expected of the campus belle of the medical school, she knows her stuff. At this moment, she is piking with another female anchor. The screen was divided into two parts, and the female anchor on the opposite side was wearing heavy makeup and looked very worldly. Bai Yuan's voice was a little anxious, and she kept bowing to the screen. Family. Family. Help me hold on to this one. The opponent is too arrogant. Thank you for the sunglasses, brother. Thank you. The number of people in the live broadcast room showed more than 1,000, and the barrage of comments was scrolling very fast, but the gifts were sparse. Most of them are $1 sunglasses and little hearts. In the PK bar, Bai Yuan is obviously far behind. She was so angry that her face turned red and she kept muttering to herself. I'm so mad. This vixen always goes against me. She and the host on the other side are well-known rivals, and they have often had verbal battles on the platform. In today's PK, she also invested a lot of money, revealing her identity as the campus belle of the medical school and inviting many classmates to help her in the school forum. But those who come are all poor students. Studying medicine is already a hard life. Who among the truly rich young men would come to study this? Their pockets are cleaner than their faces, so how could they have spare money to buy gifts? Those few scattered sunglasses seemed as if they were not there. On the other hand, on the opposite side, an ID with the title of emperor gave out 10 carnivals in one move. One carnival costs 3,000 yuan, so 10 of them would be 30,000 yuan. This is not the end yet, followed by sports cars, rockets, and the gift special effects almost never stopped. The PK bar was instantly widened to an astronomical gap. Wow! The guy on the other side is awesome. 100,000. Holy crap, this guy is super rich. Yuan is going to lose, how can we fight like this? Bai Yuan looked at the rapidly increasing gift amount on the opposite side, and her eyes almost turned red with envy. Looking at the pitiful 1,000 yuan she had, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered. Normally, she would be very happy if she could earn more than 1,000 yuan a night. But today is different. Today is a PK, and you will be punished if you lose. The punishment was barking like a dog in front of everyone. When she thought of that scene, she felt her face burning. Su Ran touched his chin and looked at the girl on the screen who was about to cry. He switched to the recharge page and without blinking, directly recharged 200,000. Then, he returned to the live broadcast room and pressed the golden carnival gift icon. Mr. Su gave away Carnival X1 in Yuan's live broadcast room. Mr. Su gave away Carnival X10 in Yuan's live broadcast room. Mr. Su gave away Carnival X20 in Yuan's live broadcast room. The screen was instantly flooded with golden gift special effects. A series of system prompts flashed across the screen, and everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Bai Yuan was also confused. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened into an O shape, and she stared at the screen in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not seeing things. The user with the ID Mr. Su gave her more than 60 carnivals in one go. More than 60. That's nearly 200,000. 200,000. She worked hard on live streaming for a year, but was exhausted and didn't even earn 20,000 yuan. Now, this big brother who came out of nowhere gave her 200,000 in less than a minute. If I get this money, after deducting the platform's commission and taxes, I will still have at least 100,000 yuan. With this money, how carefree would her college life be? The most expensive meal in the cafeteria costs only a few dozen yuan, so she can buy the latest cosmetics and the bags she has always dreamed of, and live a petty bourgeois life that she never dared to imagine before. The huge surprise made her dizzy and her whole body was shaking with excitement. The barrage in the live broadcast room also completely exploded. What the hell? What the hell? Who the hell is this? Mr. Su is awesome. Broken voice. Brother, are you still looking for a pendant? The kind that can yell 666. The brothers in the medical school were all stunned. This is the real big brother. The PK bar on Bai Yuan's side instantly overtook with a crushing momentum and was far ahead. The female anchor on the other side of the screen turned green in the face and tried desperately to urge her big brother on the other side of the screen. Brother! Brother! The other side stole a tower. Hurry up and vote, brother! But after spending 100,000, there was no further movement from the emperor brother. There was no famous scene of the rich competing against each other that everyone loves to see. Nowadays, who in their right mind would spend huge amounts of money on anchors? Either they are the platform's agents, or they are using live streaming to launder money. If you really have that much spare money, what kind of celebrity or young model can't you play with? PK time is over. Yuan won with an overwhelming advantage. She was so excited that she was incoherent and kept bowing to the screen. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother, you are so handsome. Big Brother is so awesome. Su Ran looked at her money-obsessed look and sent a comment. Mr. Su, don't thank me. Come out right now and drink with me. As soon as the barrage came out, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet for a moment. The smile on Yuan's face also froze. She will not accompany Big Brother to meet offline. Although she loves money, she also has her own bottom line. She wanted to refuse. In the live broadcast room, the students from medical school were the first to explode. What the hell? What do you mean? You want to date our school beauty just because you paid a little money? That's right. Yuan, don't go. This person has bad intentions. Yes. You can't go. Protect our school beauty. Looking at the scrolling barrage of comments, Yuan felt confident. She cleared her throat and spoke softly into the microphone. I'm sorry, brother. I'm not feeling well today. I might not be able to go out. She thought to herself, the money has already been received, and she received the gift based on her own ability, not by selling herself. The worst that can happen is a few scoldings, and once the live broadcast is turned off, no one will recognize each other. She is not the kind of female anchor who is willing to do anything for money. However, Su Ran's next comment made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. Mr. Su, can you come out? One sentence. Mr. Su, if you don't come out, I'll go to the platform and apply for a refund for the miner's purchase. Chapter 046, For Saints in One Family? Yuan's mind buzzed. Refunds for minors. This move is simply a sure kill. In order to protect minors, the platform has always been lenient in reviewing such complaints. As long as some plausible evidence can be provided, the refund success rate is extremely high. The $200,000 I got is gone before I can even hold it in my hand? That's more than 100,000 yuan in cash. Cosmetics, bags, petty bourgeois lifestyle, all the beautiful fantasies turned into bubbles in an instant. The huge feeling of loss made her heart ache. She bit her lips hard, feeling torn between her conscience and her desires. To go or not to go? If I go, what if the other party? If you don't go, the money will really be gone. It's just a drink, it should be, okay, right? Yuan struggled for a long time and finally made up her mind. She typed a reply tremblingly. Senior Yuan, just have a drink? Mr. Su, yes. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after receiving a positive answer. She immediately put on a smiling face and spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room. My dear family, I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little unwell. Today's live broadcast ends here. Good night, everyone. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Really? Are you really going? Yuan, don't be silly. It's over, our school beauty is going to be taken advantage of by a pig. Yuan didn't dare to look at the comments at all, and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast after she finished speaking. In the living room, Su Ran looked at the black screen of his mobile phone and smiled with a plan in mind. Little guy, can't I cure you? The night deepens and the lights come on. A scarlet Ferrari SF90 flew across the streets of Jiancheng. The low roar of the engine sounded like the roar of a wild beast, attracting the attention of passers-by. Many young men and women took out their mobile phones and took a lot of photos of the speeding red phantom. The car window slowly lowered, Su Ran put one hand on the steering wheel, the evening breeze blew the hair on his forehead, revealing a handsome face. He didn't drive fast, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. Finally, the Ferrari slowly stopped at the gate of Jiangcheng Medical College. The attention of the surrounding students was instantly attracted. Envy and admiration. Su Ran ignored the gazes, picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Yuan Yuan. Mr. Su, we're here, at the door. Almost an instant reply. Senior Yuan Yuan, coming right up. Su ran threw his phone into the passenger seat, leaned back in the seat leisurely, and tapped lightly on the leather steering wheel with his fingertips. After a few minutes, a beautiful figure walked out from the school gate. The pink slim-fit knitted short sleeves outlined the perfect graceful curves. She wore a denim miniskirt and her two straight and slender legs were wrapped in white lace stockings. Every step she took was full of youthful rhythm. As she walked, she smiled and greeted the students passing by. That pure and sweet face is indeed worthy of the title of school belle. Su Ran's eyes fell on her, and he muttered in his heart. Identification. Name, Bai Yuan Yuan. Age, 21. Appearance rating, 95. Height and weight, 170 centimeters, 50 kilograms. Note, target of eugenics and good parenting. 95 points. Su Ran raised his eyebrows. This appearance is indeed quite good. He couldn't help but wonder, aren't the Bai family's genes a little too good? Including Zhao Qingji, Bai Meiliai, Bai Qianqian, and the one in front of me, Bai Yuan Yuan. Wow, 4 saints in one family. Just as Su Ran was admiring the prey, a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked Bai Yuan Yuan's way. The person who came was a boy wearing black framed glasses, with an anxious and indignant look on his face. Yuan Yuan. Huang Weihua opened his arms to block her way. I watched your livestream. How could you do this? You just come out to meet someone just because they give you some random gifts? You're so careless. This is so dangerous. He spoke loudly, with a tone of disappointment in his voice. And if you do this, how will others see you? What have you become? As soon as these words were spoken, the students who had not yet walked far away stopped in their tracks, pricked up their ears, and looked like they were ready to watch a show. The sweet smile on Bai Yuan Yuan's face froze instantly. She felt a little embarrassed. Huang Weihua had been pestering her since the summer after the college entrance examination, buzzing like a fly and bothering her for several years. Huang Weihua, are you sick? Bai Yuan Yuan frowned and lowered her voice, but the tension in her tone was no less. What I do is none of your business. Are you my father or my mother? Aren't you meddling too much? She wanted to bypass Huang Weihua, but was stopped by him again. Yuan Yuan, I'm doing this for your own good. Huang Weihua's face was filled with grief. How could that kind of person have good intentions? He's just after your body, isn't he? If you don't go, I can also give you gifts. Hearing this, Bai Yuan Yuan was so angry that she laughed out loud. Just him? A poor bootlicker who was reluctant to even give a paid gift in his own live broadcast room, relies on free hearts and flowers to improve his level every day, and sends barrages all day long trying to chat with himself. You? Bai Yuan Yuan looked him up and down, with undisguised contempt in her eyes. How much can you give me? Huang Weihua, let me ask you, you haven't even given me a single carnival, why should I bother with you? What are you trying to show off? Get out of the way. Huang Weihua was completely devastated by these words and froze in place. He felt that his sincerity had been severely trampled upon. Yes, he has no money. At the age when I am most helpless, I meet the girl I want to protect my whole life. This is the greatest irony and pain of reality. Medical students like these have to study for 5 years for undergraduate studies, plus 3 years of regular training. It would be good if they can get an internship salary by the age of 30. If they want to really start making money, they have to wait until they are 40 or 50 years old. It's so miserable. In the Ferrari, Su Ran watched this scene and felt a little bit of pity in his heart. What a passionate and pure love god of war. Don't worry, little brother. Today, I will help you punish this bad woman who doesn't know how to cherish. Beep. Su Ran honked the horn twice. The clear sound of the horn made the two people facing each other look over at the same time. When Bai Yuan Yuan looked up, she saw a handsome man waving at her in the cool red Ferrari. Although there was a distance between them, she could still see Su Ran's outline clearly. Surprisingly, he looks a little handsome? He is much more handsome than those male anchors in the live broadcast room who rely on beauty filters to survive. Her eyes immediately fell on the prancing horse logo. This is not an ordinary Ferrari. She had seen this model in a car magazine. The landing price is at least more than 8 million. Seeing this, Bai Yuan Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The slight uneasiness and resistance I had felt before about meeting my online friend disappeared instantly at this moment. She was too lazy to talk nonsense with Huang Weihua anymore and pushed him away, who was blocking her way. Get out of here. Don't interrupt my work. Chapter 047 Luxury Car with White Silk. After saying that, she walked quickly towards the red sports car without looking back. Huang Weihua was pushed and staggered, watching the goddess in his mind walk towards the man driving the luxury car. Bai Yuan came to the front of the car and opened the door somewhat awkwardly. Wow, so this is how it feels to open the door of a top-notch sports car. She sat in the passenger seat, and a faint scent of perfume, which she couldn't tell what brand it was but was definitely high-end, lingered at her nose. Every detail in the car's interior exudes the smell of money. Senior Bai, right? Su Ran tilted her head and smiled. You look much better in person than on camera. Of course. Bai Yuan raised her chin slightly, with a little pride. My face is completely natural. It can't be compared to those slutty girls on TikTok who use level 10 beauty filters. Su Ran was just about to say something else. The tactless Huang Weihua actually caught up again, leaning against the car window with a sad face. Yuan. You must be happy. He cried out in a heart-wrenching voice. I still like you. I will always wait for you. Wait until you change your mind. Su Ran couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Man, this isn't how you act like a bootlicker, is it? This plot is too corny. Bai Yuan also looked helpless and annoyed, and really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Su Ran was too lazy to watch this farce anymore, so he started the car and shifted into gear. In ancient times, luxury cars were paired with black stockings and beautiful legs. Today, white stockings seem to have a unique flavor. He stepped on the accelerator, the Ferrari let out a low roar, and rushed out in an instant. Yuan. You can't get in his car. Huang Weihua chased the sports car from behind, crying out at the top of his lungs. How can I live without you, Yuan? Unfortunately, how could his two legs possibly outrun an 8-cylinder engine? The red taillights of the car quickly disappeared into the night, leaving him alone, gasping for breath and looking into the distance in despair. Su Ran did not drive directly to the bar full of lights and wine. The Ferrari drove through the night and finally stopped in front of a coffee shop that looked quite stylish but too quiet. Bai Yuan was a little surprised. She had thought that when a rich second-generation man who drove a top-of-the-line sports car asked a girl out, his first stop would definitely be the most exciting nightclub in the city, where he would numb her nerves with alcohol and music, and then proceed to the next step naturally. Unexpectedly, he brought me here for coffee? Could it be that I was wrong? This man doesn't look like such a superficial person. The little bit of vigilance that Bai Yuan had left in her heart relaxed a little. Su Ran led her into the store. The decoration inside the store is very elegant, and it can be seen that a lot of thought has been put into it. However, there are not many customers, so it seems a bit deserted. A waiter who looked like a new employee brought 2 cups of coffee in a somewhat reserved manner. They each picked it up and took a sip. The next second, they frowned at the same time. This taste, it's hard to describe. Bai Yuan put down the cup and twisted her beautiful eyebrows together. Didn't you say you'd take me out for a drink? Why did you bring me to a place like this to drink pot washing water? Su Ran didn't care and smiled mysteriously. Don't be impatient. This shop has a secret menu, it doesn't just sell coffee. Here's the best hidden cocktail in town, but I won't tell anyone about it. Hidden version? Bai Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Women are creatures that have no resistance to anything that has anything to do with limited, hidden or exclusive. This represents rarity in taste, and is a great material to post on WeChat moments. Su Ran raised his voice a little and shouted behind the bar. Boss lady! Don't hide it, give me 2 cups of your shop's hidden special blend. The curtain behind the bar moved. A figure walked out slowly. By Miley I was in the kitchen with a bulging belly, calculating today's turnover. When she heard Su Ran teasing her with the word manager again, she became furious. What a manager! Isn't it just that the name of the coffee is a bit literary, the price is a bit too high, and the service attitude is a bit poor. Besides, she is pregnant now, her mood is up and down, and her emotions are unstable. How can her service attitude be good? It's all Su Ran's fault, the hands-off boss. Here it comes. By Miley I responded unhappily and walked out of the kitchen with her not-so-obvious belly. When she saw the sweet woman sitting opposite Su Ran, she was stunned. Why does this face look familiar? She looked closely. Isn't this my little cousin who was so arrogant? Cousin? Bai Yuan also saw who was coming and opened her mouth in surprise. Why are you here? Bai Miley rolled her eyes at her unhappily, her hands unconsciously on her waist. Why can't I be here? This is the coffee shop my husband opened for me, and I'm the boss lady. No wonder. Bai Yuan suddenly realized and then complained without any hesitation. I was wondering why this coffee tasted so familiar and unpleasant. Turns out you made it. Bai Miley's face darkened instantly. You damn girl, your mouth is still as poisonous as before. If it weren't for the fact that we're relatives, I would have poured this cup of pot water directly on your face. She was so angry. Su Ran watched the show from the side, then pretended not to know Bai Miley at all, and spoke in the tone of a store blogger. Madam, please give us 2 special cocktails. I want something that's not on the menu. After saying that, he blinked quickly at Bai Miley. Bai Miley glanced at him and understood everything in an instant. Hurrah! You Su Ran. He actually ended up picking up girls in his wife's shop. The one I'm drinking with is my little cousin. Her husband has a strong sense of revenge. After being falsely accused by his ex-girlfriend Bai Chanshan. Is this a plan to catch all the women in the Bai family in one fell swoop? But after thinking about it, Bai Miley felt that it was nothing. My husband is rich, handsome, and capable, so it doesn't seem like a bad thing to have a few more women to share the burden. Besides, we are all family, and we can take care of each other and be very close. Thinking about it this way, Bai Chanshan is really pitiful. All her relatives are living a good life, but she is still operating a sewing machine in prison. After figuring this out, Bai Miley felt relieved. She put on a professional smile and bowed slightly to the 2 of them. Okay, please wait a moment, both of you. Our most secret special blend, Secret of a Summer Night, is coming soon. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the kitchen, with a meaningful look on her face. On the other side, Bai Yuan was completely relaxed. With her cousin around, what is she afraid of? Can he be taken away drunk? Su Ran couldn't possibly do anything out of line to herself in front of her cousin. A sense of security is overflowing. Chapter 048 Cousin Special Adjustment, Summer Night Secret. Bai Yuan relaxed completely, leaned back on the soft sofa, and began to question Su Ran about his background. Su Ran, what exactly do you do? You don't look that old, how come you're so rich that you even drive a Ferrari? This question really stumped Su Ran. You can't say that you get cash back from having children through the system, right? He thought about it and then spoke nonsense seriously. Me? I'm a martial artist. My main job is to make some insignificant contribution to the country. A martial artist? Bai Yuan looked him up and down. I don't believe it. You look so skinny and have no muscles at all. Su Ran didn't argue with her. He is now a 6th grade warrior, so dealing with such a small situation is too easy for him. He extended his index finger and lightly poked the heavy solid wood table in front of him. The movements look effortless. There was only a soft puff sound. A small hole, as thick as a finger and bottomless, suddenly appeared on the hard wooden tabletop. Bai Yuan's eyes widened instantly and her mouth opened into an O shape. She reached out and carefully touched the edge of the hole. It felt warm and smooth, without a trace of burrs. How is this done? 1 finger yan? Wow! The look in her eyes when she looked at Su Ran was instantly filled with admiration. Su Ran! You are so awesome! At the back kitchen bar, Bai Miley, who was mixing cocktails, saw this scene through the gap and her heart was bleeding. That table. It's her favorite imported oak table. She spent tens of thousands of dollars custom making it. Su Ran, this prodigal old man. And that little devil Bai Yuan. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could there be a hole in my table? Bai Miley became more and more angry as she thought about it. She picked up a bottle with a label written all in foreign languages, which looked like a bottle of mineral water. Water of life, 96 degrees. She looked fierce and poured a full ounce into the cup prepared for Bai Yuan. I'll let you down. I'll let you ruin my table. I can't stop drinking. The atmosphere outside became more harmonious and friendly because of Su Ranlu's move. Bai Yuan completely lost her airs and was even a little curious. She picked up the cup of unpalatable coffee and clinked glasses with Su Ran. Su Ran, I went out for a drink with you today. You can't apply for a refund for the 200,000 yuan in tips from your livestream. She is still thinking about it. Su Ran was amused by her money-grubbing look. Don't worry, that little money is not even pocket money for me. However, if you are willing to do one thing for me, I can give you 2 million directly. 2 million? Bai Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. My breathing became rapid. What is it? Su Ran looked at her nervous expression, suddenly grinned and started joking. Give me a baby. Puff. Bai Yuan almost spit out the coffee she had just taken. She was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter, shaking with laughter. I don't want to. I won't have a baby no matter how much money you give me. I'm only in my early 20s, so young, I don't want to be a mother. Su Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you a dink? What's wrong with being a mother? Look at how low the country's fertility rate is right now. This is the time when young people like you need to contribute to society. Bai Yuan curled her lips with a look of disdain. Mom is just not good. I hate those mothers the most. After having children, they become out of shape, old and ugly. They spend all day around their children and have no life of their own. And I've found that once a woman gets pregnant, her brain doesn't work very well. She becomes a bit stupid. I think they're all a bit dumb. She spoke loudly, and every word was clearly heard at the back kitchen bar. Bai Miley, who was mixing cocktails, suddenly felt her hand tremble. Old again? Ugly again? Pregnant and stupid? Still a little silly? She looked down at her lower abdomen, and a surge of anger suddenly shot up to the top of her head. You are so good, Bai Yuan. Who are you scolding? Who are you calling stupid? Bai Miley gritted her teeth in anger and glanced at the wine rack. She picked up a can of Changshuang, pulled the ring, and with a swish, poured half the can in without hesitation. Not enough. She picked up an opened bottle of Cabernet Sauvignon and gulped it down. The water of life provides the base, the refreshing effect is enhanced, and the red wine adds color. Drinking white beer is like being brave enough to travel the world. White and red, that's called hemiplegia. Now it's a 3-in-1 combination of liquor, beer-flavored beverage, and red wine. I want to see if you can ascend to heaven on the spot after drinking it. A devilish smile appeared on Bai Miley's face. In less than a minute, a specially crafted cocktail is ready. Bai Miley carried the tray and placed the glass of wine on the table. The liquid in the cup is a harmless, dreamy pink, and is topped with a lush green mint leaf, making it look particularly tempting. She deliberately added some pink food coloring to cater to the aesthetic tastes of little girls. Yuan, your special drink, come and try my sister's cooking. Bai Miley had a smile on her face. Bai Yuan looked at her cousin, picked up the wine glass and tilted her head. Cousin, what's wrong with you today? It's so hot from laughing. Damn it. Bai Miley clenched her hands behind her back into fists, her nails almost digging into her flesh. She forced herself to suppress the urge to throw the tray in her hand directly at Bai Yuan's face and forced out a brighter smile. Sister, I'm happy today. After saying that, she turned and left, not wanting to stay even a second longer. Su Ran looked at the glass of pink wine, then looked at Bai Miley's back, and silently gave a thumbs up. He picked up his wine glass and gestured to Bai Yuan. Come, have a taste of your cousin's heart. Bai Yuan didn't suspect anything and raised her glass to clink with Su Ran's. Cheers! After the crisp sound of glass clinking, she took a big sip. The moment she entered, her eyes lit up. It's sour and sweet, with a refreshing fruity flavor, and it's surprisingly delicious. Wow, when did my cousin become so awesome? She took another sip in surprise. But the next second, a wave of heat suddenly rose from the stomach and rushed straight to the top of the head. Su Ran just took a sip and felt his head buzzing, and the scenery in front of him had a slight double image. Is it so fierce? This isn't wine, it's pure alcohol. Bai Yuan's reaction was even greater. Her fair and delicate little face was quickly dyed with an intoxicating blush at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her neck and ears turned pink. She shook her head and felt like the world was spinning. No, I can't do this anymore. Bai Yuan quickly put down her wineglass and spoke with a thick tongue. This wine is a bit intoxicating. If I drink 2 more glasses, I'll definitely have to go back and lie down. Chapter 049, Drunk Games. Su Ran looked at her cute and naive drunken state, and an idea came to his mind, so he made a suggestion. Drinking alone is boring, let's play a game. Bai Yuan immediately became alert. What are you playing? Throwing dice? No, that requires a lot of alcohol, and I can't handle it. No dice. Su Ran took a deck of cards from the side, took out a card and placed it on the rim of the wine glass. Stacking cards. We take turns putting the cards up, and whoever knocks the tower over gets to drink. Bai Yuan looked at the pink glass of deadly wine and was still a little hesitant. She glanced at Su Ran with a dazed look in her eyes, curled her lips and muttered. Don't want. This wine is too strong. I'm drunk. You won't penetrate me, will you? Although she was drunk, the string in her mind was still tense. Su Ran wanted to laugh at her straightforward words. What are you thinking about? He pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Isn't your cousin here? If you were drunk, I would definitely ask her to take care of you. What else can I do to you? Bai Yuan still felt it was unreliable. Seeing that she was not listening, Su Ran simply gave her some shocking information. Well, if you win, I'll not only drink, but I'll also give you a 50,000 yuan red envelope. How about it? Su Ran's tone was nonchalant, revealing an air of indifference towards wealth. 50,000 yuan. Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and the remaining drunkenness in her was instantly sobered up. 50,000 yuan, that's her living expenses for the entire semester. Is the world of the rich so plain and simple? Is it such a big deal to play a game? Play. She made the decision immediately, fearing that Su Ran would go back on his word. The game begins. Su Ran and Bai Yuan sat face to face, their expressions focused. In the first round, it was Su Ran's turn to put down the cards. He shook his hand holding the cards slightly, and the whole tower of cards collapsed with a crash. Oops, my hand slipped. Without saying a word, he picked up the wineglass, took a sip, and then took out his cell phone. WeChat transfer. Transfer amount, 50,000.00. Looking at the transfer reminder received on her mobile phone, Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed into slits with smile. This is too easy to make money. In the second round, it was Su Ran again. When he placed his cards, he pretended to be under the influence of alcohol, moving slowly and shaking his wrist. The result is predictable, the card tower collapses again. He took another sip of wine and transferred another 50,000 yuan. Bai Yuan looked at the extra 100,000 yuan in her account, and her gambler mentality completely took over. She looked at Su Ran opposite her, who was already drunk and even had shaking hands, and her heart was filled with joy. With this kind of attitude, isn't it easy for him to win? I'm going to make a fortune today. However, the subsequent developments were completely beyond her expectations. In the third game, Su Ran won. In the fourth game, Su Ran won again. Bai Yuan lost twice in a row and had to bite the bullet and take 2 big gulps of the special cocktail. The aftereffects of the alcohol completely surged up. She felt like she was floating in the air, her sweet little face was red enough to look like it could bleed, and her moist lips were shining seductively under the light. Su Ran's gaze was fixed on those lips. To be honest, this mouth is the most beautiful he has ever seen. It is full in shape and has a small lip bow, which makes people want to kiss it. Bai Yuan still retained a last bit of consciousness. She supported her forehead with her hand and spoke incoherently. Almost there. One more drink and I'm really going to pass out. Su Ran slowly rearranged the cards. Okay, let's change the way we play. Next, if you lose, you don't have to drink. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up. Real? But, Su Ran changed the subject, we have to play a punishment game. The content of this punishment game was decided by your cousin. It was ordered by your cousin. When Bai Yuan heard this, she immediately became energetic. Can my cousin still harm me? They are family members, so they probably won't go too far. Good. She agreed immediately. Just then, there was a click sound from the door of the cafe being locked. Bai Miley closed the shop, hung up a sign saying closed early, and walked over slowly. The smile on her face seemed particularly meaningful under the dim light. When Bai Yuan saw her savior coming, she waved at her staggeringly. Cousin Miley, you're here. Don't make it too hard on me in the punishment game later. You're my favorite cousin. She acted coquettishly, trying to awaken her cousin's sisterly love. By Miley, I walked to the table, reached out and touched her head, her tone so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her. Don't worry. It's packaged. The game continues. Bai Yuan was completely drunk, and her hands holding the cards were shaking like Parkinson's disease. No suspense. She lost again. Su Ran put down the cards in his hand, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at her leisurely. By Miley's smile grew wider, she clapped her hands and announced. Okay, my dear sister. The punishment game begins now. Bai Yuan tried hard to open her watery eyes, trying to see the expression on her cousin's face. But the alcohol numbed her reaction, and in her sight, Bai Miley's smile was somewhat distorted by the light. What kind of punishment game? Bai Yuan's tongue was a little tied and her speech was soft. Bai Miley did not answer immediately, but turned around and took something out of the small refrigerator behind the bar. It was a small and exquisite cherry tomato, bright red, with a moist luster under the light, and looked very sweet. Here, this is it. Bai Miley tossed the cherry tomato between her fingertips. The game is simple, it's called the tomato game. Wait a moment, I will put this little tomato anywhere on your brother Su Ran's body. Is this correct? Bai Yuan was completely stunned. Most of the drunkenness was instantly dispelled by the shock. What the hell? This is a punishment game. She has grown up, but she has never kissed a boy, let alone held his hand properly. What should I do if this thing is in the wrong place? Bai Yuan's face suddenly turned red, this time not because of the alcohol, but because of pure shame. The red color spread from the cheeks to the base of the neck, and even the earlobes turned a clear pink. She shook her head violently, like a rattle. No. Cousin. How can this be possible? Is this game of yours serious? Bai Miley looked at her angry face, but kept smiling, and even reached out to pinch her hot face. Of course it's a serious game. It's packaged. It's that packaged again. Bai Yuan was almost pissed off by her cousin. How can this be serious? Chapter 050. Then I'll start. Bai Yuan looked at Su Ran for help, hoping that this seemingly normal man could say something fair. However, Su Ran just leaned on the sofa with his arms folded, looking as if he was not involved. He had no intention of stopping it. Bai Yuan's heart sank. She knew that she had fallen into a wolf's den. A scheming cousin and a man who enjoys watching the fun. How could she, a drunk little white rabbit, fight against him? Bai Yuan bit her lip and made a final resistance. I don't want to play anymore. At worst, I can have another drink. As she spoke, she was about to reach for the special cocktail. Just then, Su Ran finally spoke. He slowly sat up straight and tapped the table lightly with his index finger, making a knock-knock sound, which attracted Bai Yuan's attention. Don't be in a hurry to drink. Don't worry, your cousin knows how to act and she will be careful about the limits. And Su Ran made a suggestion that no one could refuse. If you feel you're at a disadvantage, we can raise the stakes. Next time, as long as I lose. He held up 5 fingers. I'll give you 500,000. 500,000. These 3 words. Bai Yuan's eyes widened instantly. How many? 500,000? Just one? She worked hard tonight, drinking and smiling, and finally won 100,000 yuan from Su Ran. Now, just play a slightly embarrassing little game, and you will have a chance to win 500,000 in the next round? Su Ran is a man who always keeps his word and transfers money faster than anyone else. If he said 500,000, it definitely wouldn't be a penny less. If I can win these 500,000, plus the 200,000 in rewards from the previous live broadcast. Doesn't that mean overnight, you became a millionaire? Once this thought comes up, it cannot be taken back. The sense of shame caused by the scale of the game instantly became insignificant in the face of the huge temptation of money. Her breathing became rapid. Looking at the changeable expression on her cousin's face, Bai Miley added fuel to the fire. Oh, sister, what are you afraid of? It's just a small tomato. You have your eyes closed and you can't see it, so just treat it as an apple. Besides, I'm your sister watching here. If Su Ran dares to touch me, I'll be the first to chop off his hands. Bai Yuan's heart was wavering violently between the 500,000 and shame. In the end, the gambler's mentality and the desire for money overwhelmed everything. She took a deep breath, as if she had made some important decision, and puffed out her chest. Okay. I'm not doing this for the 500,000. I'm a man of my word. If I agree to play a game, I'll play it to the end. Looking at her cute appearance of saying one thing and thinking another and trying to save face, Su-ran and Bai Miley looked at each other and saw smiles of success in each other's eyes. Okay, you have guts. Bai Miley clapped her hands, then took out a blindfold from somewhere. The eye mask was black with a circle of delicate lace on the edge, which looked mysterious and sexy. Come on, Yuan, put it on. Bai Yuan looked at the eye mask and her face turned red again. She took it reluctantly. At Bai Miley's urging, she resigned herself to her fate and put on the blindfold and tied it behind her head. Everything in front of my eyes suddenly became dark. Without vision, other senses become extremely sharp. She could hear the slight hum of the coffee machine, smell the mellow aroma of coffee beans, the spicy taste of alcohol, and Su-ran's scent in the air. The darkness amplified her inner tension and anxiety. But at this moment, from Su-ran's perspective, the scene before him could be described as stunning. The girl wore a black lace eye mask, which covered her clear eyes but highlighted her small, straight nose and her plump red lips. She was wearing a pink slim-fitting knitted short-sleeve top, which perfectly outlined the exquisite curves unique to adolescent girls. Below is a simple denim skirt, revealing a pair of straight and slender legs. Because of the tension and the effects of alcohol, she was a little unsteady on her feet. She subconsciously placed her hands on the table in front of her and leaned forward slightly. This posture makes her already perky buttocks curve even more breathtaking. An innocent face, a hot body, and that lace eye mask that's full of taboo. The extreme contrast between purity and desire was played out before his eyes. She is worthy of being known as the white silk campus belle of the medical school. This look is enough to make any man obsessed. Are you ready, cousin? In the darkness, Bai Yuan's voice trembled slightly. All right. Bai Miley held the small tomato and smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish. She walked over to Su-ran and gently placed the small cherry tomato on his. Then she took 2 steps back and clapped her hands. Okay, ready. Yuan, we can start now. Bai Yuan's body stiffened when she heard the instruction. She supported herself on the table and slowly adjusted her direction in the darkness, moving little by little towards the place where she felt Su-ran was sitting. Then I'll start. Chapter 051 I am Su-ran S. Bai Yuan groped in the dark. It's not easy to find the cherry tomatoes hidden by my cousin. You can only find it with your mouth. She groped in the darkness and leaned down by feel. She didn't dare to move too much, she could only lick water like a kitten. But I can't find it. Cousin. Her voice was filled with tears, can you give me some hints? Bai Miley's voice of suppressed laughter came from the darkness. A little lower. Down. Bai Yuan obediently lowered her head. Cousin, you're tricking me again. Bai Miley's voice was full of innocence. Oh, I really put it there. Please look carefully. Bai Yuan was so upset that she couldn't even cry. She really couldn't find it. 10 minutes later. Found it. She quickly bit the small cherry tomato in her mouth, and her whole body collapsed, almost unable to stand. This game is too tiring to play. She pulled off the blindfold and gasped for air. She chewed the cherry tomato in her mouth angrily and swallowed it. On to the next game. You said you'd give me 500,000 if you lost once. At this moment, Bai Yuan was already overwhelmed by the huge sum of 500,000 yuan, and the gambler's mentality completely took over. Anyway, I have played such strange games, so I don't mind playing a few more. Seeing Bai Yuan's appearance of being blinded by money and eager to try, Su-ran decided to increase the severity of the punishment. You only need to play the game of find the tomato once. Let's try something simpler, like playing cards. The rules should also be changed. Even if I lose once, I'll still give you 500,000. You lose, and you don't have to play the tiring game of finding tomatoes anymore. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up. Is there such a good thing? She couldn't wait to ask, what are we going to play? Su-ran smiled, and that smile made Bai Yuan's heart jump inexplicably. Every time you lose, I'll have your cousin Bai Miley tattoo a word on your beautiful calf. Of course, as compensation, even if you lose, I will still give you 500,000. Tattoo? Bai Yuan was stunned. Bai Miley came over immediately, as if she had been prepared for it, and took out an exquisite black box from the storage cabinet under the bar. It opened with a click, revealing a complete set of professional tattoo equipment, with needles and paint bottles glowing faintly under the light. This thing was left here by those two smart girls, Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei. They said the machine they bought is cleaner than the one sold outside. Bai Miley explained lightly, but her fingers had already begun to skillfully adjust the machine. Bai Yuan looked at the buzzing tattoo pen and felt a little scared. But when she thought of the 500,000 yuan, her heart began to beat violently again. If you lose, get a tattoo of a word in 500,000 yuan. If you win, you don't have to pay anything and get 500,000. No matter how you look at it, this is a deal that will earn you huge profits. When hundreds of thousands of dollars are easily available in front of a person, few people can resist being tempted. Okay. I'll play with you. Bai Yuan agreed without hesitation. The first game begins. Su Ran's fingers were long and strong as they rested on the cards, but just when he was about to succeed, his wrist inadvertently shook. Crash. The small tower of cards collapsed instantly. Ding dong. Bai Yuan immediately received a bank payment notification on her mobile phone. Your account is credited with 500,000 yuan. She looked at the long string of zeros on her phone, her eyes widened, and she almost jumped up with excitement. This money is so easy to make. If you keep playing like this, you can buy a house in Hangzhou. However, in the next game, the situation reversed. Oops, it fell. Bai Yuan lost. My hand slipped. Bai Yuan lost again. What's going on? Bai Yuan lost 6 times in a row. Her palms began to sweat and her mind cleared from the frenzy of money. 6 times. This requires 6 words to be tattooed on your calf. That would be so conspicuous. How can I wear a pretty skirt in the future? What should I do in the summer? She stood up suddenly, her face pale. I don't want to play anymore. Su Ran didn't care. He picked up his phone and started operating it again. Once you transfer the money, you can't regret it. Ding. 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 Bai Yuan's cell phone kept beeping. She looked down and saw that Su Ran had transferred another 2.5 million to her. Adding the 500,000 she won before, her account balance is exactly 3 million. Looking at the long string of zeros, Bai Yuan felt a little panicked. Something is wrong. Got to slip away. Bai Yuan didn't care about anything else and decided to leave here first. Staying in this cafe always makes her do irrational things. However, when she turned around, she found her cousin Bai Miley standing at the door with a smile on her face, playing with the buzzing tattoo pen in her hand. Yuan, I'm willing to accept the loss. Bai Yuan's mind buzzed and went blank. Only then did she finally understand that her cousin was actually in cahoots with Su Ran. They teamed up to set a trap for her. Cousin. Bai Yuan's voice was filled with tears. Bai Miley came over and took her arm affectionately. What are you afraid of? I'll tattoo you, cousin. I guarantee it'll be beautiful and nice looking. Bai Yuan moaned, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. She went limp, her eyes filled with despair. In Su Chen's villa number 1, in the luxurious bedroom. Bai Yuan curled herself up in the cool and silky quilt, leaving only a pair of red eyes exposed. She's finished. Her life was completely over. She lifted a corner of the quilt and looked at the eye-catching and glaring black words on her white and smooth calves. I am Su Ran S. Now, it's completely over. Don't even think about taking the civil service exam in this life. She failed to live up to her mother Ji Monton's expectations. My mother's greatest wish in her life was that she could study hard, become a civil servant, have a stable and respectable job, and have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of her life. But what about now? She sold her future for a few million. Now, the only thing she has left is the cold 3 million balance in her phone. Bai Yuan buried her face in the quilt, feeling somewhat self-destructive. Forget it, I'll just lie back and relax with these few million from now on. There's no hope in life anyway. At this moment, the bedroom door was pushed open gently, making almost no sound. Bai Miley walked in with a cup of warm milk, wearing an exquisite silk nightgown. Yuan, don't be too sad. She sat down on the edge of the bed, placed the cup of milk on the bedside table, then reached out and gently stroked Bai Yuan's hair, comforting her softly. Actually, everything my cousin did was so that you could stay with me. Chapter 052 Ji Mantong exploded. Deadly series of calls. Bai Yuan raised her head and looked at her with a puzzled look. Bai Miley sighed and said quietly, actually, I'm already Su Ran's woman. Bai Yuan was not surprised by this news at all. She had guessed it from what happened in the coffee shop just now. I'm in the Su family. Although it looks good, I'm actually living a hard life. Bai Miley's eyes were red and her voice was filled with grievance. Su Ran is having a mistress outside, and there's also that pair of spirited twin sisters, Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei. They find ways to bully me every day. They just want to bully me because the Bai family has no one in Hangzhou. I live in fear every day. After hearing these specific details, Bai Yuan's heart softened. To be honest, she and her cousin grew up together and have the best relationship. What she hates most is her cousin being wronged. Bai Yuan asked subconsciously out of instinctive kindness. Then how do you want me to help you? This is exactly what Bai Miley was waiting for. She held Bai Yuan's hand and looked at her with burning eyes. Or, you can follow Su Ran too. As long as you become Su Ran's woman, we two sisters will be in the same camp. Then we will join forces and face the outside world together. Let's see who dares to bully us. Is this right? Bai Yuan was stunned by her cousin's earth-shattering proposal. She said in disbelief, cousin, are you crazy? Bai Miley excitedly grabbed her hand. I'm not crazy, it's this world that's crazy. It's so hard for us women to survive in this society. Tell me, you work so hard doing live streaming, how much money can you make? Not even enough to buy a bag. Every word Bai Miley said hit Bai Yuan's pain point. Today's society is too complicated and it is too difficult for women to survive. Bai Miley continued, it would be better to follow Su Ran and live a life of lying down and counting money at home. Look at Fu City, aren't there a lot of ants there? As long as you can give birth to a child for the Su family, Su Ran will give you a reward that you will never be able to spend in your lifetime. Bai Miley's words were full of devilish temptation. Bai Yuan was confused. She has a point. Now that I have this kind of tattoo on my calf, my chances of passing the civil service exam are over. She was a campus beauty at a medical school. It sounded glamorous, but after graduation, she would work in a hospital, and her monthly salary would still be over 3,000 yuan. When would she be able to make a name for herself? And Su Ran is actually quite handsome. She has a great figure too. The muscles are very strong. As she thought about it, her cheeks began to burn, so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. When Bai Miley saw her expression, she knew that the matter was settled. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. Have you figured it out? Bai Yuan's mind was in a mess, and for some unknown reason, she nodded slightly. Squeak! The bedroom door was pushed open. Su Ran's tall figure appeared at the door with a smug smile on his face. He heard it clearly outside the door just now. Bai Miley is really his good wife. Not only is he well behaved and obedient himself, but he can also teach his cousin well and take the initiative to pack up and deliver it to his door. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Ah! When Bai Yuan saw Su Ran suddenly appear, she was so scared that she shrank into the quilt and let out a short cry. Ding, Bai Yuan is detected to be pregnant. The system of having many children and many blessings has opened super rewards. Reward 1, a 6-star sea view resort hotel located in the heart of Sanya's coastline, for your future offspring to play and have fun in. Valued at 3 billion. Reward 2, exclusive grocery shopping car for mothers, Ferrari red Lamborghini SVJ X6, each worth 10 million. Reward 3, Dad's exclusive toy, the cold weapon factory which can forge sharp weapons and sturdy armor that transcends the times. Su Ran's mouth curled up into a grin. This Bai Yuan, the drop rate is really high. And the rewards this time are amazing. The resort hotel worth 3 billion is simply the most expensive reward in the system. When children are born, we will book the whole place for fun and fill it up with people. As for those 6 Lamborghini SVJs, can they be used as grocery shopping carts? Su Ran felt that the system understood him more and more. It was quite showy and he liked it. He now has exactly 6 women around him, Yunana, Xia Shesha, Xia Yufei, Bai Miley, Zhao Qingji, and the newcomer Bai Yuan. They have all been very well behaved recently, so it's just right to give each of them a car as a reward. If you drive it to buy groceries, you will definitely get 200% of people turning around to look at you. Imagine that scene, 6 stunning beauties driving 6 street-class Lamborghinis to the vegetable market. If you don't know, you might think it's some wealthy teen doing performance art. The more Su Ran thought about it, the more exciting it became. As for the arsenal, Su Ran planned to use it depending on the situation. If the emperor of the Dakian kingdom in that world still doesn't know what's good for him and continues to put pressure on the Su family. So what if it's a rebellion? He, Su Ran, has never been a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Although it is just a cold weapon factory, the products produced by the system are definitely high quality. By then, he would create a batch of powerful weapons to equip his own private army, and then combine them with the various resources he brought from the modern world. He really didn't take the emperor of a feudal dynasty seriously. Just when Su Ran was lost in thought, the screen of the phone beside his pillow suddenly lit up. It's by Yuan Yuan's cell phone. A WeChat notification popped up on the screen. Sender, Mom. Content, Daughter, are you there? Su Ran's eyes narrowed instantly. Ji Mantong. It is true that after searching for a needle in a haystack, it was finally found without any effort. He had been looking for this woman for so long, but he didn't expect her to come to him on her own initiative. Su Ran glanced at Bai Yuan, who was still sleeping soundly. Her long black hair was scattered on the pillow and her sleeping face was peaceful, unaware of this. He carefully pulled out his arm and then took Bai Yuan's hand. With her soft thumb, she gently pressed the fingerprint sensor on the phone. Beep. The phone is unlocked. Su Ran opened WeChat and looked at the short message. Typed reply? No, that's too boring. If you want to play something exciting. Su Ran put the phone to his mouth, pressed the voice button, and recorded a sentence in his magnetic masculine voice without haste. Yes, Auntie. Let go and send. The whole process went smoothly and did not disturb Bai Yuan, who was beside him. After doing all this, Su Ran put the phone back to its place and waited calmly for the other party's reaction. Sure enough, it took less than 3 seconds. Ji Mantong on the other side was furious. The phone started vibrating like crazy, and a series of messages popped up. It was like a death scream. Su Ran, I know it's you. What did you do to my daughter? Don't you dare do anything to her. She's just a child. Su Ran, I'm warning you, if you dare to touch her, I'll fight you to the death. She is my most precious daughter. From childhood to adulthood, no one has ever bullied her. Even I have never yelled at her. Please, let her go, okay? A long string of text, each line filled with fear and collapse. It was obvious that Ji Mantong was completely defeated. Su Ran looked at the information with a helpless expression on his face. What can I do? He turned his head and looked at Bai Yuan, who was sleeping so soundly with a blush on her cheeks. Isn't this good care? They even have a child. Su Ran picked up the phone and wanted to wake up Bai Yuan and ask her to have a video call with her mother to let her know she was safe. But when he gently pushed Bai Yuan's shoulder, she just moaned, turned over, and continued to sleep. It seems that I am really too tired. Su Ran thought about it and decided to just take a photo and send it over to make it more convincing. He adjusted his posture, took Bai Yuan into his arms, and raised his cell phone. In order to make the photo appear more intimate, he tried to pry open Bai Yuan's eyes. But Bai Yuan was so sleepy that her eyelids felt heavy. When they were forced open, her eyeballs rolled upwards uncontrollably, revealing a large area of white. Su Ran was helpless. Never mind, let it be, it has a unique flavor. He faced the camera, gave a victorious smile, and pressed the shutter. Click. A photo of him hugging Bai Yuan, who was rolling her eyes, was created. He casually sent the photo over. Chapter 053 Su Ran, I want to see how you can survive this time. After Su Ran sent the photo, he turned off the phone screen and placed it next to his pillow. He didn't look again. He is waiting. Waited about 10 seconds. Bai Yuan's phone vibrated wildly again. This time, it was no longer a text message, but a 30-second voice message. Su Ran clicked it. Ji Mantong's heart-wrenching cry suddenly erupted from the receiver. Her voice was shrill and full of complete collapse. My daughter, my dear daughter, woo-woo. Su Ran. You are not a human. You are a beast. You will die a miserable death. You will definitely go to hell." The cries and curses mixed together, full of resentment. Su Ran listened without any change in expression, and even a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. "A bad death?" he sneered. "That's right. If the system hadn't appeared, he would have been smashed into a pile of meat by the out-of-control truck. That would indeed be a miserable death. But now, he has escaped the disaster and is alive and well. So, the one who deserves to die is you, Ji Mantong." Su Ran's eyes became deep. His eyes fell on Bai Yuan Yuan. The girl was sleeping soundly, and because of her posture, her calves were exposed from the quilt. There are 6 words tattooed on the slender calf. Su Ran picked up the phone, moved closer, and aimed it at the tattoo. Crack! A close-up photo was taken and sent. After doing this, Su Ran threw the phone back to the bedside. This time, there was no movement from Ji Mantong at all. The phone lay there quietly, no more vibrations and no messages popping up. Su Ran knew that she had not given up, but her psychological defenses had been completely broken. Now, she dared not even say a harsh word. She was afraid that something she said would be wrong and would upset herself, and then she would do something even more outrageous to her precious daughter. Fear had already grabbed her throat. Time passes by every second. Su Ran was very patient and just waited quietly. 10 minutes later. The phone screen finally lit up again, revealing a text message. "Su Ran, let's meet. Let's make an appointment this Saturday. I'm overseas now and will book a flight back home right away. Yo." He was still afraid and hid abroad. Su Ran tapped lightly on the screen with his fingers. "Sure." Soon, Ji Mantong sent an address. "The nameless mountain behind the Changnan prison, Saturday at 3 p.m., you come alone." Su Ran looked at the address and raised his eyebrows slightly. The hill near the prison? This woman might want to go back to her old ways. Give him an assassination. It's such a remote place, with no village or shop nearby, and there's not even any surveillance. This is clearly a hangmen banquet. I'm afraid they have already ambushed him and are just waiting for him to fall into the trap. If it were the old Su Ran, he wouldn't dare to go even if he was beaten to death. But now. He felt the power surging in his body, with a confident smile on his face. He is already a 6th-rank warrior. In this modern world, there are simply no other people who practice martial arts. He alone is an army. Not to mention ambushing dozens of thugs. Even if the other party had a gun, with his current reaction speed and strength, a small pistol would not be able to do anything to him. Going to a meeting alone? Just what I want. At the same time, in a high-end hotel suite in a city in Myanmar. Ji Mantong put down her phone. The collapse on her face had faded, replaced by resentment and determination. She looked at a middle-aged man sitting in the main seat on the sofa. The man was wearing a tang suit and had a string of Buddhist beads on his hand. He looked kind, but there was a fierceness in his eyes. "Master Zhang." Ji Mantong's tone was extremely firm. "I promise to cooperate with you to get Chen Shooting out of prison. But I have one condition. Help me kill someone." Zhang Mingqiang, the man known as Master Zhang, put down the Buddhist beads in his hand and a satisfied smile appeared on his face when he heard this. "You finally figured it out. Is it that kid named Su Ran? He's lucky that we didn't kill him before. It's just right. This time, we can lure him to his rightful place and finish him off once and for all. Then, we can pin the prison break crime on his body." Zhang Mingqiang spoke calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "Master Zhang is wise." Ji Mantong lowered her head respectfully. She has reached her wit's end. As the deputy warden of a women's prison, she had a good annual salary and should have lived a decent life. But she happened to develop a bad habit. Bet. No matter how much money you have, it cannot fill the bottomless pit of gambling. The reason why she asked Su Ran's family for the 600,000 yuan betrothal gift was because she had lost a lot of money outside and urgently needed money to fill the hole. She didn't expect that the loser Su Ran would actually dare to resist, making her lose face, and the two of them became enemies from then on. Later, Su Ran became the warden of the prison. She couldn't swallow that humiliation, so she spent 100,000 yuan and found someone in the underworld to break Su Ran's legs. As a result, the outsourced thug she hired, when he saw that the person he was going to beat was the prison warden, cleverly transferred the job to the next contractor for 50,000 yuan. In order to make a profit, the next buyer transferred the job to a heavy truck driver who had a terminal illness and urgently needed money to treat his family for 20,000 yuan. As the work was subcontracted layer by layer, the message became distorted. Breaking his leg turned into taking his life. On the night of the car accident, Ji Mantong heard the news and thought Su Ran was dead. So she bought a plane ticket overnight and hid with Zhang Mingxiang in Myanmar. But she never expected it. Su Ran, he is not dead. Now, Liangzi turned into a mortal feud. Either you die or I die. She has no way out. And Zhang Mingxiang in front of her is her only life-saving straw. Zhang Mingxiang, a gangster in his early years, was a well-known local gangster. Later, he cleaned up his name and became a billionaire in Hangzhou. He also had connections and influence in Myanmar. His woman, Chen Shooting, who was sentenced to life imprisonment, was imprisoned in the prison under Ji Mantong's jurisdiction. In order to rescue his woman, Zhang Mingxiang had long set his sights on Ji Mantong, the deputy warden, and had put in a lot of effort. Even the out-of-control Dian heavy truck was arranged by him. Now, Ji Mantong took the initiative to come to him for cooperation, which was exactly what he wanted. A mortal enemy and a powerful ally. Ji Mantong looked at Zhang Mingxiang, the flame of revenge burning in her eyes. Su Ran, this time, I want to see how you can survive. The other side. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, Bai Yuan woke up slowly in peace. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and subconsciously reached to her side, only to find that the seat was empty, but there was still a hint of familiar warmth. Gurgle. Her stomach growled at an inopportune moment, reminding her of her hunger. So hungry. She lifted the soft quilt, got out of bed, and walked out of the room barefoot. As soon as she stepped into the corridor, a rich and tempting aroma of food wafted up from downstairs, domineeringly tempting her taste buds. She followed the scent and curiously walked to the corridor on the second floor, holding the railing and looking down. Chapter 054, Former Stepmother Zhao Qingji. In the spacious restaurant, a long dining table was already filled with sumptuous dishes. Su Ran was sitting in the main seat, and there were several women sitting beside her, each with different temperaments, but all of them were stunningly beautiful without exception. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. With so many beautiful sisters accompanying her, she couldn't imagine how happy Su Ran's daily life must be. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on two of the girls. One has a striking pink hair color, the other has a similarly distinctive green hair color, and both have large tattoos on their bodies. Twin. Bai Yuan instantly remembered what her cousin Bai Milei said. Is this the little sister who always bullies my cousin? He doesn't look like a good person. No, I have to join forces with my cousin and give them a good lesson. But the next second, the expression on her face froze. I saw the two energetic little girls actually took out their exercise books and pens from their bags obediently, and started doing their homework while the food was being served. Her cousin Bai Milei was sitting next to them, whispering softly and gently, guiding them on the questions. The harmony of that scene made her feel unfamiliar. What is going on? Is this spirited little sister so fond of studying? Bai Yuan's heart felt very cold. She felt as if she had been deceived again. What did her cousin tell her at the beginning? Yuan, come and help me. Follow Su Ran, and we two sisters will join forces to deal with those two crazy girls and drive them out. Seeing her cousin crying so pitifully, she felt soft-hearted and agreed. Now. They have become close friends and are as close as a family. She is just a fool and is kept in the dark. Bai Yuan stamped her feet in anger, walked down the stairs quickly, rushed to Bai Milei, put her hands on her hips, and shouted aggrievedly. Bai Milei. You are a big liar. Su Ran saw Bai Yuan coming down from upstairs angrily with a gentle smile on her face. I was just about to call you. Are you hungry? Come and sit down, dinner is ready. His voice was gentle, but Bai Yuan was so angry that she couldn't listen to him at all. She didn't even look at Su Ran, but rushed straight to Bai Milei, put her hands on her slender waist, puffed out her cheeks, and her eyes were full of grievance and anger. Bai Milei. You've gone too far. You're a huge liar. This shout startled Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei, who were concentrating on doing their homework. The two spirited young girls raised their heads, pens still in their mouths, and looked blankly at the beautiful sister in front of them who had suddenly gone crazy. Bai Milei's face was full of innocence. She put down the pen in her hand and explained softly, Yuan, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Bai Yuan stomped her feet in anger, pointed at her, and then pointed at the two well-behaved twins next to her. You cried and begged me, telling me how they bullied you. You asked me to help you. Let's work together as sisters and drive them out. What's the result? I'm doing my homework here, and you're here being a gentle tutor. You're all ganging up on me, aren't you? Seeing Bai Yuan's chest heaving with anger and her eyes red, Su Ran quickly stood up and walked over, gently holding her shoulders. Okay, don't get excited. Bai Miley I was wrong in this matter. She deceived her own sisters and should be punished. Su Ran turned around and winked at Bai Miley I, but his tone became serious. Tonight, let's teach her a lesson together, okay? Bai Miley I immediately understood what he meant, lowered her head, and showed a pitiful expression that said I was wrong. Seeing that Su Ran was on her side, Bai Yuan's anger finally subsided a little. She snorted heavily, shook off Su Ran's hand, and sat down in the empty seat next to her angrily. But before she could catch her breath, she looked up and her eyes inadvertently swept across the table. Just now upstairs, she only saw the backs and profiles of several women, and didn't see them clearly. This one glance made her completely frozen. At the other end of the dining table sat a stunningly charming woman. The woman was wearing a well-fitting Chanel suit and looked elegant and graceful. She is a typical big G young woman. Bai Yuan took a quick look and felt that she was almost having a headache. This indecent woman. Pa! Look up. That face. Why does it look more and more familiar? Bai Yuan's mind buzzed, and an almost impossible name popped up. Zhao Qingji. Isn't that her father's ex-wife, Aunt Zhao? How come she is here? Didn't she divorce her father a long time ago, then move abroad and never come back? An idea started to grow in her mind. Aunt Zhao? Have you fallen too? Bai Yuan's voice was trembling with fear. The originally lively atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became a little subtle. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhao Qingji's hand holding the juice cup paused in mid-air, an unnatural smile appeared on his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Yuan, you're here too. She placed the cup on the big G and spoke softly to Bai Yuan. Well, we're all family from now on, calling her Aunt Zhao is so formal. If you don't mind, just call me Sister Zhao like them. This. Zhao, Sister Zhao? Sisters? Bai Yuan's little brain completely froze and went blank. She turned her neck and looked at her gentle and virtuous cousin Bai Miley beside her. Then look at Zhao Qingji, the person opposite who used to be his stepmother. So Su Ran is catching all the women in the Bai family in one fell swoop? What kind of ultimate succubus is this? This is no longer a show, this is against the will of heaven. After holding it in for a long time, Bai Yuan's pretty face turned red. Finally, she turned her gaze to the calm man sitting in the main seat and squeezed out a word from between her teeth. Su Ran, I would like to call you the strongest. Su Ran laughed and picked up a piece of food for her with chopsticks. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Aren't you hungry? Come on and eat. His tone was casual, as if it was just a trivial matter. At this moment, Huang Qinqin, wearing a sexy black and white maid outfit, walked up with elegant steps, carrying a huge blue and white porcelain basin. Master, guests, today's main dish, the golden soup pickled fish, is here. As she placed the porcelain basin steadily in the center of the table, a strong sour aroma and the fresh aroma of fish instantly burst out, making people's mouths wet. Today's theme is Sichuan cuisine. Chapter 055 The harem is completely harmonious. Considering that most of the women present were pregnant and preferred sour and spicy tastes, Su Ran specially asked Huang Qinqin to prepare this table. Snow-white fish fillets float on the golden soup base, dotted with emerald green pickled cabbage and bright red dried chilies. It makes people salivate just by looking at it. Then, classic Sichuan dishes such as boiled beef, spicy chicken, and husband and wife lung slices were served one after another. The sizzling sound of hot oil pouring over chili peppers and peppercorns. Zhao Qingji, a young woman with a big G, picked up a piece of fish fillet as thin as a cicada's wing, rolled it in the golden soup, and put it into her mouth. The tenderness of the fish, the crispness of the pickled cabbage, and the sour, spicy and fragrant soup base, layer upon layer, bloomed on her taste buds, making her squint her eyes comfortably. The energetic sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei had long forgotten to do their homework. The two sisters kept shoveling boiled beef into their bowls. Their lips turned red from the spiciness, but they couldn't stop and kept saying it was so delicious. The gentle senior by Miley ate in small bites with a polite posture, but she picked up the food at a fast pace. Even the blonde beauty Yunana, who was playing games, decisively hung up, gave up the ongoing 2,000-point peak competition, and immersed herself in the world of food. Bai Yuan was originally very angry, but when she smelled the overbearing fragrance, her stomach started to growl. She hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't resist the temptation and picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. Numb, spicy, fresh, and fragrant. The strong taste impact instantly swept through her mouth, and the feeling of frustration and anger was actually diluted a lot by the food. So delicious. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Su Ran picked up the wine glass, which contained freshly squeezed juice. Come on, let's raise our glasses together. The women put down their chopsticks and picked up the cups in front of them. Su Ran's eyes swept across every beautiful face present, finally landing on Bai Yuan with a sincere smile on his face. Today, our big family has a new member. Let us welcome Bai Yuan. Welcome. The women responded in unison, and the crisp sound of clinking glasses echoed in the restaurant. Bai Yuan looked at the scene in front of her with mixed feelings. Although the process was a bit outrageous, I have to say that the feeling of being accepted is not bad. The atmosphere of the dinner reached its peak after the clink of glasses. The last bit of awkwardness in Bai Yuan's heart quietly dissipated with the sweetness of the juice and the smiling faces of everyone. She looked at Su Ran, who was sitting in the main seat. This man always had a kind of magic that could handle all the seemingly contradictory things just right and calmly. Okay, we've eaten and drunk, now it's time for our family's signature program. Su Ran put down the cup and clapped his hands, successfully attracting the attention of all the women. Give out rewards. When they heard these two words, the eyes of sisters Xia Shasha and Xia Yufei lit up. Wow! Are you receiving another gift? Long live my husband. Even Bai Milei and Zhao Qingji, who were usually calm, showed some anticipation in their beautiful eyes. Only Bai Yuan was a little confused. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Ran curiously. Su Ran smiled mysteriously and snapped his fingers. Considering that there are many pregnant women in our family now, it's not very convenient to go out to buy groceries or squeeze into the bus or subway. So, I've prepared a grocery shopping cart just for moms. Grocery cart? The women looked at each other. There are only a few that can be called grocery shopping carts. Is Su Ran going to give each of them an ideal or Huawei car? Bai Yuan muttered to herself, sending a grocery cart? That's pretty down to earth. She thought he would give her some jewelry. Su Ran looked at their ever-changing expressions and didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He took out a bunch of car keys and placed them on the table with a clatter. The unique prancing horse and bull logo flashes thrillingly under the lights. Here, your grocery cart. There are 6 cars in total, a red Ferrari and a Lamborghini SVJ. They're all parked in the garage. You can pick your own. The restaurant suddenly became quiet. The air froze. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the pile of car keys on the table, their minds blank. Lamborghini, SVJ? Grocery cart? A top-of-the-line supercar worth over 10 million, limited to the world, a beast of performance that even the rich may not be able to buy, in this man's mouth, becomes a car for pregnant women to buy groceries? Puff. Xia Shasha almost spit out a mouthful of juice, and her sister Xia Yufei patted her back in a panic. Ahem, husband, what did you say? Lamborghini? The blonde beauty Yunana didn't even bother to wipe the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. She grabbed a key and looked at the bull logo on it, and was completely dumbfounded. It's really SVJ. Zhao Qingji was also shocked. I knew my husband was generous, but I didn't expect him to be this generous. This dream car of women can be given away at any time. Bai Yuan's mouth opened into an O shape. She felt that her worldview was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly by this man. Is this the life of rich people? Using a Lamborghini SVJ to buy groceries? The previous unhappiness and frustration caused by the chaotic family relationships had long been destroyed by this grocery cart that fell from the sky. What stepmother, what sisters? Nothing is a problem in front of Lamborghini. She looked at Su Ran's face with a calm smile, and her heart began to beat wildly. This man deserves to die. So charming. The next second, Bai Yuan did something that no one expected. She stood up, walked a few steps to Su Ran, and in front of the man's surprised gaze, stretched out her arms and took the initiative to hug his neck. Warm, fragrant, and soft jade in my arms. The girl's sweet scent lingered in my nose. Bai Yuan buried her face in the crook of his neck, her voice soft and sticky, with a barely perceptible tremor. Hubby, thank you. This call of husband was very natural and came from the heart. Su Ran was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and rubbed her hair lovingly. So good. After dealing with Bai Yuan, Su Ran's life returned to its former peace and luxury. Harmony in the harem is what he, as the head of the family, is most happy to see. Counting the days, there are still 5 days left until Saturday when I meet the woman named Ji Mantong. Su Ran has been free these days, so he plans to find a place to relax. He remembered the 6-star Sea View Resort Hotel that the system had previously rewarded him with. Art Hotel. It is located on the core coastline of Sanya. Although it takes several hours to fly from Shanghai, distance is never a problem in the world of the rich. You can make a round trip on the same day. Su Ran made a phone call and the personal butler immediately arranged everything. The ticket for the Gulfstream G650 was delivered directly to me, first class. After landing, there will be a special car to pick you up for a seamless connection. The plane flew steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The spacious seats in the first-class cabin can be completely reclined to form a small bed. Su Ran stretched comfortably, picked up the champagne brought by the flight attendant, and shook it gently. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a young man sitting next to him out of the corner of his eye. The guy looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, wearing trendy brands and a Richard Miller skull on his wrist, a typical rich second-generation outfit. At this moment, he was stealthily reaching out his hand towards the passing stewardess. The stewardess, dressed in a smart uniform and with a professional smile on her face, seemed unaware. It seemed that the dirty hand was about to touch the stewardess's hand. Su Ran frowned. In broad daylight, you dare to touch me on the plane? Isn't this pure harassment? Chapter 056, 10,000 meters high, encountering a fellow traveler. Su Ran put down his wine glass and prepared to remind the flight attendant and complain about this uncultured rich second generation. Unexpectedly, the rich second generation noticed Su Ran's gaze, turned his head and winked at him. Brother, don't get excited. He lowered his voice and spoke with a hint of boasting. One of my girlfriends. The words that Su Ran was about to say were stuck in his throat. Girlfriend? One. He looked at the guy and was a little surprised. These days, it's really not easy to meet someone who shares the same ideals as you. Especially at such a young age. Su Ran's expression relaxed, and he picked up the wine glass again and raised it towards him. Sure, bro. He can even seduce a flight attendant, he's quite capable. There was a hint of teasing in Su Ran's tone. You don't plan to do anything earth-shattering on this plane? Hearing this, Chang Si-yuan immediately perked up, leaned forward, and looked mysterious. Hey, don't mention it. He waved his hand, his face full of regret. Domestic flights are so small. The first-class cabin is so small. You're always surrounded by people. It's hard to do anything. He paused, then changed the subject, his brows dancing with joy. But let me tell you, this international flight is different. Those who can actively share knowledge are good friends. Su Ran became interested and leaned forward slightly. Tell me more. Chang Si-yuan saw that he understood, chuckled twice, lowered his voice, and spoke more excitedly. On international flights, especially those that last more than 10 hours, first-class cabins are all single rooms with doors. Think about it, when it's late at night and everyone's asleep, and the lights are turned off. He didn't continue speaking, but just raised his eyebrows and smiled a smile that all men understood. Su Ran was stunned when he heard this. Damn it! Is there such a thing? It is poverty that limits my imagination. No, it was my previous flights that limited my imagination. It seems that I need to experience the first-class service on international flights more often in the future. Chang Si-yuan felt even more proud when he saw Su Ran's educated expression. He felt that he had finally found a sense of superiority in front of this handsome guy whose temperament far surpassed his own. Brother, I see you're also going to Sanya, for tourism? Chang Si-yuan took the initiative to talk. Go to your own hotel and inspect the work. Su Ran replied indifferently. The smile on Chang Si-yuan's face froze for a moment. Your own hotel? His family also owns several 5-star hotels in Sanya, but from Su Ran's tone, he seemed so nonchalant and high-class. Brother, you're awesome. Which hotel? Maybe our family has a partnership with yours. Yate Hotel. Art. Chang Si-yuan was muttering this name, and suddenly his eyes widened. Fuck. He couldn't help but curse. That new 6-star art hotel? You drove it? This news is quite explosive. As soon as that hotel opened, it pierced the ceiling of all luxury hotels in Sanya. It is said that the construction alone cost tens of billions of dollars, and the presidential suite inside costs 6 figures per night. His father was still talking about it at the dinner table a few days ago, saying that the boss behind the art hotel was very mysterious and had enormous power, and it was difficult to find a way to make friends with him. What's the result? This mysterious boss was sitting next to me, discussing with me how to pick up girls on the plane? This world is too mysterious. The way Chang Si-yuan looked at Su Ran instantly changed from talking about them as peers to looking up to a big boss. Brother, you are my real brother. He wished he could hug Su Ran's thighs right there and then. Brother, do you have any plans for your trip to Sanya? Chang Si-yuan's attitude took a 180-degree turn and he became extremely enthusiastic. If you don't have any plans, I'll treat you and take you to something exciting. Su Ran found it a little funny to see him like this. Oh? How exciting is that? Chang Si-yuan immediately became excited and started introducing things with saliva flying. A friend of mine is having a yacht party tomorrow night. We've hired only the top second-generation rich and beautiful girls in the industry. Internet celebrities and young models are just the basics, and there are also quite a few young stars. Brother, with your looks and wealth, you will definitely be the focus of the whole place when you appear on stage. Won't the girls cry and throw themselves at you? He became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had already witnessed the grand occasion. How about it, brother, are you interested? Yacht party? Su Ran was indeed interested. It's not because of those internet celebrities, young models and young stars that Chang Si-yuan mentioned. To be honest, the girls in his family are more than enough to beat most female stars in terms of appearance and figure. He no longer had such a strong curiosity about women. However, he had never experienced yacht parties, a classic entertainment activity among the rich second generation. Men are always curious about things they have never experienced. It's not bad to try it out. Okay. Su Ran nodded and agreed readily. One word, concise and to the point. When Chang Si-yuan saw that he agreed, he was so excited that he almost jumped up from his seat and slapped his thigh. That's straightforward. Brother, I'm determined to be your friend. He rubbed his hands, a flattering smile on his face. His eyes rolled and an idea came to his mind. The opportunity has come. He leaned forward, getting closer to Su Ran. His enthusiasm made the flight attendant next to him couldn't help but take a few more glances. Brother. Look, this trip to Sanya was a spur-of-the-moment decision. I haven't even booked a hotel or anything. Tonight, brother, can I? He stopped talking halfway and looked at Su Ran eagerly. Su Ran glanced at him, and her heart was as clear as a mirror. This guy, although he calls me brother, he still doesn't believe in his heart that he is the owner of the art hotel. 2. After all, Chang Si-yuan is a figure in the top circle of Shanghai. His family has assets worth hundreds of billions, so he has a broad vision. I bumped into a random seatmate on the plane, and he started saying that the newly opened 6-star hotel in Sanya was his. This sounds really outrageous. Anyone would have doubts. Want to test my strength? Can satisfy you. The corners of Su Ran's mouth curled up slightly, and his tone was so calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Okay. It just so happens that today is also my first day there, officially taking over the hotel. You come with me. That's perfect. I'll show you around tonight. If there's anything that's not done well in our hotel, since you're experienced, please point it out to me and I'll have them make the changes. Hearing this, Chang Si-yuan said excitedly. Okay. That must work. Brother, don't worry, my family runs a hotel business. I can't say anything else, but when it comes to hotels, I'm definitely an expert. I promise to show you everything inside and out. He patted his chest, wishing he could issue a military order to Su Ran right now. Su Ran found his lively appearance amusing, smiled, said nothing more, closed her eyes and began to rest. Chapter 057 The 6-Star Hotel Owner's Appearance. As soon as the plane landed and the cabin door opened, a gust of hot and humid air hit us in the face. The summer in Sanya is extremely hot. Oh my god, it's so hot. Chang Si-yuan tugged at his collar, a thin layer of sweat already appearing on his forehead. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number skillfully. "Hey, I'm here. I'm at the VIP exit of Terminal 3. Hurry up." After hanging up the phone, he turned to look at Su Ran with a smug look on his face. "Brother, my driver is here to pick me up. What about you? How did you arrange it?" Su Ran glanced at him with an indifferent expression. "It should be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a black Maybach VS680 stopped steadily by the roadside. The driver trotted down and respectfully opened the car door for Chang Si-yuan. "Young Master Chang. This style is quite eye-catching at the airport exit." The smug look on Chang Si-yuan's face became even more pronounced. He did not get in the car immediately, but waved to Su Ran instead. "Brother, since you're not doing anything, why don't you take my car first? It's so hot, it's not comfortable standing outside." He said this, but there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "Hey, what about the hotel owner's pomp and circumstance? Is he just bragging?" Su Ran didn't say anything, but just raised his hand to look at the time on his watch. Just then, a low and rhythmic roar of an engine came from far away. The sound was not harsh, but rather had an unparalleled heaviness that instantly drowned out all the noise around it. Everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn over. I saw 6 brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom business cars, lined up in a neat and orderly arrow formation, slowly approaching. Every car was polished to a shine, reflecting dazzling light under the scorching sun in Sanya. The aura of dominance made the entire VIP channel quiet. "Fuck!" Chang Si-yuan's eyes almost popped out and his mouth opened wide. He rubbed his eyes hard to make sure he saw it correctly. 6. A total of 6 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. This thing is not an ordinary version, it is a customized business car, and the landing price of one is at least 15 million. The fleet of 6 vehicles is worth over 100 million. His Maybach, which he was so proud of just now, looked like an insignificant toy in front of this convoy. Chang Si-yuan's Adam's apple rolled, and he turned his head with difficulty, looking at Su Ran who was standing beside him with a calm expression. "Brother, this isn't coming to pick you up, right?" His voice was trembling. Su Ran was also a little surprised. The garage under his name is full of supercars like Lamborghini and Ferrari, but he doesn't have a calm and stylish business car like this. "I don't know either." Su Ran told the truth. "I just informed the people at the art hotel that I had arrived." Just as the two were talking, the convoy that shocked the entire audience stopped in front of Su Ran with incredible precision. The door of the lead car opened. A jade foot wrapped in top-quality crystal high heels came out first and stepped firmly on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs stepped out. A woman got out of the car. She wore a simple white silk shirt on the upper body and a brown high-waisted back-slit skirt on the lower body, which perfectly outlined her amazing waist-to-hip ratio and perky curves. She has delicate light makeup on her face, which makes her look both capable and charming, like a woman in the workplace. Chang Si-yuan stared with his eyes wide open, and subconsciously muttered some obscene words that he had heard from somewhere. These legs are only found in heaven, rarely seen in the human world. The woman walked straight to Su Ran, bowed slightly, and spoke in a clear and pleasant voice. "You are Mr. Su, right? I am Ding Yalan, the general manager of the Art Hotel." She had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes were carefully observing Su Ran's expression. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Su, we've been delayed a bit because we had to coordinate the convoy's arrival. I've kept you waiting for a while. I really came to pick him up." Chang Si-yuan felt that his brain was a little lacking in oxygen. Su Ran looked up at her with a calm tone. "It's okay, it's only a minute late." Having said that, Su Ran actually felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. As the boss, he has clearly notified the arrival time. No matter what your excuse is, being late is being late, and not arriving on time is a dereliction of duty. It's a matter of rules and attitude. Ding Yalan was a smart person. She immediately sensed the hidden displeasure in Su Ran's calm tone. Her heart suddenly tightened, and she bent her waist even lower, her plump beauty appearing faintly as she moved. "I'm sorry, Director Su. It was my mistake at work. I promise it won't happen again." Her snow-white skin was dazzling in the sunlight, and her attitude was extremely sincere. Seeing her like this, Su Ran's dissatisfaction in his heart finally dissipated. He nodded, said nothing more, and walked straight to the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Ding Yalan hurriedly trotted over and opened the car door for him personally. Mr. Su, please. Seeing Su Ran about to get in the car, Chang Siyuan suddenly realized what was going on and quickly followed. Wait for me, brother. He simply ignored his own Maybach and the confused driver and got into Su Ran's car. Su Ran glanced at him. You're not going to take your car? Chang Siyuan rubbed his hands and laughed, without any trace of the arrogance of a rich second generation on his face. Brother, this is a real car. Compared to your fleet, my crappy thing is just a tin can, even a dog wouldn't sit in it. The convoy drove smoothly out of the airport and headed straight for the hotel. The motorcade drove directly into the hotel's exclusive passage. The concierge manager and a group of handsome concierges were already lined up in 2 rows, waiting respectfully. Welcome Mr. Su to the hotel. The uniform greetings were full of momentum. Su Ran walked into the lobby, his eyes casually scanning the area, finally stopping on a billboard. Poseidon's Spear Underwater Suite. In the promotional picture, outside the huge glass wall is a deep blue world, where all kinds of rare marine creatures shuttle among the corals. The price is marked in small print below, 200,000 per night. Su Ran waved to Ding Yalan behind him. Ding Yalan immediately stepped forward and asked respectfully, Director Su, what do you want? Su Ran's tone was understated. Arrange 2 underwater suites for me and Mr. Chang. I'll stay here first. From today on, I will begin to inspect the affairs of the hotel. Ding Yalan's heart trembled and she nodded immediately. Okay, boss. Chang Siyuan felt that he had made a fortune. This is no ordinary room. Poseidon's Trident Underwater Suite. In their circle, this suite has long become a legendary existence. It's not just expensive, but also because they are scarce. There are only a few rooms in total, and the reservation queue can last until next year. If you want to live there, you need not only money but also face and connections. But now, Su Ran, the new owner of this hotel, only needed 1 sentence. With just a few casual words, he booked 2 rooms. Is this what it feels like to be the boss? However, their movements also attracted the attention of another group of guests at the front desk. Chapter 058 Scolding the Beautiful Female Subordinate. A young man wearing trendy brand clothes was checking in with a young internet celebrity in his arms. Hearing Su Ran's words, he said disdainfully. Look, baby, here comes another pretentious country bumpkin. He even opened 2 underwater suites. That's hilarious. Does he know what that's like? Does he think this is a budget hotel and he can open as many rooms as he wants? This apartment was obtained for me by my brother through internal channels. It's okay, you still want to live here? The little internet celebrity in the man's arms has a voice so sweet that it can squeeze water out of her. Master Wang, just ignore them. Some people just like to brag about being rich. Let's not bother with them. That's right. The man called Mr. Wang proudly pinched his female companion's waist, then took out a black card from his wallet and slammed it heavily on the front desk, looking very stylish. Alright, stop wasting time and hurry up and book that last underwater suite for me. I'm still waiting to experience what it's like to sleep in a fish tank with my baby. When he spoke, he deliberately raised his voice and glanced at Su Ran. Wang Xiao was very jealous. This man actually has such a beautiful woman by his side. These beautiful legs in black stockings. This thin waist and perky butt. Looking at it for one more moment makes one feel dry mouth and hot all over. Wang Xiao looked down at the internet celebrity he had spent a lot of money to hire, and suddenly felt that he was not so attractive anymore. Why? How could this country bumpkin have such a stunning beauty as his assistant? If I can exchange female companions with him, I will pay for the room myself today. Just when he was feeling unbalanced, the front desk staff spoke to him with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, the underwater suite you reserved is no longer available. Wang Xiao suddenly got angry and slammed the table. What do you mean? Didn't you just say there was one last room? Are you kidding me? The lady at the front desk turned even paler, and she glanced at Ding Yalan beside her for help. Wang Xiao followed her gaze and immediately understood. His face instantly turned ashen and he roared. Great! Is this how your hotel does business? I got here first and was about to pay, and you dared to cut in line and take my room? Call your manager. No, call your general manager. I must get an explanation today. Wang Xiao is now strangely angry. It doesn't matter if the woman next to him is not as pretty as him. The room I bought at a high price was snatched away by him. Today he must let this country bumpkin and this shabby hotel know what the consequences will be if they offend him, Wang Tianhua. Facing Wang Xiao's roar, Su Ran didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He didn't even look at that young Master Wang, but turned his head and asked Ding Yalan calmly. From what he said, this hotel also sells tickets internally? If this Mr. Wang was a normal guest of the hotel and came according to the reservation process, Su Ran would not mind giving up the room to him, and could even generously waive the room fee for him. After all, they are guests of the hotel, and customers are God. However, when Su Ran heard the words internal channels, his thoughts changed completely. What does this mean? This means there are termites in his hotel. Some employees are stealing from their employees and reselling rooms for personal gain. This is a matter of principle. Ding Yalan's back instantly broke out in fine sweat. She nervously clenched the corner of her clothes and felt the coldness in her boss's tone. Director Su, this I really don't know. She really doesn't know. The management system of the Atlantis Hotel is very mature. As an airborne general manager, she is often only responsible for macro operations and decision-making. She has not had time to touch upon the complex gray areas below. Su Ran's face darkened. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and began to scold her in front of everyone. Have no idea? His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. General Manager Ding, how long have you been in office? Ding Yalan lowered her head even lower. 3 months, Director Su. 3 months. Su Ran repeated it. After 3 months, I still couldn't figure out that someone under me was reselling goods. I just arrived at the hotel today, and this is the second mistake you've made. As the general manager of the art hotel, do you only have a pretty face and are you just a vase? These words were extremely impolite. The employees around were all stunned. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. In their eyes, President Ding has always been a high and mighty goddess and a strong woman with strong tactics. When has she ever been scolded in public like this? And you use such humiliating words. Ding Yalan's body trembled slightly, her cheeks turned red instantly, a huge sense of humiliation surged into her heart, and her eyes were a little hot. But she bit her lips tightly and dared not to refute. Because what Su Ran said was true. As a manager, failure to supervise is dereliction of duty. Mr. Su, I'm sorry. It's my fault. She suppressed her grievances and admitted her mistake respectfully. I don't want to hear sorry. Su Ran's tone didn't soften at all. His sharp eyes swept over Ding Yalan and then over the employees around him who were silent as a mouse. I'll give you 2 days to catch all the corrupt officials in this hotel, one by one. I want a complete list and a solution. I want to see the results in 2 days. Su Ran paused, leaned forward slightly, leaned close to Ding Yalan's ear, and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. If you can't do that, come to the room and accept your punishment. Do you understand? Ding Yalan's heart was shocked, and the warm breath blowing on her earlobe gave her goosebumps all over her body. She didn't dare to think about what the so-called punishment was, so she could only nod immediately. Yes. Got it, Mr. Su. Chang Si-yuan next to him felt that he had really opened his eyes today. Oh my god. This is Ding Yalan. The beautiful general manager of the art hotel, a goddess-level figure. Many rich second generations have pursued her. Now, in front of Su Ran, he was like a primary school student who had made a mistake and was scolded at will. This aura and style are amazing. Brother, you are my only brother. And Wang Xiao, who was originally furious, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. Mr. Su? Boss? Think of this. Wang Xiao quickly pulled the little internet celebrity away. The owner of the art hotel is a big shot with a net worth of over 10 billion. He can't afford to offend.